Yes, there is a large package in front of you that contains a number of correspondence from individuals. So we actually do have 2 items of correspondence for item 6.1 on the agenda, which is 118 to 338 Mountain Brow Boulevard. And that's 2 items of correspondence. And then for our Fruitland Winona secondary plan and Stoney Creek urban boundary expansion, we do have a number of items of correspondence which are included in that package as well. And we do also have 2 amendments to the recommendations for 6.1, and also for 6.2 there is recommendations as well in front of you.
All right, a motion now to approve the agenda as amended, moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favour? Seeing no opposed. Any declarations of interest this morning? No declarations of interest. May I have a motion to approve the minutes from the May 14th planning agenda? That's moved by Councillor Collins and seconded by Councillor Pasuta. All in favour? Any opposed? Seeing none. A motion to approve the delegation request from Mike Whaling, and that's for a future meeting. Moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Clark. All in favour? Councillor Johnson.
Marty Hazel would like to comment on that, please.
Mr. Chairman, we had Mr. Whaling here before complaining that while he purchases a license for his business, other businesses... Sorry,
Marty, right into the microphone. You're
sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Whaling was here before, and he was concerned that while he purchases a license for his business, there are other local businesses that do not. We spent a lot of time with him. Glenn White has driven the area, and I can assure you that we have enforcement action going on with all of the businesses in that area. Some of them are right now before the courts. We do not have the authority to shut them down. Only the courts can do that. So while we're pleased to hear Mr. Whaling, we will not be able to say much in public on this matter.
The committee could still hear him out, and we'll deal with that prior to the meeting in terms of how we would question or not following the presentation. So a motion then to approve, and thank you for that information, to approve the delegation request from Mike Whaling for a future meeting. That's moved by Councillor Partridge and seconded by Councillor Clark. All in favour? Any opposed? Okay, seeing none. And the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development has a brief announcement to make.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to, on behalf of the department and the city, introduce Leslie DeHonick. Leslie, if you could stand up. Leslie is our new Secretary-Treasurer of the Committee of Adjustment. Got big shoes to fill with Scott Baldry moving over to coordinate our Business Facilitation Center in the Business One Stop. And Leslie's a planning technician who was working for the City of Toronto's Committee of Adjustment and has also served as a member of the City of Mississauga's Committee of Adjustment. So she understands the decision-making issues and responsibilities as well as the administration. And Leslie had also worked for the Federal Crown Corporation with respect to the planning and development of the Downsview Park in City of Toronto, and is a member of the Certified Associations of Committee of Adjustment Consent Authorities. And again, I'd like to welcome Leslie to the department, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, welcome to the Hammer, Leslie, and to Planning Committee today, and I know you'll work hard to maintain the city's great character. It's a pleasure to have you. Let's move on to consent items. A motion now to approve item 5.1 and receive item 5.2. On 5.1, for approval, Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favour? Any opposed? And to receive 5.2, this is the financial incentives for protected heritage properties. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. And before we vote, I have a quick question. I'll pass the chair to you, Councillor Clark, if you don't mind. And that's through you then to Michelle Sergi, I guess. I'm just wondering if this report that we will just be receiving today, and obviously the financial incentives for protected heritage properties is most important across our city. I'm just wondering if this report was vetted through our Municipal Heritage Committee prior to coming to our Planning Committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Councillor, no, it wasn't vetted with them. It's an information report, and we're just providing the information that committee had requested of us.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Michelle Sergi, who does sit at the table at Municipal Heritage. You do not anymore? Oh, Steve Robichaud. Looking at this, are you able to, through the chair, anticipate any dialogue with Municipal Heritage in the near future with this report on the agenda? Is it possible?
We can provide it to the members of the Municipal Heritage Committee as an information item, but as Mr. Mallard indicated, it was actually based it was a review of the current policies and programs that we have in place to support the Municipal Heritage programs and incentives.
What's preventing us just from postponing it until the next planning meeting? It is just, we're just receiving it anyway. It is a council direction. You were to report back, and you have here, but what's preventing us from referring this to Municipal Heritage Committee at this time?
Nothing. If that's the wish of Planning Committee to have this referred to Municipal Heritage Committee for information or action, it would be depending on what specific direction you would like Municipal Heritage Committee to do with this item. More or less just interested in hearing their comments. So we would receive it and refer it to them for information purposes. I will move to receive then. We have a mover and a seconder. Can we also add then? Thank you. You are Councillor Pearson on that committee. That is. Pearson moved it. Seconded by Councillor, and refer it to Municipal Heritage Committee. Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? And that's carried. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, just to confirm, it's to Municipal Heritage Committee as an information item, correct? So they can just... Absolutely. Thank you.
And item 6.1 is the city initiative to amend Hamilton zoning bylaw number 6593 for the properties located at 118 to 338 Mountain Brow Boulevard. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the city initiative and zoning bylaw, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So are there any members of the public wishing to address committee on item 6.1 today? 6.1. For properties located at 118 through to 338 Mountain Brow Boulevard in Ward 3. 6.1, going one final time. Say again, Councillor Pearson, sorry? This is Ward 6. Did I say Ward 5? A motion to close the public meeting and receive the correspondence moved by Councillor Ward 5, Councillor Chad Collins, and seconded by Councillor Clark. All in favor? May I have a motion to waive the staff presentation? A question to staff rather than...
No, a question to the ward councillor as he is here. Is he comfortable with the recommendation, and do you need to hear the staff report?
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Mr. Chairman, through you to Councillor Ferguson and the committee. If it's the committee's desire, I would ask respectfully to waive the staff report. I have a half a dozen of my residents here. They've given me the liberty to speak on their behalf, and we're in strong support of an endeavor that has been in the works for about 4+ years. From my original motion, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor Ferguson, what you see in the body of 6.1 is the final outcome of the motion that I put to council last term of council to provide the preservation protection of these larger, oversized, beautiful lots along the brow with the front yard setbacks of the 25-meter minimum. So yes, in summary, Mr. Chairman, I'm in strong support of the staff recommendation on behalf of my residents, and if it would save this committee time in light of the next item, I would respectfully ask you could waive the staff presentation. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I move we waive the staff recommendation.
And that's seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? And Councillor Pearson?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. If I could, to Councillor Jackson, appreciate you being here this morning, Councillor Jackson. I noticed one item of communication and an additional request being asked. I'm sure you've spoken because I think that resident is here this morning, and I assisted him with the agenda. So I was just wondering whether you have addressed this. This is with regards to a moratorium on expansion. So that's all taken care of. Just want to be sure it's for the record that he's aware.
Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Pearson, I emailed that constituent last night to say that that has been taken under advisement for the future. I appreciate Councillor Pearson highlighting that. And Mr. Chairman, great thanks, if I could quickly, to planning staff over the last 4 years that's helped me with this, starting with General Manager McCabe, Greg McDonald, author of today's report, Steve Robichaud, Al Fletcher, Peter Duilio, and Paul Mallard. And the chair of the Citizens Committee, Kate Fraser, is here in attendance. Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So the amendment, we've added an item C. Oh, sorry, Councillor Partridge. That's twice.
There's that wallflower syndrome again. So yes, don't you start. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a comment, but I also have a question for staff. And as Councillor Jackson said, this is an increase in the minimum of the front yard setback. And my question to staff is, through you, are there any other areas of the city that would have a similar zoning attached to it to allow the same?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, if you're referring specifically to the front yard setback?
Yes, I am.
No, I do believe there is a motion with respect to looking at the balance of Mountain Brow with respect to the setback. That will be forthcoming. Other than that, I'm not sure that there are. We will be looking at what we call special character areas throughout the city and talking to various ward councillors about that type of thing. So it may come up through discussions with the individual councillors, but I'm not aware of any that are as prominent as this particular area.
Okay, and thank you. That's what I was looking for, that we are going to be looking at other areas. I'm very much in support of this and thank the ward councillor for bringing it forward, and we'll second the motion with Councillor Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge. Then on the amendment, item C before us. Okay, item C, the amendment would be C, that staff review and report back on the existing zoning regulations for the area along Mountain Brow Boulevard from 340 Mountain Brow Boulevard to Mohawk Road East.
Thank you. I have the yellow sheet in front of me.
Welcome to Planning Committee. There's lots of yellow sheets today. Ward 6, Councillor Jackson, thank you again.
That's fine. That's to look at the next phase, if you will, of the properties. Thank you. I just didn't have that in front of me.
And thank you for maintaining the integrity of Mountain Brow Boulevard in Ward 6. That is moved then, the amendment by Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Pearson. Councillor Johnson moves it. Partridge second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Motion to approve the recommendations as amended. Moved by Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? That's carried. I have an urban renewal meeting. It will be brief, but
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, to members of the committee. Thanks for your support.
I'm going to call the Deputy Mayor Clark to step in for a moment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're now moving on to item 6.2, which is the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan and Official Plan Amendments in the Stoney Creek Urban Boundary Expansion Sub-Watershed Study, PED 13099/PW 103-13040 in Ward 11. We have received correspondence containing 411 names. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the secondary plan, official plan amendments, and the SCUBE sub-watershed study, the person or the public body is not entitled to appeal the decision to the OMB of the City of Hamilton. And the person or the public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. Now, first, we have a registered speakers list for this item, so I'll suggest that we start with the staff presentation. And from there, we'll have questions of the staff presentation from councillors for clarification purposes only. Then we will go into the public delegation portion. We will have questions of delegates for clarification only, and then we'll finally debate and deliberate the item at the conclusion of all of that.
Okay.
Sorry.
And if I could encourage all of the members of the public just to double check their cell phones, Blackberries or other personal devices to make sure that they're off and they're not going to be audible, I would really appreciate that. Are we now ready, Ms. Mahood?
I'm really sorry. The presentation has not been loaded to the PowerPoint, so I was wondering if I could get a few minutes just to bring it down, if that's all right.
We'll wait for you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And just for the audience's information, I think we were anticipating to go in camera at the beginning of this meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're not doing that till later now, correct?
Yes, in light of the people who are present here and in respect of them, we're not going in camera initially or into a closed session. We had 3 items for closed session, so we're going to do our best to get through this particular item without having to send you out of the room so we can deliberate another matter, and then we'll go into closed session at that
Mr. Chairman.
time.
I just wanted that for the record for the audience, and that's probably why Alyssa didn't have the documentation downloaded yet, because she thought she would have had time. Thank you.
No, valid point. Thank you. Appreciate everyone's patience. Councillor Ferguson, please.
I just wonder if the interest of time is going to take her a while to get up to her floor, get the product in her, whether we can just go ahead and I'd be happy to move 8.1 if you want to move on an agenda and get through the discussion items.
Sorry, Vanessa. Hazel here? Stepped out. So I guess we can't. It's on the parking side. Senior Director of Parking, I don't see him here.
Heard me clean up at 405 King. This is where the fire was. Point 1. And then just receiving the Heritage Committee minutes, we could get those 2 things on.
Go for 8.1, sir. Go on 8.1. Seconded by Councillor Collins. All those in favor? Carried. What's the next item, Councillor Ferguson? Move 8.2. Seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Welcome to planning, Vanessa. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Collins on 8.1. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pearson on 8.2. Carried unanimously.
If you like, Mr. Chairman, I could also move item 11.1, which is the outstanding business list amendments.
Give me 1 second, sir.
Just to get moving things. Oh, I think Mr. McCabe has an issue.
McCabe on 11.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, not that I have an issue, but I didn't want you to think that, we're delaying this type of work. It was only because of this meeting that we decided to put some of this stuff off until the June 18th meeting so that you're not here till midnight. So they were ready.
It's not a long delay.
Yeah.
It was just one meeting.
It was just they were ready, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair, but they'll come the next meeting.
I'd be happy to move 11.1 A, B, C, and D.
Moved by Ferguson, seconded by Pearson. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Thanks, Councillor.
I don't think we could do items to remove because we still got to deal with the Stoney Creek urban boundary expansion. So,
yeah.
Item O, tariff of fees. I could move that one if you like, which is item B, 11.1. Item B of items to be removed.
11.1B. RV parking I have. That's not what I have in my work plan.
It's under items to be removed.
Oh, I'm sorry. A and okay.
A can't do, but B we can do.
It's a different count. 11.2, 11.3. So 11.2A, item W's, we can't do, but you can do 11.2B is what you're saying.
Correct.
Move that, please.
Yep.
Seconded by Collins. Thank you.
Carried.
Carried. Good job. Okay, let's see if we can get it hooked up.
Good morning, Mr. Chair,
Good
members
morning.
of the committee, and the public. I apologize for the delay.
That's okay.
My name is Alyssa Mahood, and I'm a planner with the Community Planning Department, and I'm here today.
Can I just be clear? You're going to be presenting, and Nahed will be presenting, or just yourself?
Yes, Nahed will be presenting as well.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Today we're here to present the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan and the Stoney Creek Urban Boundary Subwatershed Study that was tabled back in June 2012 for additional studies. I'm going to begin my presentation today with giving you a brief background of the process that led up to the development of the secondary plan. Back in 1999, pre-amalgamation, the former city of Stoney Creek initiated works on an urban boundary expansion from the lands easterly from Fruitland Road to the municipal boundary and between Highway number 8 and Barton, as shown in red on the slide above. So we have Barton to the north, Highway 8 to the south, Fruitland to the west, and the municipal boundary to the east. In October of 2003, Hamilton City Council approved the lands for the urban boundary expansion, and shortly after it was appealed. In 2005, the province of Ontario enacted the Greenbelt Plan, which put approximately 1/3 of the expansion lands into the Greenbelt. And in 2007, the Ontario Municipal Board approved the urban boundary expansion for the lands outside of the Greenbelt and required that prior to development, a secondary plan process had to be carried out for the entire area. Now that the study had become urban, or the study area had become urban, the city began the secondary planning process to establish the land uses, the transportation system, infrastructure requirements, community facilities and services, the natural heritage system, and urban design standards for the area. A secondary plan is a detailed document that provides direction for land use in a geographic area. It provides a land use plan and policies associated to residential uses, commercial uses, institutional uses, parks and open space, transportation, urban design, and infrastructure requirements, as well as the protection for heritage resources. There are a number of primary considerations in the development of secondary plans. First is from provincial legislation and policy, such as the Places to Grow Growth Plan, the Provincial Policy Statement, and the Greenbelt Plan, all of which provide direction for developing complete communities, for providing opportunities for intensification, and the protection of agricultural and environmentally sensitive areas. Municipalities are required to be consistent with the direction within these plans. Of particular relevance to the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan area is the Places to Grow Growth Plan, which provides direction for planning new neighborhoods such as Fruitland-Winona. It states that new neighborhoods shall have minimum densities of 50 people and jobs per hectare, be more compact and dense, provide a variety of housing options, and provide opportunities to live, work, and play, as well as a variety of land uses to facilitate transit linkages. Another consideration in the development of secondary plans is the direction we get from local policies such as the Urban Hamilton Official Plan as well as other key documents. The Urban OP provides the framework for the development of secondary plans, and in specific, it provides direction for the development of greenfield areas such as Fruitland-Winona. It states that greenfield areas shall be designed to provide opportunities to achieve 70 people and jobs per hectare, provide a range of housing choices and types, provide opportunities for pedestrian connections, transit linkages, and active transportation, as well as maintain views to prominent features such as the Niagara Escarpment, and as well as protect natural heritage features. In addition, public consultation formed an integral part of the secondary plan process. In order to connect with residents, landowners, businesses, and other stakeholders, 4 public information centers were held. 2 were held in 2007, there was one in June 2009, and the final one was June 2010. In addition to the public information centers, 10 Community Advisory Committee meetings were held in order to engage the public and gather input throughout the process. The role of the Community Advisory Committee was to provide input into the secondary plan process from landowners, residents, and other stakeholders. This input would help staff make recommendations to committee and council. Members helped to identify issues, review alternative solutions, facilitate communication with local residents. This group was an advisory committee. The committee met at milestones throughout the study process, including identifying opportunities and constraints, developing the vision, goals, and objectives for the plan, developing design concepts, reviewing other studies that impacted the study area, as well as the review of the preferred plan. In addition, informal meetings were also held with other stakeholders upon request throughout the study process. And information was posted on our study website and as well distributed to the neighborhood via newsletters. And finally, there's a number of technical supporting studies that were carried out in order to inform and set the groundwork for the development of the secondary plan. These studies are important because they provide the technical basis and information required to inform the decision on the types and location of land uses that can be supported within the area. What you see here is a list of the following studies that were carried out for the secondary plan. They included a commercial study, a transportation master plan, an environmental assessment for Fruitland Road, a subwatershed study, an addendum to the initial commercial assessment, as well as an outdoor recreation and facilities and sports field provision plan, and a breeding bird survey. And now I'd like to turn over the presentation to Nahed Gibbon, who's going to talk about the subwatershed study that was tabled back in June 2012.
Thank you. Before we go to Nahed, councillors, any questions of Melissa?
I still have, through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, I have more presentation to continue when he's finished. Thanks.
Thank you. Nahed. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. My presentation is to provide update about the subwatershed study, which presented at GIC last year. First thing, maybe I will just to point out a typo mistake in page 5. Second paragraph, which indicated about the policy element, water course 8, it should be water course 6.
5 of 35, where
this is page, the council.
Yes,
staff report.
Page 5 of 35.
Page 5, paragraph, second paragraph, it's instead of water course 8, should be water course 6.
Got it, thank you.
Yeah. So this is the area of SCUBE. Subwatershed study. We can see here that we have completed phase 1 and phase 2 reports for separate for SCUBE East and West of McNeely Road, and we have completed phase 3 for SCUBE subwatershed study combined for SCUBE East and West together. Just to highlight, phase 1 is system characterization, phase 2 is impact analysis and evaluation of the impact of future land use and development, phase 3 is implementation plan. Last year in June, Council at GIC tabled the subwatershed study to respond to comments from HCA. HCA concern was to undertake additional breeding bird survey for SCUBE land, update flows and floodlines associated with SCUBE West, identify Woodlot 6 as core area. To respond to these comments, we have completed the following works. We have completed the breeding bird survey for SCUBE West, SCUBE Central, SCUBE East, and Parcel A and B, and HCA was satisfied from this work. We have installed, for the second point, flow and rainfall monitoring data. We have installed top flow monitoring on water course 5 and 6 and precipitation gauge, and we use the results of these flow monitoring data to recalibrate the hydrology models. Then we used it to update the hydraulics and floodlines. And this year, HCA was satisfied from this work. Wood Lot 6, we couldn't access the road to classify the Wood Lot 6, and we agreed with HCA at that time to address the Wood Lot 6 issue as part of the secondary plan policies, and this is what we did. However, this year in April, we have learned that Wood Lot 6 has been removed. Also, Ward Councillor identified a number of locations with localized flooding problems, and we have investigated all these locations and established or initiated a flood investigation for many of these locations, as well as some of them has been resolved by road operations staff, and some of them we are collaborating with our colleagues in growth management as part of the pilot program for private drainage issues. So today we are seeking council directions to file the sub-watershed study for 30-day public review.
Thank you. So questions on the sub-watershed study? Stay there, please, Naheed Johnson. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, and thank you, Naheed, first of all, for coming around with me to the ward and some of the hot spots where the flooding issues are. Mrs. Vergere is actually here with us today, so she's one of the hot spots we were talking about, and I'm glad we're putting an amendment forward that whatever happens in that area, it will be incorporated to ensure that no more chronic flooding problems.
Excuse me, Councillor, just a second. Can everybody hear what's being said?
Oh, sorry.
Speak closer to the mic, please, or louder.
Can we turn them up? I've never been told to speak up, but that's good. Thank you. Naheed, thank you very much for coming around with me to the ward and some of the hot spots, especially along Barton Street. Mrs. Vergere is here today, that she was one of the ones that we went to visit, you and I, as well as a few other, the residents, Mike Pike as well. And I noticed that we've put together an amendment to the watershed study that basically says that all the research that you've done with me going through the ward to pick out those chronic areas, that they'll be captured going forward, so that we're not going to have a more negative impact on the area, that chances are that we'll capture those chronic flooding problems going forward. So that's good news for those residents. I'd like you to comment for me, please, through you, Chair, about Woodlot number 6. All of a sudden it disappeared. My understanding is, and I'll maybe put this direction to Mr. McCabe, my understanding is that the property owner actually came forward with some studies to prove that the woodlock had no significant value. It was part of an OMB settlement. We were told as this committee that that's what happened. They came forward with some studies. The Hamilton Conservation Authority and our staff went on that property to confirm what those studies said, and the woodlot then was removed. Not that it just disappeared. So can someone confirm that for me, please?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask our environmental planner, Kathy Plaus, to confirm that, because I don't know the background.
Good morning, Ms. Plaus. Please speak clearly into the microphone.
Through the chair to the councillor. Yes, the woodlot was removed, so I believe there's a couple trees left, literally, but the entire woodlot basically has been removed, and the main reason was that it was not regulated under the regional woodland conservation bylaw, so the density of the trees in the woodland didn't meet the definition of a woodland in the bylaw, so they removed it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Just to be clear through you, Chair, to Catherine. Catherine, we were given an OMB settlement between us and the property owner about that woodlot, and it was, from what I read and what I remember about reading that report, was that the property owners came through with a study to suggest that it was not a woodlot that's worth preserving, and therefore that's why the staff was content to allow the woodlot to be removed, correct?
Ms. Plaus?
Through the chair to the councillor, the woodlot, we never agreed that the woodlot should be removed. What happened was the enforcement, the municipal law enforcement section of the city went on the site and agreed with their assessment that it was not a woodland under the bylaw, but that's separate from what we were trying to work out with them under the official plan appeals.
Thank you. Councillor?
Okay, thank you. Through you to Catherine, just one last time, please. So the property owner came forward with evidence that it was not a woodlot, and therefore there was no other choice but to allow them to remove the woodlot. Would that be a better way of wording it?
Thank you. Ms. Platts?
Through the chair to the councillor, the municipal law enforcement section found that under the Regional Woodland Conservation Bylaw, the woodlot was not regulated.
Okay, thank you. And Catherine, through you, Chair, if this SCUBE process had been through, if it had been finalized and it identified that woodlot as a core area, would it have been difficult for the property owner to remove it?
Thank you. Ms. Platts?
Through the chair to the councillor, not necessarily, because what ultimately protects all woodlots, whether they're environmentally significant areas or core areas or even wetlands, is the tree cutting bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor?
So through you to Catherine, we don't have a tree cutting bylaw? Is that what the problem is? That's why he was allowed to take that woodlot out?
Through the chair to the councillor, we do have a regional bylaw. We do have a City of Stoney Creek bylaw, but this particular woodland was a really unique situation. It was a woodland. I've never seen anything like it before, actually. So it was highly contaminated, you would say, with invasive species, European buckthorn. So they formed such a dense canopy underneath the trees in the woodland. So this is an invasive non-native species. They formed such a dense canopy in the understory that everything else was, all the other plants were, and shrubs and saplings of trees were crowded out. So the woodland did not meet the density of a woodland in the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Nahed, again, for the extra work you've put in there for us and the residents that are facing on to Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just would like to highlight one point. We received a concern from a stakeholder regarding pond 9.3. 9.3, and we met with the stakeholder and we discussed the location, and we agreed, or our understanding that we reached an agreement that this concern will be addressed through the block servicing strategy for the exact location, and detailed grading surveys will be undertaken as part of the block servicing plan.
Thank you. Councillors, any further questions on the sub-watershed study? Seeing none, thank you, Nahed.
Thank you.
Ms. Mahood, if you'd like to continue, please.
Hi. Thank you. So to continue on with the secondary plan process, an important starting point for the development of the secondary plan was to develop a vision statement that would represent what the community would be like over the next 20 years. The vision that was developed with the community addressed the following key components: 2 communities connected together, residential with a variety of housing choices, higher density residential at appropriate locations, schools, parks, and trails, a focal point including a community activities such as a rec center and a farmer's market. And from this vision, the goals and objectives were developed to provide guidance for the basis of the secondary plan policies and land use. On October of 2008, 3 land use concepts were developed to provide 3 different land use scenarios to act as a catalyst to stimulate discussion. Concepts A and B were developed by the Community Advisory Committee, and Concept C was developed by staff to provide a different perspective than the other 2. Concept A contemplated the lowest projected population at approximately 16,000 future residents. Concept B contemplated the second lowest projected population at approximately 17,900 residents. And Concept C, which was the staff-developed concept, contemplated the highest projected population at 20,800 residents. All of these concepts were presented to the public in June 2009 for comment.
Sir, please take the phone call outside. I'll ask one more time. Please shut your phones off. Ms. Hood, please continue.
Thank you. So as part of the planning exercise for the concept designs, each were to include at a minimum the following: a community focal point, a transit route, 3 new schools, higher density residential, a community park, and an open space for an outdoor market. Based on the comments received at the public information on the 3 concepts, along with the secondary plan vision, goals, and objectives, internal comments received from staff, recommendations from the supporting studies, as well as relevant policy direction, a recommended land use plan was developed. The staff recommended plan was then presented to the public in June 2010 for comment. This staff recommended plan contemplated a projected population of approximately 15,600 future residents. And now I'd like to walk you through the key components of the staff recommended plan for Fruitland-Winona. The Fruitland-Winona secondary plan area is approximately 290 hectares of land, which equals 717 acres, and is divided in the middle by the lands within the Greenbelt Plan. It is bound by Barton Street to the north, Highway 8 to the south. We have the eastern limits of Winona proper to the east, some lands north and south of the CN rail lines, and as well as Fruitland Road to the east, or west, sorry. In November of 2008, the transportation master plan that was carried out for this study area identified the collector road system for the area, which is identified in red. Back in 1992, an environmental assessment was carried out for Fruitland Road, which proposed a Fruitland Road bypass. However, it was never, the works were never initiated, and the EA expired in 1997. As part of the secondary plan process, an environmental assessment was carried out for Fruitland Road. This environmental assessment recommended a new north-south collector road between Fruitland Road and Jones that would serve as a new truck route and higher order transit route for the study area. The proposed alignment for this road will be determined through the completion of phase 3 during the EA during development application process. And this is the proposed location of that new north-south collector. The Stoney Creek urban boundary east and west subwatershed studies identified the natural heritage system for the secondary plan area, which is identified in green on this slide. Additional stormwater management issues that were identified and the recommendations from the subwatershed study have been addressed through the secondary plan policies and will be discussed later on in my presentation. There were a number of existing or pre-approved land uses that have been recognized in the secondary plan. These include the Horizon Utilities site and an existing cemetery at Jones Road and Highway number 8, the gray and the green in this area, as well as the school site on Lewis Road, which is shown in blue here, the Grand Olympia Banquet Hall, which is at the corner of Fruitland Road and Barton Street, as well as some smaller institutional uses along Highway number 8, and the large format commercial at the QEW 50 Road and existing employment lands in this area as well. Also recognized is the existing community of Winona, Ridgeview Estates, and as well as the recently Ontario Municipal Board approved Foothills of Winona development. As part of the secondary plan study, a recreation needs assessment was carried out and identified the need for one community park for the study area and that it be located as westerly as possible. And the community park is identified here in this darker green. Community parks are generally drive-to facilities. They contain more intense recreational activities than neighborhood parks, and they should be located on arterial roads, transit routes, so that they are easily accessed by walking, biking, and bus or rapid transit. They generally serve more than one neighborhood. In addition, 4 new neighborhood parks were required for the secondary plan based on the official plan requirements for parkland, and these parks have been distributed throughout the secondary plan area, generally within a 400-meter radius. The Public School Board also identified the need for 1 additional school within the study area, and the separate school board identified the need for 2 additional schools, 1 within the western block and 1 within the eastern block. And the 2 school sites are here, and then there's the one on Lewis Road that's existing. During the secondary plan process, the community identified the importance of having a pedestrian connection throughout the study area. In order to promote pedestrian connectivity and active transportation throughout the study area, a 5-kilometer-long pedestrian promenade is proposed on the south side of Barton Street that will run from Fruitland Road to the easterly limits, and that will be a 4-meter-wide meandering path along the south side of Barton. The promenade provides an additional buffer between the residential uses to the south within the secondary plan and the employment uses to the north. It also provides opportunities to enhance the interface along Barton Street between these two areas. This path is adjacent to the proposed higher order transit route along Barton Street and the community park and school focal point for the area. It is to function as a prime pedestrian corridor and cycling corridor for the area. It can create park-like views for the future residential development along Barton Street. In addition, another smaller trail is proposed between Jones Road and the future north-south collector road west of Glover. The highest form of density for the secondary plan is medium density residential 3 and is proposed for the south side of Barton Street and is shown on brown on the slide. This form of density proposes mid-rise residential development and includes built forms such as block townhouses, triplexes, quadruplexes, and apartment buildings. Local commercial uses are also permitted on the ground floor of multiple dwellings, and the maximum height for this designation is 6 stories. The density range is between 60 to 100 units per hectare. The location of medium density 3 along Barton Street was chosen because it supports the adjacent industrial uses to the north by providing opportunities for people to live close to where they work, as well as the ground floor commercial will also support the future residents in this area and the employment areas to the north. It also supports the higher order transit route that's proposed for Barton Street, the community park node and focal point, and the school campus and pedestrian promenade. It has also been located along a major arterial at the northern portion of the plan, away from the Niagara Escarpment in order to protect views of the escarpment and to allow for air drainage for the agricultural areas to the south. The second form of medium density is in the form of medium density residential 2 and is located in the lighter brown along the new proposed north-south collector road. This form of development proposes mid-rise residential in the same development built forms as medium density 3, but at a lower density of 60 to 75 units per hectare and with a maximum of 4 stories. The medium density 2 form of development is proposed adjacent to the north-south collector road between Fruitland and Jones and the higher order transit route in this portion of the plan. It also supports a community park and focal point. Again, local commercial uses are permitted on the ground floor within this designation, which will provide local commercial opportunities for residents within walking distance. The 4-story maximum height enhances compatibility with adjacent future low-density residential. Both the medium density designations provide for density within walking distance to parks, schools, and commercial areas. The following slide provides you with an example of the types of built forms that could be permitted in medium density areas. We have block townhomes and an example of 3-story apartments, some 4-story apartments, and some 6-story apartments. The importance of this designation is to provide a range of different housing opportunities to cater to all members of the community in order that they can have opportunities to age in place. In addition, as we had mentioned before, the medium density residential also permits ground floor local commercial uses, and these are some examples of what this could look like. In addition to the local commercial uses that are permitted in the ground floor of the medium density designation, there are other smaller local commercial areas proposed for the secondary plan area, which are shown in pink. So during the development of the secondary plan, the community identified the importance of a commercial node within the study area. However, back in July 2009, Council approved official plans amendments to permit a large format retail at the intersection of QEW and 50 Road. Because of this pre-approval of this large format retail, an addendum was carried out to the commercial study that was completed for the area, and this addendum indicated that there no longer was the opportunity to provide a viable commercial node within the study area. Rather, it indicated that a rounding out of the existing commercial in Winona would be appropriate and viable, as well as a small commercial area at the intersection of Highway number 8 and Jones Road. And in addition, please keep in mind that local commercial is also permitted in the medium density areas if the market requires it. So low density residential 3 designation, which is shown in yellow now, in the darker yellow on this plan, is generally located along arterial and collector roads and adjacent to medium density. It acts as a transition from the low density 2 areas to medium density areas. It permits lower grade lower profile, grade-oriented built forms such as singles, semi-detached, duplexes, and triplexes, and all forms of townhouses at a density range of 40 to 60 units per hectare with a minimum or maximum height of 3 stories. The low-density residential 2 designation, which is what has filled in the blocks, I guess another lighter yellow, is similar to low-density 3, but at a lower density of 20 to 40 units per hectare. It also permits singles, semi-detached, street townhomes, as opposed to block townhomes in the low-density 3, duplexes and triplexes, and a maximum height of 3 stories. It is generally located within the internal areas of the plan and will be serviced by local or private roads. It is also proposed adjacent to the existing community of Winona in order to respect and be compatible with the stable low-density residential area. In addition, there are 8 residential properties which I've identified here as 1215 to 1239 Barton Street. On the north side of Barton, there were remnant industrial lands from a previous official plan amendment and Ontario Municipal Board decision, which converted the adjoining properties from industrial to residential. And back in March 20th of 2012, Council passed a motion to bring forward official plan amendments for these lands to designate them as residential. As staff was bringing forward the secondary plan, it was appropriate to include these lands at this time. And the following slide indicates some of the forms of housing that you would find in low-density residential. We have small lots, single-detached, single-detached, street townhomes, and semi-detached as well. So in addition to the land use plan and designation, several policies are being brought forward to support the secondary plan. The Fruitland-Winona secondary plan is a challenging area in that there are many landowners and many small land parcels, which causes several challenges regarding servicing. In addition, the plan area is characterized by a relatively flat topography, which requires specific grading and detailed servicing provisions to be made in order to adequately service a future development area. Policies have been included in the secondary plan to enable servicing to be addressed in a comprehensive and coordinated manner. A block servicing strategy will be required based on information provided by the sub-watershed studies and will guide the phasing of development within each block of the study area as identified on this slide. So we have Block 1, Block 2, and Block 3. The block servicing strategy will be prepared by the city in coordination with the Hamilton Conservation Authority. However, in the event that the development community wants to proceed in advance of the city, they can do so as long as they undertake this strategy and conform to the strategy's terms of reference that will be prepared by the city. Policies have been included in the secondary plan that provide for the details of what would be required under the block servicing strategy. Generally, it shall include the following information: the location of schools and parks, detailed road pattern and trails, boundaries of land use categories and densities, consideration for the urban design guidelines, meander belt width assessments, preliminary grading, preferred servicing strategy, stormwater management strategy, phasing, and air drainage. The block servicing strategy also includes policies that require new development to provide for an appropriate transition in height and density adjacent to existing residential development so that it is compatible with the existing residential. In addition, to guide the future development within the secondary plan, urban design guidelines have been developed to support the vision and goals objectives for the plan. These guidelines will assist in the translation of policies and performance standards into a variety of options for the development of built forms within the study area, as well as to guide ongoing future public realm improvements. The Urban Design Guidelines document reflects the overall design intent of the secondary plan and is in specific a number of special character areas, which include gateways at appropriate locations, the community campus node, the Winona local commercial area, the Barton Street pedestrian promenade, the Barton Street built form, the Jones Road neighborhood trail, and the Highway number 8 character road. And this document is intended to guide the improvement of the secondary plan area by providing specific design direction relating to site design, built form, and landscaping. All development in the secondary plan area shall be in accordance with the urban design guidelines. So for the information of Planning Committee today, we've included a breakdown of the percentage of land use categories for the secondary plan designation. Residential development accounts for 59% of the total land area, with 46% in low-density residential and 13% in medium-density residential. Commercial accounts for approximately 11%, but keeping in mind this doesn't include the opportunities for local commercial on the ground floor of medium-density residential area. The remainder is divided amongst institutional employment, natural heritage, and general open space and utilities. The Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan provides a basis for responsible growth and a range of living options for all ages of the community. It provides a variety of land uses and opportunities for people to live, work, learn, shop, and play. It encourages a range of housing choices to meet the needs of people at different stages in their lives. It provides higher densities at appropriate locations, supports nearby employment areas, active transit opportunities such as a pedestrian promenade. It provides a system of parks and open space and places for recreation to support healthy lifestyles. The form and design of new development will respect the character of the existing community to ensure that they are compatible. And finally, the community park and school node in the west portion of the plan will serve as a focal point for the area and will provide the community with a sense of identity and a landmark where people can come together for many reasons, including recreation, education, and social activities. The Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan is a long-range plan that will guide the development and change over this community for the next 20 years. And before I conclude my presentation today, staff has prepared a motion for committee to consider. We recently received some information that the land use designation for the foothills of Winona, which is in here, which is a low-density residential 2, does not permit all forms of townhomes, which was approved under the Ontario Municipal Board decision. So we would like to bring forward the motion to amend that for a site specific for that property to permit the all forms of townhouses within the low density residential 2 designation. They have also asked for a redesignation of additional lands that weren't part of that board decision. However, we would like to still keep those as low density 2 in our plan.
Sorry, to be clear, those are staff amendments?
Yes.
And do we have them written out for the members? Thank you. If we could make sure they all have them.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So.
That would be H on the amendment sheet in yellow.
Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation for today.
Mr. McCabe, Mr. Mallard, any summary comments before we go to committee members? Thank you. Committee members, questions of staff. Councillor Collins and Councillor Johnson. Sorry, Councillor Johnson first, Councillor Collins. Actually, if you don't mind, Councillor Collins, we'll go to the 2 ward councillors first. So Councillor Johnson, Councillor Pearson, then yourself.
Thank you. And as I wrote in my email to my colleagues, I have a long list of questions here, so please indulge me. Alyssa, can you please do me a favor and go back to the list for the CAC of the meetings? Wow. Oh, sorry. I didn't know it was off the other side. Thank you. So, Alyssa, I don't know whether you were, can you go back to the meetings?
Sorry.
List. Thank you. Through you, Chair. Alyssa, I don't know whether or not you were part of this process. I know I wasn't. I came in and visit once in a while, but I wasn't a part of it. So were you a part of this process?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, I was a part of the process. I initiated the process back in 2007. Then I left had children, but I've been in the planning department, so I worked closely with the former planner who was on this project. So.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair. Meeting 1 to meeting 10. I understand this started in 2007. For meeting 10, when did that finish?
The last meeting was held in June 17th of 2010.
2010, and June 2010?
Yes. June 17th.
Excuse me, through you, Chair. So the meeting 10 was actually with the CAC, or was it an open house?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, it was a community advisory committee meeting on June 10th.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to point out to my colleagues, this was a 3-year process. We had a group of residents. Nobody got paid to be in that room as far as the volunteers were concerned. And this was what was designed for them for each meeting as they came in. So let's, they've worked very, very hard. So I just wanted to point that out. Just to go to now the conceptual, if you don't mind, please. Oh, you just passed it. Okay. So I just wanted to get this out in the open here. Concept A was half the focus group. Concept B was the other half of the focus group's concept, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, yes.
Thank you. And concept C was a concept that the staff brought in for discussion purposes, if I remember what you've written in your report and what you've said today. Correct?
Yes, through you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Now, my understanding is that the CAC discussed all three concepts. Are you aware of which one that they endorse or which one that they would like to pull forward?
Through you, Chair. Yep. It's my understanding that it's concept C.
Thank you. So now they have concept C, the CAC, who's been working at this for 3 years. Concept C was the one that they, if you will, they said, okay, this is our preferred site. Was now that when I see the plan in front of us, it's not the same. Was the one we have in front of us today that the staff is recommending, was it ever taken back to the CAC to say, here is the one going forward and this is why we made those changes?
Ms. Mahood?
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair. It is my understanding that there was an attempt made at the last Community Advisory Committee meeting to go over that plan with the committee.
And through you, Chair, to Alyssa, what do you mean there was an attempt?
It was, it was brought forward at that committee meeting, and there were other concerns and issues that the Community Advisory Committee wanted addressed and questions answered. It's my understanding that it was presented there. I am not sure if the details of the land use changes were presented. We have minutes from all those meetings that we have available that we can go through there.
Okay.
If you'd like to have a copy.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Because when I read this, folks, back and forth, so I'm just letting you know. On page 67 of 155, I believe that is Appendix A, City Council will be advised of CAC's opinions. And in the staff report, I don't see it. So does the CAC support the plan going forward right now? The one that the staff is asking for?
Ms. Mahood?
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair. The opinions of the Community Advisory Committee were made available to Council as part of this public meeting. It will be made available through the delegations that will be speaking. The opinions of the Community Advisory Committee were balanced, along with the technical studies, along with the opinions and the comments from the general public as well, in addition, not only the Community Advisory Committee. So we've taken all this information and put forward a best possible plan, trying to balance all the interests where we could.
Oh, and I understand that through you,
Order.
Chair. And I understand that through you, Chair, but it says that City Council will be advised of the CAC opinions, and I didn't see that anywhere. I really looked hard. So can you just confirm with me that their opinions or their endorsement or lack of endorsement is not in this project, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's copies, tables within that report showing the comments that were received and the issues that were raised throughout the Community Advisory Committee process and the Public Information Center. And if I grab my binder, I could show you what page they are, but they're detailed of what the issues were.
Okay, so through you, Chair,
Do you wish her to grab her binder?
Sorry?
Do you wish her to grab her binder?
No, I'm just going to be general at this point. I'm sure people coming forward will tell you exactly. So just to be clear, you've put in some of the opinions and some of the issues that were raised, but we did not actually put in whether or not the CAC was 100% behind this or they're saying no or whatever. I just want to be clear with that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So having said that, the public information centers, there were 4 of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were all 4 of them surrounding the plan that's going forward today? Or
Mr. Chair, no, they were not. The public information centers, typically when we have consultation, we begin with an introductory public information center that would initiate the project, talk about how we got to basically the urban boundary expansion, what the provincial policies and directions are, what the framework we have to work within as for secondary planning, and also describe the process and what is a secondary plan. So the first one would just be introducing the project and getting some basic feedback on the issues and opportunities.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you had 4 community open houses, but the 4th one, June the 24th of 2010, was the one that we're seeing right now. That's the plan in front of us right now, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Do you want me to turn to the actual?
Oh, that's okay. That's
okay.
But the one
that you're seeing is generally the same as that one. There were modifications made as a result of the subwatershed studies.
Okay.
So you'll see less of the the green.
Why don't we go to that slide?
Okay.
Sorry, maybe that'll make it easier.
Please, Ms. Mahood.
Thank you. Okay, so through you, Chair, to Alyssa, this is the plan that went forward to the community on June the 24th, 2010, correct?
No, through you, Mr. Chair. No, this is not the plan. It is almost exactly the plan, but it has less of the core areas identified and some minor changes that came out of the subwatershed study. So there's more residential. So the woodlot's no longer in existence. Woodlot, is it 6?
6.
Yeah, so that's not there anymore. As well as there was some more, I guess, core areas that were identified near Barton Street. They're no longer there. As well as there's the addition of 2 neighborhood parks due to the removal of these natural heritage features, the population increase, and under the standards, under the official plan, we had to provide for 2 more neighborhood parks within the area, as well as the Foothills of Winona application now recognizes what was approved under the Ontario Municipal Board. And I think that's the bulk of it.
All right, so we have the 3 concept plans that were done with the CAC, and the one that the CAC agreed to or said that this is the one that they liked the best can you explain the population growth with that one, please?
Yep, I have it on a slide if you...
Sure, yeah, I'm sorry.
So it's my understanding that this was the preferred CAC plan.
Councillor, is that the correct one?
Yes.
Thank you.
Staff concept was the preferred plan from what I understand.
Yeah. So the projected population for this plan is 20,800 residents.
And through you, Chair, to Alyssa, of all 3 concept plans, this is the one that had the most density as far as the amount of people coming in, correct?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. The differences in this plan and the finer plan, the major differences is they had higher density along Highway 8. So the majority of the density was now proposed along Highway 8. It included mixed uses as well as a medium density 4. The difference in the preferred plan that was brought forward was that because of the air drainage issue that was identified during the process, and as well as to protect views to the escarpment, the most appropriate place for the higher density was along Barton Street, as well as to support the higher order transit in that area. So it had been moved north. As well, we had more information on the number of parks that were required and the recreation needs assessment, which identified a community park in the western block.
Thank you, Alyssa. Now, you've had these you've had these public information centers, you've had the CAC, and you've read all the papers that are coming in. What would you put down if you had to pick the biggest concern of all this plan, the one going forward today? What is the biggest concern for everyone?
Ms. Mahood.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I have heard what we heard back on May 23rd at your meeting, and as well I've had a number of stakeholders who have come to see me since then, and generally, I feel this is a plan that is supported by the community. I don't feel that it's strongly opposed. We have, from what there were people who have contacted me that are in support of this as well. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a long day. We have 27 registered speakers. If there's going to be outbursts like that, I have the power simply to clear the room. You'll be able to sit out there, hear out there, but you won't be in here. We'll either do it very respectfully, or we'll do it with an empty chamber and you'll be sitting outside. So please contain yourselves. You'll all have an opportunity, those who wish to speak. Let's be respectful of the speakers. Agreed? Thank you. Ms. Mahood, please proceed.
Thank you. One of the biggest things that stands out in my mind is after speaking to people that they needed clarification on what things meant. And for the majority of the people we've met with, the issues range from the concerns that the city is going to expropriate their land for medium density residential, and down to the need for more parks, the need for less parks. So it's a range of options, but given the opportunity to meet with people, we've been able to explain the process and explain what these land uses mean and what the impact would be for them.
Okay, thank you for that, Alyssa. Through you, Chair. I'm a little confused, to be honest with you, Alyssa, because since day one, I've always had the public be concerned about the density. The 4- and 6-story apartment buildings was indeed a big, major issue. And on the May 23rd meeting, that came out loud and clear as well. So I just wanted to give my colleagues a little bit of background. When I came on this job, I publicly said that I thought that the two focus groups actually cheated off each other because they were very, very similar, and that I would do what I could to see what we can to bring the concept plans back. When I see that 20,000 people are coming in, I'm not on board for that. I'll be honest with you, because that has been the major concern for the community, is that 20,000, 15,000. When you have a small community to begin with, you're trying to triple the amount of people coming in. That raises concerns and makes people nervous. So what I did was, I had a meeting of some concerned citizens who, and we picked old, new, we picked people that have been in the area for years, people who just arrived, female, male, about 10 people, just to have fresh eyes look at the present one. So if you can go to the present plan, please. Thank you. And I had them come and take a look and say, what did you think? And right off the top, everyone was concerned about the density. There was also some issues about the air drainage, and Mr. Soltis is here today, so I will allow him I will welcome him to speak on this. But one of the things that came out, the main thing that came out, was the density itself. So then I had a meeting with the stakeholders and asked them if they would meet with these residents and see if we could come up with something that we could take to the staff. And we did, and we had that meeting. And this was all done last year. And what we did was we asked you, the staff, to come in and listen to what we were talking about. So do you remember that was one of the biggest issues, was the density?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify back on, the proposed plan is only contemplating 15,600. The 20,000 was the staff concept that we drafted for a different perspective than the other three. So this one is about 5,000 less.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
No, I understand that. That's why I said I'm not on board for bringing more people in. So what I said was, at that meeting, when you had, some residents were in the room, stakeholders in the room, I heard loud and clear for the three prior meetings that the density was an issue. So I just wanted you to confirm.
Through you, Mr. Chair. From that meeting, I heard that there were concerns with height. The density ranges that we are providing are in line with the Urban Hamilton official plan, and we are also providing densities that will help us to achieve the 70 people and jobs per hectare that is approved in the Urban Hamilton official plan. We are providing that opportunity to achieve that. We don't know what the mix will be in the units or the types of forms of housing. The market would dictate that, but that opportunity is there as per the
guidelines. Just let her finish answering. Please answer.
And in order to do that, that is to meet the province's requirement of 50 people and jobs per hectare across the citywide.
Yes, thank you, Alyssa. But my question was, the one concern that we had, and it was a major concern we had, was the density, and I'm asking you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So we have also addressed that by lowering the medium density 3 to permit it from 60 to 100 units per hectare, as opposed to 75 to 100 units per hectare, which is an urban OP, and this will allow for block townhomes to be built on these properties as well, so you won't be forced to have a wall of apartments. So we've made that adjustment in order to provide for that.
Repeat that last part, please.
Okay, the Urban Hamilton official plans, medium density 3 is generally 75 units to 100 per hectare.
Yes.
What we have done is lowered that density to 60 to 100 to allow for the variation of forms of housing, so you will also be able to build block townhouses in this area. If we didn't do that, in order to meet that density, the developers would have had to be building multiple dwellings, like 3-story apartments and whatnot.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, Alyssa, because one of the things that the stakeholders came very clear with was that the 4- and 6-story apartment buildings are just not cost effective, and the residents were concerned about the density. So I just wanted to make that very, very clear. Then on May the 23rd, I had not a public planning meeting, I had a community meeting. And we were absolutely thrilled of the turnout that came out, but unfortunately it also caused problems because we could only seat 150 people in the room, and we had another 150 out in the atrium, and more were turned away by the police, and people just drove away because they couldn't even get a parking spot near. So my understanding is, as well as the process being part of their complaint, again, I heard loud and clear it was the density issues. Would you agree?
Ms. Mahood.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we heard densities. That was one of the issues.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Right now, the provincial policy statement and places to grow state that 50 person per hectare is the minimum. That's what they would like you to achieve.
Ms. Mahood?
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
What is the density projection here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, 73 people and jobs per hectare.
Great.
It provides an opportunity to achieve that, but we don't know until
Okay,
the homes
thank you.
get built.
And right now, do you have an idea of what the density is in the Winona proper?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the density, I could check. I probably do have it, but I know the population is approximately for the entire study area is 3,000, so...
No, I meant Winona proper, sorry, the settlement area in Winona right now. My understanding was that it was 63.
Yeah.
Can you correct me? Or
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, yes, you are correct.
Thank
63.
you. So we're at 63 right now.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. If you add Winona into the density calculations for the entire study area, you will get 63 people and jobs per hectare. The density people and jobs per hectare for Winona, I'm not entirely sure, but we can get that information for you.
Okay, so to be fair, this was all approved by the former city of Stoney Creek. City of Hamilton amalgamated, said wait until we do some land use studies. 2003 came in and said yes, it's fair to expand. And at the time when the city of Hamilton approved the urban boundary in 2003, would it be fair to say the densities would be different than they are today?
Ms. Mahood? No.
Through you, Mr. Chair, are you asking if the densities for the entire area, including the Greenbelt lands?
What I'm suggesting, because 2003 Greenbelt was not there, so what I'm suggesting is, were our standards different back in 2003 when this was approved?
Yes, they were.
And it would be a lot less density, right?
I'm unable to answer that.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, is the urban Hamilton official plan approved yet?
Yes, through you, Chair. It's approved, but under appeal.
Under appeal, so it's not in action right now. Okay, so technically we usually just follow the former city of Stoney Creek, or we follow the old OP, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have, for all secondary plans that have come into place after the Places to Grow growth plan, we have applied the 70 people and jobs per hectare.
But we still, through you, Chair, we also go by the former municipality still, because that's still the ruling plan until everything is cleared up, correct?
Yep, through you, Chair, it is. We implement the Stoney Creek OP for applications within Stoney Creek, but we are still conforming to the policies of the urban OP as well, taking them into consideration because it's a council-approved document.
Mr. Mallard, could you provide clarification, please?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Alyssa's correct. We do reflect the policy in the Urban Hamilton official plan in preparing those documents. So we do adopt the 70 persons and jobs per hectare in preparing our secondary plans.
But through you, Chair, to Mr. Mallard, having answered that question, if tomorrow somebody put a gun to our head and we had to go to the OMB, which plan would be under the ruling right now? So if somebody were to fight this right now and say, we want to keep it at the 2003 OP, because that's what the ruling it's under, would they have a hope in heck just to even win that, the OMB, because they're using the old policies because the new one's not really in effect yet?
Mr. Mallard?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, you'd have to follow the whole hierarchy of policy, including
Yes.
provincial policy.
Right.
So you have Places to Grow, which is in effect, which is 50. We have
Right.
our urban official plan, which has been adopted, but which is under appeal. So we look at all of those policy documents, and
No,
you may
I understand.
recall that when we bring reports forward, under the policy analysis section, we refer to all of the policy documents. Provincial policy statement, Places to Grow. We refer to the local official plan, the urban Hamilton official plan, the Hamilton Wentworth official plan, and any secondary plans that may be in effect. So we do a comprehensive review of all of the policy, but for these purposes, we do follow council-adopted policy.
Thank you. And I'm just asking, through you, Chair, it's at the OMB level, which one do they look at? The new one or the one existing?
Question is at the
It was
OMB, which ones
rhetorical.
would they be dealing with?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll look at provincial policy. Provincial policy is where you start.
It's 50. Thank you. So at the May 23rd meeting, Alyssa, somebody shouted out that they would like to have the Bimbrick Village look. They want something that looks similar to that rather than something with high rises, which in all fairness, out in the country, anything above 3 is a high-rise. And I'm not being facetious, I really mean that. So the one thing that we have in Binbrook Village is extreme chronic parking problems, as you know, because we've sent a lot of applications from this committee back to the staff to take a look at setback rules and parking. And this is the part that I look at this and I start thinking of, this is still a 2-car garage family, if not more. Heaven forbid if you have teenagers, now you have more cars. So right now with nothing in place for this, I'm going back to one of the things that we sent back was for every 4 units, they get 1 visitor parking. Is that still applicable here, or are we changing it for this area? Given that
through the chair, issues like that can be addressed through the zoning bylaw, which we are not bringing forward. We heard those concerns, and there will be traffic impact studies that will be required through the planning approval process as well when applications are received.
And one of the things that also came out loud and clear, Mr. Chair, since I've been here, is that we have nothing for our seniors. Absolutely nothing. They leave Winona. They cannot downsize in Winona. They have to go to Grimsby and Stoney Creek. Where is it in this plan? I know we said we'd like to encourage all ages, but where is it that we want to encourage adult lifestyle developments from our seniors that we can get a lot of density in 1-story buildings, like Villages of Lancaster, like Garth Trails, 20 Place. Those are all 3 of my settlements up on 20 Road that reach a lot of density, and yet they're very quaint little villages, and they're 1-story. There's nothing that's overpowering. Do we have anything in this policy to encourage that?
Through the chair to the councillor, the medium density residential designation provides opportunities to age in place by providing higher apartment buildings that could be serviced by elevators that could service people to age in place, as well as the low density residential 3 does provide block towns and townhomes that would provide a higher density, and as well the community park and focal point can provide opportunities for recreation for seniors as well. Depending on the need, and the rec assessment would determine if that need was required for the study area.
So we're basically saying through you, Chair, that the senior adult lifestyle is just limited to the apartments because they have elevators, but walk-up towns is really not a step down.
Through the chair, no, the market would identify what that need would be, and the developers would be the ones who would be providing that type of housing form to meet that area, that sector.
Okay, thank you. And just 2 more things on density. One is the air drainage. On page 26 of 33 in the staff report, you talk about the air drainage and what would have to be put into place. I just wanted to ask you, if you take a look at the city of Hamilton, 1 smokestack isn't a problem. 2 smokestacks are not a problem. But collectively, the smokestacks now create a compromised air shed. So if we were to put a wall of 6-story apartment buildings, potentially a wall of 6-story apartment buildings across Barton Street, do you not feel that that in itself would be a compromised wall shed, if you will, for the air?
Through the chair to the councillor. During the study, we liaised with OMAFRA to discuss the air drainage issue on the tender fruit farms. They had indicated to us that understanding that this area is in the urban boundary and it will be developed, that things that could be done to help mitigate against that would be to provide the density, higher forms of development as far away from highway number 8 as possible, which we have done, as well as part of the block servicing strategy. A scoped air drainage analysis brief will need to be prepared to include a number of things to evaluate the air conditions and what that would mean for the tender fruit. As well, we provide policies that require the local road pattern to be in a north-south alignment where possible to allow for the air drainage out to the lake as well.
Okay, so through you, we're not saying no to any of this. What we're saying is that as long as we put it farther away, the better. And that if we reposition them, then it'll allow the air to go through.
Yeah. Through the chair to the councillor, that was a direction that we received from OMAFRA. The recommendations that they gave to us that we were mitigating for the air drainage. Maybe I could defer this to Michelle. She was the one who was dealing with them and has more information on the topic.
Michelle, if you could also indicate what OMAFRA stands for those who don't know.
The Ontario Ministry of Food and Agricultural and Rural Affairs.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Alyssa's correct. That is the information that we had received in dealing with the province. The only thing that I would add is that the flexibility that's now been added to the medium density 2 along Barton Street in terms of permitting towns also permits alternate forms, so you won't have that wall or block that you're concerned about along Barton Street.
Councillor?
Thank you. And I'll come back to air drainage later. On page 13 of 117 in Appendix B, F, second dwelling units. Am I reading this correctly? Is Winona be able to now start severing their properties even if they are in a single residential area?
The second, sorry, through the chair to the councillor, the second dwelling units is carried over from the Urban Hamilton OFE policies to provide a variety of options of housing choices and to provide for aging in place as well.
So just to be clear, where the light yellow is, this is now the settlement of Winona currently, the way that this is written, that people will be able to sever their lots, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, I want to look at the policies to confirm that in relation to where it is in the designation. My assumption is it's not to sever, but to provide a second dwelling unit, like a granny suite. But I'd have to defer that to Michelle Sergi to answer.
Michelle, you want to, and then Mr. Mallard. Michelle. Thank
Through
you.
the chair, that's not the intent of those policies. It's similar, what we refer to as accessory apartments. So it's a unit within the single detached dwelling. It's not intended for it to be permissions for severances.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the clarification. And I just want to make this clear for those at home. There's someone going around knocking on doors saying that the City of Hamilton is going to buy you out, take your house down, and put a 6-story apartment building up. And that has just gotten the community absolutely, and rightfully so, upset beyond belief. So I want to make this clear today, and I'll ask any of our senior planners, our senior staff, and my colleagues to hear this out through you, Chair.
I have a word for it, but go ahead.
Mr. McCabe, are we in the position to buy people out, tear their houses down, and put whatever we want up as long as it's according to that plan?
That would not be the intent, Mr. Chair.
So the answer is no?
No.
Thank you. Okay, so now if we can just go to parks for a minute, please. And just for the record, the Winona Elementary School, it's on the corner of Lewis and Barton. There's a park that's situated behind there. And during the May 23rd meeting, I said that we owned that park. So just to be clear, we offered for that park. The Board of Ed came back with a much higher price, so we pulled the trigger and asked for an arbitrator to come in and settle the price. Once the arbitrator has settled the price, we are obligated to pay that price. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Mallard or Mr. McCabe. True?
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, that's correct. That's the process.
Thank you. So for all intents and purposes, we have that park. We just haven't given the check for it yet. Okay, so the community park, everyone knows that I have some concerns about this. This was put in there before Sherwood Park was purchased. It was also before my intent to go after Winona Public School. So just to be clear, I asked the staff, we've got what they deem as the highest density surrounding this park, and yet we have no plans for this park right now, except just to set that stuff aside. I have some real concerns about this because if we're putting a lot of density around this park and then we don't build the park until years and years and years later, it really rips people off in that area. My question to you, Alyssa, is we've put 2 schools backing onto the community park. What if at one point or time the schools decide that they don't want that property anymore and they move on? What happens to the community park then?
Through the chair to the councillor, the 2 school sites are separate from the community park designation. There are policies in the secondary plan that allow that if any portion of the area designated community park or the schools are no longer needed, that the properties fronting onto Barton could be developed as medium density residential as long as a neighborhood park remained in the area. And there's policies in there. There's a site specific for that area that refers to those. So they would not need an amendment to this plan.
Councillor.
Thank you. I would rather see us take that money that we're going to spend on a community park and divvy it up and scatter that money throughout the community to create more parks. I've never had anybody come to me and say, I need another baseball diamond or another soccer field. They always come to tell me, why do I have to drive my child to a park? So, Appendix A to page 27 of 117, C. I would like it to put down either that we encourage or we prefer, whenever possible, the city will negotiate with the developers
Councillor, we're
to
still
construct.
asking questions of staff.
I'm just going to ask if that's appropriate. Negotiate with developers to construct neighborhood parks during the construction of the subdivision. So is that through you, Chair, to senior staff, is that appropriate if we put in encourage or prefer? We would prefer rather than wait around for us.
Why don't we let them come back to that
Okay.
after we finish the rest of the questions,
Thank
please?
you.
We're starting to get into amendments, and that's not where
Thank
we
you.
are in the agenda. Questions of Ms.
through
Mahood
you-
for the clarification.
Through you to Alyssa, you've put down a pedestrian to go along Barton Street. This has got quite the setback. It's got berms involved. How do we accomplish this? If we've got people on Barton Street, we're not in the business to expropriate. We're not in the business to buy people out. How is this going to happen when we have people living fairly close to Barton Street? They don't have the setback. So how is this going to happen?
Ms. Mahood.
Through the chair to the councillor, the Barton Street pedestrian promenade will be included within the road right of way. So we have added additional 4 meters on the south side of Barton Street. It will be acquired through development applications. However, we understand that there are existing residential along Barton that may not be developed as this promenade is being constructed, and we can provide opportunities to meander that back to the sidewalk, as well as a Barton Street environmental assessment will be carried out, and a streetscape master plan would be coming in at the tail end of that environmental assessment to deal with some of those issues.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Also, I think that one of the things, Alyssa, you will agree that during the May 23rd meeting that there were traffic problems. Currently, there are traffic problems in this area as it is. So we have ditches that are along Barton Street right now. And my understanding is, well, we can't put proper sidewalks up against ditches. So through you, Chair, to Tony, my understanding is that there is going to be urbanization along Barton Street. Can you please give the folks at home and those here today when that's going to occur?
Mr. Sergi.
Through the chair to the councillor, can you please repeat that question? I'm sorry.
When is Barton Street to be urbanized so they can get rid of the ditches and get proper sidewalks in?
Through the chair to the councillor, I don't have an exact date. I believe we're doing an environmental assessment on Barton Street as part of Schedule C, I believe. Timing-wise, I would believe we would have to construct the centralized pond facilities to provide for an outlet for the urbanized section. As Alyssa has mentioned, we may have to buy additional lands to accommodate the drainage features to eliminate the existing ditches. So, as I said, once we complete the studies, I would like to see it all go comprehensively, but that'll be subject to the final EA.
Thank you, Tony. Through you to Tony, I think you will agree that when you look at Winona Elementary School, they have sidewalks and they go right to the property line and they stop. So we have sidewalks that go nowhere. So it's very frustrating for the kids to get to school. It's very frustrating for people to walk along Barton Street that they don't have a proper sidewalk. We have an asphalt pathway, and that's all we can put up right now for ditches. I think you will agree. You've been there. You've seen it. Okay, through you to Alyssa about the commercial. One of the things that came out very loud and clear in the May 23rd meeting was that there was some plans for a commercial node to be included within the lands, not just in the Winona proper, but more so in, and just for clarifications for my colleagues, this here is Glover Road, and here over is Fruitland, and over here, this is Winona. So if you've been living there for a number of generations, you know exactly where you live. So in the Fruitland area, there was supposed to be, or there was talk of either here or here, to have a little commercial node for people to be able to walk to and get some of their things done. Where did it go?
Through the chair to the councillor. Initially, there was a commercial assessment that was completed that identified that commercial opportunities were needed in Lower Stoney Creek. We had provided scenarios of the alternatives showing commercial nodes within the area. However, once the application was approved for the large format retail at the QEW and 50 Road, although it was outside of our study area, just like the employment lands to the north and the agriculture to the south, they still have an impact, and we have to consider that when we make recommendations. So what we did is we had an addendum that was completed that to the commercial study to evaluate and see whether or not we would be able to support the local commercial that we had proposed in the earlier plans. And that addendum said that our proposals had contemplated a significantly more retail space than would be supported in the planning area. So we had to remove that. What it did recommend is that a rounding out of Winona proper, the local commercial in that area, and providing policies that allow for that area to redevelop as a more pedestrian-friendly area with a mix of different uses that would be more typical of a main street, as well as it provided an opportunity to provide, it said it recommended an opportunity to provide some local commercial at Jones and Highway 8 at that intersection. And keeping in mind that we, in order to provide local commercial opportunities, we have in the medium density designation, it is permitted, and if the market warrants it, then it will be built there, and that will provide further opportunities.
Okay, thank you. Alyssa, through you, Chair, what's that building right there at the corner of Jones and number 8?
Through the Chair to the Councillor, that is the Municipal Centre.
That's the Municipal Centre, through you, Chair, where the RCMP is situated in that. So how is commercial going to go there, Alyssa, unless we sell the Municipal Centre, we kick out the RCMP? How does that work?
Right. Through the Chair to the Councillor, this is a 20-year plan, and we are providing opportunities for the next 20 years. It may not happen today, but we're providing that opportunity, and we're also supporting the reuse of that building, proposing that a reuse of the existing centre be adapted to accommodate a larger floor area ratio that would normally be required or permitted in local commercial.
Okay. So just to be clear, from here to here is 4.5 kilometers. If we put it up here, I would suggest we're going almost 5.5. So for someone to get what they need for their home, they're going to have to, there's no walking, so they're going to have to drive there, because I can't imagine somebody walking 3 kilometers to go get a bag of milk, not like the old days. So if we're promoting a walkable community, would you agree that it would be probably preferable to see some sort of a commercial node in here to allow people to walk there rather than to get in their car and to go over here?
Through the Chair to the Councillor, the medium density residential will provide for that local commercial opportunity if the market requires it.
Okay.
We could not support providing that recommendation in this plan with the results of that study, and knowing that possibly if that was not viable, then we were setting up landowners for costly fees and amending the official plan from that local commercial use to residential.
But through you, Chair, to Alyssa, if we keep it at medium density, we're allowing them to do commercial anyway, so there's no big hoops to drop through.
Through the Chair to the Councillor, no, there's no big hoops. If they want, they can have local commercial in the ground floor only of a mixed-use building. Otherwise, it could be all residential,
okay,
but no standalone commercial.
The next one I wanted to talk to you about was a utility that's right here. This is currently owned by Horizon Utilities. I talked to Mr. Where'd it go? I talked to Mr. Fletcher. You have some wording in here I want to talk to you about later, and it's basically to strike out anything to do with waste management and transportation yards. So let's see. The Fruitland Road connector system. Okay, Collins, you gave me the wrong one. Okay, so we've got the collector system. Maybe you can point it out for us, please.
Yeah. Through the Chair to the Councillor, would you like me to go back to the slide that just shows the collector roads, or do you want me to just identify?
You know what, it just makes it easier, so otherwise we'll be waiting all day.
The proposed new roads for the collector system for Fruitland Winona includes this north-south mid-block collector between Jones and Fruitland Road, as well as another north-south collector between Glover and Jones Road. As well, we have an east-west collector between Highway 8 and Barton Street, and a new north-south collector proposed in this location between McNeely and Lewis Road, and as well Highway number 8 and Barton Road are major arterial roads.
Thank you. And once again, Alyssa, through you, are we going to expropriate people to make these roads happen?
Through the chair to the councillor, it is my understanding that until we get to detailed design, we won't know exactly where the location of these roads will go, but it's not in the city's position to expropriate for roads. And maybe I can defer this to Tony or Michelle, but...
We expropriate for roads?
Through the chair to the councillor, we would buy land for road widenings. We would buy land such as for Trinity Church Road, but generally not for local roads that would be driven by developers' applications.
Thank you. And just to be clear through you to Tony, when you say through developer applications, the person on the street doesn't really understand as far as I think. So what this means is that if a developer or a landowner wanted to build a road, they would have to own all the property. In order to do that, the city does not step in and buy it for them, correct?
Mr. Sergi.
Through the chair to the councillor, similar to Mr. McCabe's answer as it related to building the buildings, we would not be building the roads. It would be the developers' applications that are driving the local roads.
Okay, thank you for that. And Alyssa, just to be clear, we're not sure where it's going to come out on Highway 8. When I look at Barton Street, I see 3 gorgeous homes sitting at the end of that other end of that road. In fact, one of the residents spoke out against it, understandably so, that he didn't want to give up his $500,000 home to allow a road to go through it. So just to be clear, Alyssa, this is conceptual only. It's not absolute. We're not going to expropriate 3 buildings, perfectly good buildings, to allow a road to come through, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, correct. It's my understanding through the EA process that phases 1 and 2 identify a general recommended location for a north-south collector. Phase 3 is when you get down to the detailed design and determine exactly where those alignments will be. That is also a public process, and they develop a number of alternatives that are presented and are evaluated and then decided upon.
Okay, thank you. And both Collector A and Fruitland Road have the same future right-of-way widths, whereas 50 Road is smaller. So this is one of the concerns the community has as well, is that 50 Road is going to be a huge main arterial road once Winona Walmart gets built. So can somebody answer me why we're not using the same widths for 50 Road?
Sergi?
Through the chair to the councillor, I have to look at that, but generally we've identified our road width as part of the existing OP. It all depends on what came out of the master transportation study that was completed as part of the study. I would have to look at the exact information and why there's a difference.
I would appreciate that, Tony, because it's very confusing for me as well. Appendix A 81 of 117 talks about all the widening of the roads, and one of them suggests that Winona Road be widened. And I had a very nice lady named Jill who wrote me last night, all in a panic, that we're going to widen Winona Road on them. And they've been there, they don't want to have it widened, their house is going to be in the middle of the street. So can we clarify again that this widening of the road are suggestions, they're just something to put on the docket. That doesn't mean they're coming through, it's just something that the staff is looking at, but it doesn't mean that we are going to do it perfectly, or we're going to do it at all.
Councillor, I could remind you that at one of the previous planning meetings, you actually passed motions regarding expediting the review of 50 Road and the expansion and everything on Barton. So
on Barton Street, yes.
That report should be coming back soon to clarify those positions for you.
This is a little piece of Winona Road that people are a little bit leery about. So can I put you on notice for me, please, Mr. Sergi, to take a look at that plan?
You can move that as a motion at the conclusion of this also, so you can track the outcome.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going back to Fruitland Road. In 1992, when I was reading all this, it recommended that the region at the time recommended that it close and that it becomes a cul-de-sac and a bypass be put into place. In 2013, it recommends no closure, that we're going to put in this road instead. Can somebody speak to why the differences between the two and what happened?
Ms. Mahood?
Yep, through the chair to the councillor. The EA that was carried out in 1992 expired because works had not been initiated. Since that time, the urban boundary expansion came into effect, so it added additional lands to the urban boundary. Through the EA process, all of these things were taken in consideration, and that EA recommended a new north-south collector, and I would ask that possibly Margaret Fazio, who is the project lead on that, could explain the process and possibly what the reasoning was behind this new north-south collector.
If you want to check the microphone on the end, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Margaret. All the concept plans up to this point showed that the bypass was a totally different look than the one we're looking at right now. So I'm just asking you, since 1992 to today, what happened to change the decision from cul-de-sacing off Fruitland Road, putting in a bypass, to the bypass that we're looking at today?
Thank you, Councillor. Ms. Fazio, please. Speak right into the mic.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, the original EA, sorry, the original EA, the 1992 EA, was I guess, ordered or carried out under the direction of Stoney Creek, City of Stoney Creek, and it was prior to the Red Hill Expressway being approved to provide an escarpment crossing for the city. So Stoney Creek on their own, was going to have its own escarpment crossing at the time. That's why the plans were carried out to have a road that would not, that would go directly up onto the mountain. That allowed for a closure of Fruitland Road because the traffic was going to be directed elsewhere. Since that time, the cities amalgamated and the Red Hill Expressway was approved and subsequently built. Therefore, there was no longer a need for another escarpment crossing. So even though that's the case, the EA for Fruitland Road also considered the configuration of the previous bypass and evaluated it equally with other alternatives, and the subsequent evaluation resulted in the configuration that you see today. It was being undertaken it was coordinated with the secondary planning process, so the Fruitland Road EA was not completed until shortly before the secondary planning process public component was completed. So in other words, at the time that the meetings were taking place with the public, the Fruitland Road EA had not concluded and council had not approved the recommended, or as in the EA lingo, it's called the preliminary recommended alternative had not been identified at the time. That's why we were relying on the last approved or last document that we had available. So that's why the planners were using that. That was always explained to the public when we went out to the public, and also the plans that were identified with the old alignment all had something written on them that said that this is still subject to a study and is yet to be confirmed and determined.
Thank you, Margaret. And through you, Chair, to Margaret, just some background, please, and this is just for my own personal. So in 1992, an EA was done. It recommended that that bypass go in as it looked at the day. Then that EA expired, correct?
That's my understanding, yes, it did.
Okay.
It did.
So do we have any understanding why it wasn't complete once the EA was done? My understanding is EAs are good for, at that time, they were good for almost 7 years, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there were, at the time, the shelf life, as we call it, was 5 years long.
Okay, so through you to Margaret, 1992 they were completed, so that takes me to 1997. Why wasn't it done? Why wasn't the road built? Do you have any documentation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was not involved in the process at the time, so I cannot really comment. I understand that
perhaps Councillor Pearson can comment. She was there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that. And I just want to clarify that I appreciate Margaret's information, but it was the region that controlled this project. And I think that's why the timelines were held up. It was at the regional level, because all correspondence that I ever received was through the region to our mayor and deputy mayor at that day. And it was their project, it was their EA. And I think it was issues with regards to the Red Hill, put some bumpers along the way as to how this project progressed. My understanding is when amalgamation came through, because there were funds in a pot at the regional level, when the amalgamation came through, I understand through the first term of the new council that a lot of projects were reviewed and funding for this particular project was pulled. There was no longer any Fruitland Road realignment dollars in the budgets at the region. That's my recollection, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, thank you, Margaret, for those answers. I'm sure we're going to hear more later. Through you to Alyssa, page 26 of 33 in the staff report, you talk about phasing. What does that look like? Is it phasing with the development itself, or is it phasing in house types? What's it phasing?
Through the chair to the councillor, as part of the block servicing strategy, which will be required upfront prior to any development, they will need to determine phasing within each block of the secondary plan. So it wouldn't mean that block 1 would go first. It would be within each block, and I think it would depend on which block was ready to go first, as to which it would go from east to west or west to east.
And thank you, and thanks for my colleagues' indulgence. I have one more question, and then I'll ask more later. On Appendix A, 11 and 12 of 117, throughout the reports, you talk about compatibility and views to the escarpment. My understanding is with the Niagara Escarpment Commission, they have someone that's on staff actually as a landscape architect to make sure that the views to the escarpment is not impeded. It's not in any shape or form done negatively. So how are we going to accomplish this?
Through the chair to the councillor, our Urban Hamilton official plan has policies and guidelines for protecting view sheds. Typically, when there are developments closer to the Niagara Escarpment, if it falls within the Niagara Escarpment Protection Area or an area that they govern, they will also comment on those. And we have in the past provided view shed analysis as part of a requirement of an application. Okay, and thank you. And Chair, those are my questions for now. That doesn't mean I'm not going to have more later. And can you please advise the audience here that when we do step out of the room to go in there to go to the washroom or whatever, we can hear because of the sound system, please. Thank you.
We have a rather large sound system in the antechamber, so when the councillors go in that door, they can hear everything that's going on, and then they can come back in at any given time. When I call a vote, they'll come through that door if they're not in this room. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Pearson, you're next, please. Questions for clarification of staff.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I certainly thank Councillor Johnson for all the investigative work and diligence in reviewing everything. She's done a tremendous amount of work, and numerous questions that I had, I've been ticking off as they've been answered that she has raised, so I appreciate that. But I do want to just ask for a couple more points of clarification, Liz, and I apologize. Can you just reiterate, and I think is more not just for me, but for the public that are here, the policy with regards to the population densities? We've got numbers going all over the board. And I know we started out back in 2010, I think it was 13,000 and change, 15,600 now, projected potentially up to 20,000. Could you just clarify, because that was an issue also at the meeting that Councillor Johnson had a couple weeks ago, with regards to we are projecting 73 persons and jobs per hectare.
Through the chair to the councillor.
And the issue is, just so we can clarify, you can answer it all, is there's a difference between greenfield numbers and everything else, correct? Maybe you could clarify that.
So Ms. Mahood, perhaps you could start with a provincial policy statement, then go through to the urban policies, and then go from there.
Okay, so the provincial policy statement requires that we provide for the opportunity to achieve a minimum density target of people and jobs per hectare, which is 50. And that's across the city as a whole. Our Urban Hamilton official plan and the studies that were carried out to determine how would we be able to achieve a minimum of 50 across the city as a whole, people and jobs per hectare. And they looked at employment forecasting, they looked at the airport lands, they looked at employment lands, looked at the built up areas. And what has been determined is that for greenfield development areas, in order for the city to achieve across the board a 50 people and jobs per hectare, we need to increase the opportunity within a greenfield area to achieve a minimum of 70. That means we need to provide for that opportunity to achieve that. We understand that Does it mean that we're going to get 73 people and jobs per hectare, and that's a steadfast number? We also have to take into account that the employment forecasts they're using, the Hempson forecasts, show that employment continually increases. So it's very hard. There are huge assumptions that are made in these calculations, but what we do is that we have to show that the land uses that we are providing, that with a range of different mix of units and dwelling types, that we can achieve it at a minimum. Providing that opportunity that it can happen.
Appreciate that, and that certainly does give a lot more clarification, because that was a major contentious issue, I understand. So the next question on the same lines as far as densities then, because it was also asked, and you mentioned with regards to, say, a school site, if it does not come to fruition that a school site, we're already proposing in the secondary plan that it would be allowed mid-range density, as opposed to our current plan now in Hamilton. I understand any school sites, we brought the bylaw on a few years ago, are single-family residential, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, actually, the only properties that would revert from an institutional use to a medium density designation would be the ones along Barton that front onto Barton, in keeping with what is proposed along Barton. Anything in behind could revert to the underlying designation, which would be a low density, but we wanted to ensure that still those frontage properties were consistent with what we're proposing in that area.
So it's only that site there that could potentially go to mid-density development.
Through the chair, this site here, and as well as the Lewis Road site, if in the future they indicated that they no longer needed that school site, just the front portion.
Okay, thank you. And just, sorry, I'm going to go out then. When we did our numbers on here, we have a chunk of land that we're aware of that's currently greenbelt. Are we forecasting numbers in there going forward in the future if that changes?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, we aren't looking at that. That is the Greenbelt plan, and it's not, on top of it being Greenbelt, it is also a rural area. It's not within the urban boundaries, so they're not considered in part of the calculations.
So that could potentially be a site that would have to go through a secondary plan in the future?
Through the chair, it would have to be brought into the urban boundary first, and then a secondary planning process second.
Super, thank you. And, sorry. We have areas, and it's mentioned, I think I was looking at page 19 of 33 in the report, it mentions industrial business park potential lands that may not come to fruition, and we're also saying that the rezoning or the potential will be in this plan that it could be rezoned to residential.
Yes,
forecasting those numbers?
Sorry, through the chair. This property, right in here, these properties at front on the north side of Barton?
Correct.
Yes, and they are included in those calculations.
So those numbers are all in the calculation. Yes. I just want to be sure that later on things don't come out that, okay, and you answered the questions on school. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I apologize for jumping back and forth. I just want to make sure I don't ask things the same. Next one, on neighborhood parks. The question was raised with regards to neighborhood parks because we don't have them showing in there, and that would be something that would come through as far as, like, we have some, but I mean, I think what was raised at the community meeting was when you have a development, there'll be some green space that will come with the development. Melissa, can you clarify that?
Through the chair to the councillor. As part of our urban official plan, we are required to provide 0.7 hectares of parkland for every 1,000 population. The secondary plan has identified the required parkland requirements dealing with the projected population for this area, which is 4 new neighborhood parks, which would be about 2 hectares in size. Anything additional could be proposed by the developer, but the city would not be purchasing those lands. The money that would be received through development applications will go towards purchasing, the 5% would go towards the green, the dark green that's in this area, but anything in and above the developers could do on their own as well.
So it doesn't preclude that it can't happen. It can happen. It's just the city is not purchasing these. We are making the commitment that we will pursue through parkland dedication. But if they do go forward with developers, they could be in their application with a bit of green space, and the city would take that land would then be dedicated back to the city afterwards, or does it stay in private ownership?
Ms. Mahmood?
Through the chair to the councillor, it's my understanding that no, the city would not take those lands. We have requirements and standards for the development of neighborhood parks and the minimum size they need to be for programming and whatnot. Therefore, that's why parkettes are not also included in the parkland dedication requirements or the requirements for parkland neighborhood parks for the city.
Okay, so let me just ask the question again, because my question is, so when you're saying parkettes or little neighborhood parks, that I have numerous in Ward 10, and that was the comparison that was raised. The city would not then, they would not be dedicated over to the city for the city to maintain.
Through the chair to the councillor, as moving forward from this secondary plan on, we do not, it is not the city's goal to support parkettes unless they're in areas like the downtown and urban areas where we're very deficient in green space, but parkettes don't factor into the neighborhood parkland requirements. Moving
We're
forward.
asking councillor who's maintaining those parks.
That's my question, but going forward, I'm sure that
after the development is approved, the park is in place, who maintains the parks?
Through the councillor to the chair to the councillor, if it's a designated neighborhood park, the city maintains that. It's my understanding if there's, I'm not sure, we'd have to ask someone from Public Works, but it was my understanding that they maybe from historically have parkettes, they will maintain them, but going forward, they're not part of the parkland dedication.
So my understanding then, Mr. Chairman, thank you for clarifying and trying to clarify, is that any parks that developers may be required or may want to put into developments going forward in the future will be up to the responsibility of someone in that development. So it sounds like it's potentially all going to be condominium with private ownership, but we'll have to have that ongoing maintenance responsibility. So
common area.
Yes, thank you. And my next question, and it was touched on also with regards to 50 Road, and I know there's a review, so I'm going to leave that with Tony with regards to the review coming back, and that we be sure, and I'm assuming there'll be road dedications that will be required, and that will be in a policy going forward through you, Mr. Chairman, correct?
That's my understanding, Mr. Sergi.
Sergi?
To the chair, to the council, yes, road widenings and dedication will be part of any subdivision applications coming forward.
Thank you. Councillor?
And that is the way that we can protect residents going forward in the future of knowing what will be anticipated and what will be around them in this 20-year plan. Thank you. And lastly, on the commercial issue, and I know, Alyssa, you did very well in answering that. On the corridor roads, like the road that we're saying is going to be the alternative for Fruitland Road. So the potential will be that commercial could go there. It's going to be, though, in the mid-density, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes.
And
local commercial.
And it's all driven by development and demand, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Market value. Markets will drive this. Okay. And when you say local commercial, can you just give me just a little bit of what local commercial covers?
Yes, through the chair to the councillor, it would include retail. You could get offices, medical offices as well. It would, it possibly could include some drive-throughs if they're associated with an accessory use, but for the most part, you wouldn't be getting gas stations or other things that we consider as arterial commercial that are more car-oriented.
Super. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Collins, please. Questions of clarification to the staff.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and through you to Alyssa or maybe some of the senior staff. In terms of the implications of not approving the benchmarks that have been presented here today, you talked about the approval through the OP, which referenced a desired goal of 70 jobs and people per hectare. And if the plan changes to be something less dense than what's proposed, what's the domino effect that happens with other plans or areas in the city? Do they need to be revised then to reflect higher counts to make up for the shortfall that happens here?
Would you like to try, Ms. Mahood?
Yeah, through the councillor, as a chair to the councillor, it is my understanding that as a city we want to move forward and being consistent with these provincial guidelines. If we were to reduce the density, that could have implications for how we are meeting those targets. I'm not sure what that would mean for additional greenfield areas. Maybe we could defer this to
Perhaps Councillor Collins, I can refer to our senior staff. We're talking about the overall densities and the impact elsewhere.
Through the chair, we are required to comply.
Please put that microphone nice and close.
Through the chair, the city is required to comply with places to grow. So in order to achieve the 50 persons in jobs across the city, residential, new greenfield residential has to come in at 70 persons in jobs per hectare. If we are not achieving that or providing the opportunity to achieve it here, yes, we would have to transfer that requirement to somewhere else in the city.
And where are we looking then in terms of if the balance is not achieved in this area, what areas would be, are you what's the default position?
Through the chair, the Places to Grow Act splits the city into the built area and there's a line, the built boundary. So it would be anything outside of the built boundary where we would be looking to make it up. So it could be done through other subdivision applications that are coming in. Also, any future urban lands, Binbrook, Waterdown, we'd be trying to increase densities across the board in order to make up for it.
To compensate for a reduction here if in fact the number is less than 70?
In the future, correct.
Okay. I've read all the comments that were submitted with the agenda today in terms of some of the public concerns, and it seems like the 6 stories along Barton is the major one that comes up. And I'm certainly quite familiar with the apartments. I think I have the second most behind Councillor Farr in terms of apartment buildings and high-rise buildings. So I was a little shocked to see the concern about 6, but this is a different community. It hasn't seen a lot of development yet, so I guess that's to be understood. And I'm curious to know whether there was thought through the public consultation process, knowing that we have the density that's already been approved as part of the OP. It is the 70, and this is coming in at just over that 73. Was there a thought, because of the height concerns, to move or increase the density in other parts of the plan to compensate for height reductions along Barton Street? So I noticed that in the low density, as an example, you've given 3 designations for low density, and some of them restrict certain types of housing. Is there an opportunity to reduce the 6 stories to something different than they are and transfer the units to some of the other properties? They'd still be low density, but they might include some additional built forms of low density type housing. I'm not certain if I'm explaining myself properly, but
you're talking about shifting the density around within the
plan to keep the number consistent, but to allay the concerns of the 6 stories that have been raised on Barton Street.
Through the chair, I believe that would require us to take a look at the forms of development that are permitted in the low density categories. Likely the result would be that you would see more towns, particularly in the low density residential 2 category, and you may see some increased height in some of the low density in order to provide for the units that we would need to make up. So you may be looking at increasing heights to 4 stories in some locations.
And I noticed some of the low density residentials have 2-story max, and some of them exclude semis and towns in particular. Would you be able to add some of those uses to increase the density there without increasing the height?
Bill?
Through the chair, for clarification purposes, the only area that doesn't permit towns at this point in time is the Winona community proper. Or does it? No, it just permits singles. And it's fairly built out, so there's not a large opportunity to provide for townhouse development. And for compatibility reasons, I'm not sure that we would want to go there. Would there be an opportunity in some of the low density? You may look at transferring some of the low density 2 and making it low density 3. And that would achieve increasing the opportunities for towns in those areas and increasing the densities.
To be clear for the public, low density 3 would mean which?
Low density 3, Alyssa, if you can highlight them, thank you, is the area along the collector roads primarily. The internal neighborhoods are primarily the low density 2 designation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And in terms of the percentages for the medium density, that's the 13% that we're talking about, and then that includes both 4 and 6 story developments. what's the split there? Is that almost an even split, 6-7 kind of thing between the 4 and 6?
Through the chair, the 4 stories are permitted in the medium density 2 category, and medium density 2 is 8% of the residential lands.
8%, okay.
And medium density 3, which permits the 6 stories, is at 5%.
Only questions I have at this point in time.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Partridge, please, questions of staff for clarification.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the questions that have been asked, particularly around the density. We've had a good discussion on that. Those were my biggest area of concern, because certainly I did, reading through all the notes that have been submitted by the residents, that is a big concern. I have 2 areas that I'd like further clarification on, if I could, please. One is, let's call it the seniors' housing. I'm seeing a real lack here, and I know that there was a question asked about that, but I'd like to dig a little bit deeper. I think we just scratched the surface on that. My question, and I say seniors' housing when I'm really referring to, you know, people in general that perhaps have had a hip replacement, they've had knee replacements, they have to move, I'm not pointing at anyone, that they have to move out of their homes, but they want to stay in their community. And I will tell you, with you know, the similar plan being implemented in Waterdown and the huge growth that's happening up there, we're now losing residents who have been in the community for many years because there is nothing for them to go into that doesn't require climbing stairs.
Question.
So if you could please, my question through you, Chair, is there anything in this plan that is going to ensure the developers are required to build suitable housing, indeed for all ages? Because it does say in the report for all ages, but I'm not convinced. So could you please just speak to that?
Ms. Mahood, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, the plan provides an opportunity for a range of different housing options, whether it be singles, semis, up to 6-story apartments with elevators for people who can't climb stairs. It's my understanding that we can't zone for the type of people who would be living in these buildings. So what we do is we provide the opportunity for the market to dictate what is needed and what can be built. And hopefully, if it is a need for a seniors housing, that will be built. We do not have any policy that requires that 10% be dedicated to seniors living or seniors accommodation. And we generally don't do that through our official plan.
Councillor?
And thank you, Chair. And you know, with due respect, I challenge that. I really do. For what the market will bear, for what the market demands, sounds like a good generalized statement. But the reality is, it's not going to happen. And the people in the community are the ones that are going to suffer. And so my question through you, Chair, to perhaps senior staff or yourself, Alyssa, is there any way to put a stipulation on this, that there be 70% of one type of development, or let me rephrase that, actually, any way of stipulating that there be 20 or 30% of the development needs to be geared to one-floor plans or to accommodate people in the community?
Mr. Mallard, please, if you could deal with this. Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. As Alyssa has indicated, we can't prescribe what the occupancy will be. We can provide the opportunity for what the occupancies may be. So we don't, and you'll often hear us at planning committee when we're dealing with zoning applications advise that we can't zone for occupancy. So you can't regulate for the occupancy. We're providing the opportunity here. It's a broad spectrum of various housing types and forms that are suitable to accommodate that. And generally it is the market that will dictate the location of those and where they're built. I mean, we've seen an increased number of seniors type accommodation, lifestyle accommodation being built in the city and across the province because of the aging populace. So it's providing the opportunity, but we can't prescribe that you have to provide a minimum amount of it.
And thank you. I appreciate that answer, but I really do feel that if we can't do that, we are doing a disservice to the community, because these folks, the market, and again, what the market will bear. I guess the only thing we can hope is that for any developers that are in the room, please listen to the people in the community that they need this type of housing so that they can stay in the community. And my last question through you, Chair. Alyssa, I heard something said about Granny Flats, and I'm not quite sure I understood it. Could you, because we've had lots of discussion around this table about Granny Flats, about farm help houses, etc., and a lot of information that says we can't do that. But I thought I heard you say that in certain pockets they would be able to do that. Would you please provide a broader explanation?
Through the chair to the councillor, I may have used the wrong terminology. I was referring to the accessory dwelling units that are permitted as an accessory to within a single-family dwelling. So I refer to them as granny flats, but meaning that it is an accessory unit within a principal dwelling that could accommodate a family member.
So just to clarify, so I understand, it's not a separate dwelling. What you're talking about is within a house, they could create an apartment or an accessory living space?
Yes. Through the chair to the councillor, yes. So it could be, you know, a renovated basement apartment, I suppose, or an area of the house that would have its own living quarters.
That was specific legislation that was passed by the province.
Okay, and thank you. But just to clarify, would that be specifically for family members, or would it be to accommodate a renter outside if you wanted to have people living in your basement, say?
Yeah, through the chair, it could accommodate anyone.
It's not prescriptive.
Interesting. Interesting. I just want to thank the councillor for the area, Councillor Johnson, and Councillor Pearson as well for the great number of questions that they did ask. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pursuta, please. Questions for clarification to staff.
Thank you, Chairman Clark, and bear with me. I've got a bit of pneumonia I found out yesterday, so
you stay over there then.
Trouble.
Yeah, what are you doing here?
I think it's
sit
contained.
Closer to Councillor Ferguson.
It's not contagious, believe me. So, Melissa, through Mr. Chairman, air drainage. I want to go on to that one down there. How much arable land, especially crop land, is there within that section that's on that map up there? Do we know how many? You can probably say hectares and 1 acres.
Ms. Mahood,
whoever could answer.
Through the chair, I'm not certain as to how much land area is. We could get that information for you.
Can we get that approximation, Michelle?
Through the chair, we're not clear on the amount of land. It's outside of the study area, but Alyssa's going to go to the map so that you at least visually can see which lands we're talking about. They're the lands within the Niagara Escarpment Commission Authority.
Thank you.
They're south of Highway 8 and go to the base of the escarpment.
So if you could use your red dotted pointer and help everyone else.
Yes, sorry, the lands that are identified here in darker green.
Thank you. Councillor Pursuta.
So the question still is, how much of that land is producing crop? Is actually producing arable land that's workable? Do we know?
Through the chair, we're not certain of the amount of land that is currently producing crops or has fruit trees on it. From a planning perspective, we look at the land as a resource, and if it has the potential to grow the fruit trees, it is specialty crop, and we protect it as such.
So, Mr. Chairman, just in the book down here and in our report, there shows one farmer here has got 14 hectares, just wondering how much more because of the air drainage. And it's true. The land flows off the top of the escarpment, comes down, and it forms pockets in low-lying areas, and it has to get away or we have killing frost. And the comments down here in the staff report, it said the planning process will mitigate, where possible, impacts to the adjacent specialty croplands. It doesn't assure it, though. It only says where possible. So through the planning process, are you looking at lowering the height of buildings? Are we looking at having channels or paths for the air to go through? Somewhat like we have in the city here alone. You get wind tunnels here where the wind blows down these streets, something ferocious, but still, you'll still get pockets. If the buildings are too high and it causes the air to come down, come back up, and it stays, the cold air stays in the lower area. So, can I get some clarification? This is on page 26 of 33, what that means, where possible. This is the very bottom of the page. The planning process will mitigate, where possible, impacts to the adjacent specialty croplands.
Through the chair to the councillor, understanding that this area is urban and it's going to be developed, so we tried as best as possible to try to mitigate those impacts after hearing the concerns from the farmers in the area. With speaking to the province on agricultural affairs, they indicated to us that a north-south alignment of roads would be appropriate. However, we don't know the details because it hasn't been studied anywhere and it's not exact science. So as part of the block servicing strategy, which will proceed in advance of development, we are asking that a scoped air drainage analysis be completed to identify what the issues could be and some mitigation measures for that.
Okay, through Mr. Chairman Clark to Alyssa. So then, were you dealing with the Vineland Research Station? Or the Vineland?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'd like to defer that to Michelle because she was the one who was involved.
Contacted
Through the chair, we were working with both Vineland and the offices out of Guelph.
Councillor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Farr, please. Questions of staff for clarification.
Mr. Chair, and through you to Alyssa, a lot of good questions have already been asked. I'll be brief. It's just with respect to the Citizens Advisory Committee. You alluded to it briefly. Appendix F and Appendix D, within the confines of Appendix F, page 66 of 155, there is a SCUBE secondary plan Citizen Advisory Committee. They met many times. I think it was 10 that I read in this report, over a large window of time. This that I see in Appendix D, page 66 of 155, Appendix F, Mr. Chair, was this Citizen Advisory Committee role and mandate sheet presented to the CAC? So it talks about purpose, membership, attendance, observers, that sort of thing?
In terms of references are provided to
through the chair to the councillor. It was presented September 20th, 2007 to the committee at their meeting. On September 11, 2008, staff went over the roles of the committee. January 22nd, 2009, and as well as March 25th, 2010, it was explained. And it was posted on the website as well.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
And I'm looking at this and thinking about our work together along with Michelle Sergi and the review of the downtown secondary plan and the other secondary plans, and it's a vast undertaking. There's no doubt about that whenever we're dealing with secondary plans, and you know that, Mr. Chair. So when you look at this mandate and you see that it's to provide input to assist planning staff in making the presentation and ultimately for this council to make the decision, is it any different from any other CIC mandate? Is it consistent with all other CICs that we've had in the past as it relates to secondary plans?
Through the chair, we may change the name now to the Community Liaison Committee, but it's almost exactly similar to the one that we are working with the downtown secondary plan.
Thanks, Alyssa. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee members? Councillor Partridge, you could take the chair for a second, please. Just some quick questions.
Yes, Councillor, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mallard, I guess, could we have you explain through the chair when we're talking about the densities across the city and the urban plan densities that we have already approved as a council, why there's differences? For example, downtown Stoney Creek has about 110 is what the density we have permitted there. Winona's a certain amount. Downtown Hamilton's 250. It's not the same right across the city at 50. So how did that come to be? And
Mr. Mallard?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Council, I'm going to have Joanne respond to that in terms of the
I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Joanne?
Through you, Madam Chair, in developing out the OP, I'll go back a little bit in time.
Please.
We had places to grow, which has been talked about in detail here. In places to grow, we had two sets of density. One is the greenfield that has been talked about, and it's 50 persons and jobs in a greenfield area. So that's only a small portion of the city. In addition to that, they also identified an urban growth center. And within the urban growth center, which is basically the downtown Hamilton, is they identified 200 persons and jobs per hectare, and through the OP we increased that to 250. And we then took this, as many people remember, the growth-related integrated development strategy grids. We were already working on the idea of nodes and corridors, and we identified, in addition to the downtown, that there are other areas in the city where, and we call them community nodes or sub-regional nodes, and we established a density for those. And as Councillor Clark is right, downtown Stoney Creek has one, and its density is about 100 persons and jobs per hectare. There's one in Dundas. They're in different parts of the city. So there were a number of different mechanisms that we came to identify these areas. There's also, and much has not been talked about too much, is the lands within the built boundary. And with respect to lands within the built boundary, those are basically the built-up areas of the city, and they have a different system of measuring growth, and they measure that based on intensification, or basically new building permits. And they expect by 2016 that 20% of all the building permits,
Who's they?
the province, through Places to Grow, that 40% of them will be within this built boundary. So there's a number of different regulations that deal with density across the city, depending on whether it's built up or not. And the urban OP actually went a little bit step further to make it Hamilton, Hamilton-based as well.
Councillor?
And if we, Madam Chair, just flip back to that last plan that we're talking about.
Alyssa, you can get back to that, please.
And so when I'm looking at this plan and I see Winona proper, which has a different density than the corridor, which it's assigned, as I understand, or maybe I'm mistaken, it's one of the nodes and corridors across the city, the Barton Street area. Is that correct?
Joanne?
I believe that the Barton corridor was considered as a secondary corridor, and I will confirm that on our urban structure plan.
Do you need a few minutes, Joanne? Councillor, to go on?
I have it right here. It's the well-used plans in here.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
Actually, in terms of the urban structure plan, when this was originally envisaged, it was Highway 8 that was identified as the secondary corridor, all the way up to 50 and then going north. But as part of this, the Fruitland Winona, there were some changes. This was done in 2009 prior to the completion of. So originally it was along Highway 8.
Okay, and so now where are we in terms of, is this an identified corridor where the apartment buildings were being suggested? Is Winona the node? It's the reason I'm asking, it's slightly confusing when we have this large commercial district to the north, and that impact what we would call nodes and commercial districts and corridors. So I'm trying to understand how the density is actually being spread out across this entire project.
Yes.
Joanne or Michelle? Michelle?
Through the chair, during the background studies and the development of the secondary plan, what was originally the secondary corridor along Highway 8 was shifted down the new collector and then along Barton Street. It's also the new rapid transit route, so that's part of what happened through this process. The community of Winona itself is a little bit different than some of the former downtowns.
And it's Winona, sorry.
Winona, sorry, I apologize. Okay. So for Winona, the former downtowns of Stoney Creek, Ancaster, Dundas are treated as community nodes. Winona, by virtue of its population, is not identified as a community node, so it does not appear in the urban structure as that.
Okay.
Councillor?
So now when we're dealing with these apartment buildings, and this is why I'm trying to understand all of this, these apartment buildings I was initially told are being proposed there because that's the main transit thoroughfare, GO Transit's coming, there's going to be transit lines and everything else. So as I understand it, GO Transit, the trains will be running down to that big red blob, which is the WM that we don't talk about in that commercial area. And do we have current plans of transit route being expanded along the Barton area in order to provide service to the proposed apartments?
Michelle?
I mean, because historically we've been trying to do this more holistically. It's not we do this plan and wait for someone else in transit to catch up. So I'm assuming there's been those discussions.
Through the chair, yes, Transit and Public Works was involved in identification of the new transit route. There is a transit hub identified in the commercial block at 50 Road. And so the intention was to link along the corridor down to that transit hub. Okay. So in the next 20 years, this is all what's going on. Now, with regards to, Madam Chair, if I may, with regards to the apartment buildings, I'm noticing they're on an east-west pattern. At least that's what I see there. Maybe on a larger, more blown-up view, we'd see something different. But are we talking about the apartments actually being constructed north-south, or are we talking a wall, the Berlin Wall, going down Barton Street?
Chow? Or Alyssa?
Through the chair. The intent is not for there to be a wall along Barton Street. The orientation of the buildings could be north-south. They could also be facing onto Barton Street. And there is a variety of forms that are permitted within that designation to mitigate against that potential for that wall of apartments along Barton Street.
But given the concerns, although OMAFR seems to be fine, and I won't comment, but is it not possible as a council or committee to say that those apartments would have to go, if the apartments are to be built, because granted this is just a plan and developers or landowners may say I'm not doing that and they're going to appeal to do something else like townhomes, could we not indicate that they would have to be north-south so that the air flows?
Michelle? Chair, I don't know that orientation is as important as the airflow, so whether they're oriented to Barton or oriented north-south, the importance is the completion of the air drainage study that would ensure that there would be opportunities through the built form for the air to flow through.
Okay, and given your density projections for this particular development, lowering them to 3 floors would change our density by how much? Do you know?
Through the chair to the chair, or through the, when we do our density calculations, we're looking at density ranges. So we're looking at the 60 to 100 units per hectare. We are not factoring in heights, and that's not how they're calculated. We're not figuring in the stories. We're doing a projection based on the density of development, what percentage could possibly be apartments, and then determining what are the people per units per that apartment. So
let me ask this question then. If we eliminated the apartments, what would the density spread be?
We'd have to redo that calculation.
It would be helpful so we would understand that. With regards to, Madam Chair, the closure of Fruitland Road, or the proposed closure of Fruitland Road, is there anyone, maybe Sally, when the region was dealing with the Red Hill Expressway, is there anyone involved here? Because when we're talking about this, I recall that the Red Hill Expressway was the item that was being dealt with back in 95, 97, and Fruitland Road was seen as an alternative to the Red Hill Expressway, and the EA expired, which helped eliminate the alternative to the Red Hill Expressway.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Is there anybody that can address that? It doesn't.
It just may point out why that EA expired at the time, because the region was more concerned at the time about the Red Hill Expressway as opposed to having 2 cut-throughs, the escarpment at the time. Last question, Madam Chair, is with regards to the utility property. Down on the left-hand side, it's a large gray area. I'm seeing in the report that it's talking about waste management and things. It always concerns me, and Councillor Jackson and I have dealt with this item on a number of times in our larger secondary plans in our community, where you have an industrial area that's close to a residential area. We would like to have as many exclusions in that industrial area as possible. We wouldn't want, right now, nothing prevents a rendering plant from coming forward. Nothing prevents in a number of they could be treating industrial waste fluid. And we did have, and I'm looking to Mr. McKay, we did have a clause that we had developed and used it a number of times where there were exclusions specifically in there. Is it possible for us to get that exclusion clause and add it so we don't have things right beside a residential community like animal rendering, tar pit, asphalt plants.
Mr. McCabe, please.
Aggregate crushing.
Yeah, so through Madam Deputy Chair, we did develop that list when we did the new employment zones, and I had a list of 12 of the worst, I'd say, or the most objectionable types of heavier industrial uses, including waste management adjacent to residential. So we can certainly look at this. I don't know the prohibited uses in this policy, but let's look at it and we can get that list.
It would be suggested to Councillor Johnson through Madam Chair that clause that Councillor Jackson and I had worked out with Mr. McCabe, and it has worked extremely well and prevented those types of impacts between a residential community and where there's a close proximity to a utility or industrial area. We don't get those. You know what I'm saying? So we're trying to protect the future residents and the residents that are already there. So if you, Madam Chair, we'll have staff find that clause and we can adopt it at an appropriate time.
And Councillor, I believe Alyssa did want to make a comment on that.
Just to add, there is a special policy area. So special policy area B is a notwithstanding that says the only use considered for those lands shall be for utility designation and related to the essential operations of that utility, and that if they no longer exist, that it could be developed for medium density too. So those other uses would not be permitted on that property.
And the challenge, though, when you were dealing with utilities, there are some pretty nasty ancillary uses used for utilities, specifically hydro, so, or electricity, I shouldn't say. Okay, that's my last question, Madam Chair.
Before you take the chair back, I do have, just want to double check. I had Councillor Pearson down next. Is there anyone else that I've missed on the list? Back over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pearson, please.
Mr. Chairman, yes, thank you. And I just want to touch on the question that you raised with regards to utilities. And I think that is actually recognizing the former Stoney Creek Hydro site. So it is a use there now that has, as you say, could have some issues, but that's what that's recognizing. So in the future, that could be down zone. Thank you.
Yeah, so just given that questionability, let's make sure we clarify it and put it in perspective. Any further questions for staff? Seeing not, I need a motion to receive the staff report. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Pearson. All those in favour? Thank you. Ms. Mahood, excellent job. Please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have 27 public speakers that will be coming forward one at a time. I will be calling them by name. They are already registered. Then we'll be dealing with anyone who is not a registered speaker. The process for hearing speakers or delegates in a planning meeting is very simple. You'll come forward. You'll present your particular case to the committee. I will stop you at any given time if your presentation becomes personal to staff or to a councillor. We do this in a very respectful, well-managed decorum manner, and we will not interrupt you. We'll allow you to go. The councillors are allowed at the conclusion of your presentation to ask questions for clarification of something that you said, and then after all of those speakers are done, council can then ask questions based on any of the information that they've received from the delegates. Our first delegate coming forward today is Mr. John J. Soltes. And please forgive me in advance if I'm mispronouncing your names. Soltis? Yes. Please take the podium, sir. There is a book there that our lovely clerk is holding in her hand. If you could make sure that your name and address are on there. Please remember that this is all a part of the Planning Act. In order to preserve your individual rights at an OMB hearing, you have to be registered and have spoken to us or written to the City Council or the City Planning Committee. And once again, I remind you, councillors will be coming and going. The speaker system is working. They can hear everything that you're saying, and we maintain quorum throughout the process, and everyone's informed. And I'll remind everyone to be respectful of the speakers that are here. Jay?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to go over some concerns I have with the proposal here for the SCUBE plan or the Fruitland Winona plan. Basically, it's a context of a letter that I sent back in 2009. I didn't know if it had ever been heard, but now we have a new council, so a lot of my concerns are the same. Who I am a third-generation fruit grower. Farm is at 1186 Highway 8 in Winona. I have the following serious concerns after reviewing and listening to the plans. As the population in the area increases, I feel the complaints about agricultural activities will also increase. We will get more complaints about noise from equipment, noise from work being done on hours very early in the morning, late at night. Sometimes these things have to be done. We'll get more complaints about the use of registered pesticides on the farm. Unfortunately, the crop I grow, there's really no organic alternatives. If there was, I would seriously look at it, but at the present time, there isn't any. We'll get more complaints from smoke, from the burning of diseased and dead wood and branches from the fruit trees that's pruned off. Since they are diseased, it's the best that they are burnt and destroyed so that they're not left on the floor of the orchard. There's also going to be complaints about dust from general farm activities. So again, to help reduce these complaints, keeping the density as low as possible would help alleviate this. Another concern I have is as the population of this area increases, it's going to lead to more trespassing on private property by persons, whether they're on ATVs, they're walking, snowmobiles, other off-road vehicles. This already happens now. This can create liability issues for farmers and other property owners. The use of ATVs and off-road vehicles sometimes damages property and can cause damage to the soil as well. We've had damage caused on our farm from trespassing, from ATVs and that. So again, further higher densities and urbanization, again, will exacerbate these problems. My next concern is regarding drainage, and not the air drainage, I'll save that till the end, but water drainage. On our farm, approximately half of the surface water from the farm and whatever comes off the escarpment drains via a box culvert through the Gardendale subdivision. This water used to drain straight down 50 Creek, but upon completion of the second phase of the Gardendale subdivision, the water was then diverted into the storm drain beside the Tim Hortons on Highway 8. Since this diversion has taken place, the water drains at a much slower pace, which causes flooding in parts of the orchard. The other half of the surface water and the tile drainage water drains under Highway 8 through another box culvert just east of Lewis Road and then down a drainage ditch along Lewis Road. The growing of tender fruit requires good water drainage. As a grower, I'm concerned about that development will adversely affect the farm's water drainage in a similar way that I see that the second phase of the Gardendale subdivision did in the mid-90s. But my biggest concern, and I know it's been addressed to a degree here, is about the air drainage. The growing of tender fruit in the Niagara Peninsula is possible because of that unique microclimate that exists in that narrow zone between Lake Ontario and the Niagara Escarpment. This creates what I guess you'd call it a closed circulation system that moderates the extreme temperatures of winter and summer. So basically that air is coming down the escarpment and then it's hitting the lake and being moderated. So in the winter, the cold air is turning into warmer air, comes back up and keeps circulating. And in the summer, vice versa. This also helps in the spring, especially with spring frosts. So when the lands north of Highway 8 are developed, obviously the grade of the lands will be increased so that the sewers flow down. You already see that happening now. And then if you're going to build that wall of 6 or 8-story condos, again, this is going to, in my opinion, destroy that natural airflow that's needed for this unique microclimate. The cultivation of tender fruit in the protected farmland will no longer be possible, in my opinion. Any development to the north of those lands, I think, should be 1 or 2 stories maximum height so that you're not destroying that unique. I also work part-time off the farm in the ag industry. I have seen, I have seen damage caused by, blockage of airflow, whether it's large areas or small areas. It doesn't take a lot, in my opinion. These are the serious issues that affect the economic viability of farming on this property. So with respect to my future as a third-generation tender fruit farmer, there are no economic, environmental, or social benefits to urbanizing the lands north of Highway 8 with really high density, high multi-story condominiums. And just as a side, well, I know that it was brought up that staff has been in touch with OMAFRA, and I appreciate that. Just the comment of mitigate where possible, I find that is just, in my opinion, too general a comment. And it just appears that if you're going to build them and put them up and say, well, we didn't think it will or it may not affect them, but then to build them and once they're there and not knowing whether that's going to affect greatly concerns me. So, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Jay. If you could just stay there, please, for a moment. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Ferguson, and Councillor Pearson have questions for you to clarify something. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa, would you mind please putting up the current plan? It's going to, I think, help for the rest of the discussion for the 33 speakers. Going, keep going. There it is, yeah. No, it's number 31. Yep. Oh, no. No. Keep going. Sorry, hon. Up one. It's number 36. Thank you very much.
Councillor?
So, Jay, if you don't mind, can you, with a pointer, if Vanessa, please, if you might, show Jay the pointer, and can you show us where your farm is, please?
Sorry, Councillor?
Where is your farm?
Oh, okay. I would be right here.
Right there. Thank you,
right
Jay.
Beside the Gardendale subdivision there.
And that was my next question. Gardendale subdivision was put in 1997.
The second phase.
Yes, the second phase. Just to let you know that part of what we were talking about with Nahad, we went around all the areas, that was one of them. So when you talked about flooding on your property because the drainage is not flowing enough away from your property, so now it's backing on, would you also agree that your flooding on your farm is not just limited to your farm, it's also extends over to the property lines that are beside your farm? They're also getting flooding.
Correct.
Thank you. Also, for the air drainage issue, my understanding is last spring we dealt with millions, not thousands, but millions of dollars worth of damage from crops, blossoms, if you will, that were frozen. Was your farm affected by that?
Severely.
Okay. And can you tell us why it got affected by that? Would it be worse if the housing was up?
Oh, absolutely. If there was a barrier there, it would have been worse. What happened last year, and let's hope it's just like a 50-year event, but spring started way too early, right? I specifically remember returning from the spring break with the kids in March and walking through the orchard, and you could already see the trees were starting to swell, the buds were swelling up. So the blossom came about 4 weeks early. So then those blossoms were exposed to multiple frost events through the month of April. Whereas this year was a more normal year, the blossoms I don't think really came out till about the beginning of May. So they were protected from those frost events that happened in April. And they were just going to, they just had to make it through the, potentially you could have some frost events in early May, probably up till about Mother's Day or maybe May 24th weekend.
Okay, and thank you for that. And I really appreciate the fact, through you, Mr. Chair, to Jay, the compatibility issue. I'll be honest with you, I have not had any complaints about your farm, so please don't take that to heart. But I do get often complaints from people throughout the community because of the puttycombs train, the beeping, the honk. And I think it's wonderful. I think it just adds to the characteristic, but we still get, and the bangers. Do you find that the neighbors get a little bit upset with the bangers in the fall time to keep the birds away from the crop?
Yes, they do. And, I know there's a noise bylaw. We can set the timers. I'm always watching them. If someone does say something, I'll try and move it. For me, I don't need them for a long time, whereas a grape grower would need them for 2, maybe 3 months. I only really need them for 2, maybe 3 weeks. And, I also understand about the noise and the spray and things like that. And I do try to go out of my way to alleviate the concerns of the people around me. But obviously, when you have more people, it's just going to multiply the concerns and maybe complaints.
Thank you. And you also work very well with the community for the Winona Peach Festival, parking, et cetera. Does it surprise you, through you, Chair, to Jay, that Our agricultural industry in Hamilton alone is worth about $1.2 billion.
Doesn't surprise me. I know that.
Thank you. Thanks for your questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jay, I was going to ask the same question, where your farm is located in relationship to the development. Are you in the Greenbelt?
Yes.
Okay. And, of course, I understand your problems. I live in the rural areas, grew up on a dairy farm, and I understand the problems with urban people moving into the rural areas and with noise and odors and pesticides. But, of course, there is the right to farm legislation which would protect you from prosecution. Do you agree with that?
I know it's out there, but, you know, I don't have experience in that, but I know that it's out there.
There is the right to farm legislation which permits you to spread manure or, you know, throw off bangers if you need them to keep the birds away, or to spray your orchard with the necessary chemicals in order to protect them. You heard staff say during the presentation that there's no science on this airflow. Do you take exception with that? Has there been some science to show that the higher the buildings are, the more it interferes with airflow, which can affect the quality of your product?
I'm surprised there is no science. I think there is some science. I just think maybe the OMAFRA didn't really dig deep enough or didn't think they had to in this situation. But just the whole frost and cold weather and dealing with the weather regarding tender crops in Ontario, there are methods out there to help alleviate, you know, in certain areas the effects of these of the weather, because it just appears that over the last 10 or 15 years the weather seems to be becoming more severe at times. Now, whether it's just the internet has brought this forward to us more and we just know more about it, but it just seems that we're getting a lot of different spikes in different directions. So I think there is science out there.
Okay, because it would be helpful if you had it to share it with us so that we can put the science to it and plug it in. Are you surprised that Minister of Agriculture and Food are not protecting tender fruit lands better than they are? Or, you know, there's been a lot of criticism drawn through that whole corridor from really Stoney Creek to St. Catharines about protecting tender fruits. Are you surprised Minister of Agriculture and Food hasn't taken a bigger role in preserving those lands?
Jay?
I think the problem is back during World War II is they built the QEW below the escarpment. If they'd have built it above the escarpment, you wouldn't have the pressure. But now you have that huge 3-4 lane highway, and there's just so much pressure out there that I think it's just, you know, that development pressure just wears out anyone that's trying to stop it, and it just makes it harder and harder. And also the problem with a lot of the farms in the Niagara Peninsula and in certain areas, they're very small. And farms, just like a lot of other businesses, it's all about economies of scale now. So a lot of these small farms just can't make it. In my situation, I think I've found a niche that's allowing the small farm to make it. But for just the regular small farm that's growing the crop and just wholesaling it through wholesalers or through the co-ops, the size of my farm wouldn't work. So that's why whether it's some type of specialty crop or just a niche market, that's in this case where it's working.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, just out of curiosity, what do you grow?
I have sweet cherries, and I do a pick your own sweet cherry farm.
Very nice. And that's all my questions this time. Thank you.
I have a website, sunvalleyfarms.ca.
I don't think we heard that.
sunvalleyfarms.ca.
Thank you, Jay. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Jay, thank you so much. And I certainly have a great respect, because I know for the limited number of fruit trees that I have, I can see the effects of when you get a frost in the night or something. Even just the way the air flows, that it could be a cold patch going through and can hit one section on another. So I understand that. But you've heard today in the presentations that I guess the intent is not to have the high level densities as far as heights on number 8. So if they're moved further north, would that not address your concerns? Does that not allow the air to flow up and back around to the lake? Or are you saying it should be completely clear?
It needs to flow right down to the lake. for the air to be, whether it's warmed or cooled, or basically moderated. So whether, if you stop the air right on Highway 8 or you're stopping on Barton Street, you're still stopping it. And we've also seen in these studies where the staff has said there's not a lot of grade from the escarpment to the lake. You're dealing with a lot of flat land there. Hence, that's why you're also having, water drainage issues as well.
And I guess I'm going to touch on that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for raising that. Then that's probably why you've had such a good fruit industry, because it is flat, so you have that continuous flow. Would you agree?
It definitely helps. Like even 10 feet makes a difference in terms of, getting the airflow as well as the water flow.
The maximum height of a single-family residential home currently is 33 feet, if I'm not mistaken. So that just gives an indication of what can be built there now. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions for Jay? Councillor Pursuta, please.
Thank you, Chairman Clark, and Jay, welcome, and thank you for coming out. Typically, the agricultural sector is very quiet, and they don't speak out, so it's great you're here. To the water drainage issue, do you have tile drainage on your own farm?
Yes.
And is the outlets, have they been changed since the development beside you, or are the outlets still?
It's all one main outlet, and it goes out to a box culvert just east of Lewis Road. My big concern it's just the surface drainage, that half of the farm goes through that Gardendale subdivision. And when they built this phase 2, I just felt that you could notice it right away that it slowed down the drainage.
Okay, and the air drainage we've talked about, and I believe there is science out there. I don't know how far staff reached out to gather that information, but I think that's something that should be really looked at. And once again, and I did highlight my concern in the report down here on page 26 of 33, where it says the planning process will mitigate where possible. It causes concern the way that's worded down there, and I think there hasn't been enough research done, and as you well know, Jay. So just saying the best to you. As we get more development, we get more trespassing, we get more issues with urban people coming out, particularly my area. It's totally rural, and yet we've got houses that are sold, and somebody comes to the city and, he's running the tractor at 3 o'clock in the morning. You get that phone call. You get, you're making dust, noise, lights, and then of course you the trespassing and the ATVs. As Councillor, Partridge and Councillor Johnson know full well, and I have the issue too. So it's going to be coming. So I wish you well.
Thank you.
Any further questions of Jay? We have a motion to receive his presentation, moved by Pearson, second by Johnson. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you, sir, for attending today. Mr. Jack Restivo. Remind my councillor colleagues, we now have 26 members who are registered to speak today.
Mr. Chairman, as a suggestion, maybe you could call the third person down so they could sign in while the president, just to move the meeting along.
Given that it's a planning meeting and I don't know how long they're going to speak, we have no chairs for people, so I am loath to do that. It only takes a few seconds for them to come down. Mr. Restivo, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and councillors, members of the committee, I represent a group of builders who own properties situated between Fruitland Road and Jones Road. As some of you are aware, we have been pushing for progress on this plan for a number of years. I've sent a number of letters which were critical of delay, but certainly not critical of performance on the part of city planning. So I'm going to touch on what I think are 3 very heated issues and perhaps provide some clarification. The first issue I want to deal with is the CAC. I was a member of the CAC. I was at all except, I think, 2 meetings. And as Councillor Farr has touched on, this was no different than any other CNC. The committee had its mandate outlined to it right from the start. As Ms. Mahood indicated, the flyers were handed to everybody. What happens on citizen committees, I find, I've been in development for a period of some 38 years, is that somewhere along the line, the mandate is lost or diluted. So essentially, it's sort of a conundrum. The committee is empowered as an advisory committee for input purposes. But as the process unfolds, members of committees become empowered. They lose track, and what has been lost in the meetings as they progressed in this process was the key component of the mandate, advisory, to the extent that after halfway through the meetings, members would often demand that suggestions be implemented. City planning on those occasions unequivocally pointed out time and again that the function was advisory. There were several factions. We patched things up. We moved to the options that you saw, and then option C did become the preferred option. Before the three options went to the public, the question was asked of the city planner, will option C be the option that is adopted? The clear answer was, perhaps, but none may be adopted. So it is somewhat shocking to me to now find so much ill will resulting from the fact that a fourth option has come forward. Members of the committee were fully aware that none of the three options might go forward. There was never any doubt as to that. Those who believed that option C would go forward were deluding themselves. There was ample notice, there was ample warning, and there was ample acknowledgement. So I'm saying this to you because you will, after me, be hearing a lot about betrayal on the part of city staff and what happened to citizen input. But the thing that I ask you to bear in mind is it is citizen input. We all knew that Public Works had to have input. We all knew that there was a transportation study that had to be implemented. So option 4 came out, and there is no consensus from the committee on option 4. And if someone tells you otherwise, it is blatantly a misrepresentation. So option 4 came out and progressed, and this is how we came to this stage. We encountered a 1-year delay, as you know, because of the watershed study. But finally, we are at the stage where this must be moved on. So, again, advisory, not mandating implementation. With regard to densities, the conundrum is this. As you know, the provincial policy statement mandates the densities. I want to correct a misapprehension on the part of residents. Developers do not mandate densities. It is the provincial policy statement in conjunction with municipal requirements. So the conundrum before you is, do you move this? Everybody is complaining about, quote, apartment buildings. Where do you move them to? If you move them further south, then of course the effect on air circulation will be greater. If you move them sporadically throughout the secondary plan, you'll have a mishmash of planning. In my view, the present location is ingenious. And I'll tell you why. If you've ever driven along Barton Street, you will see that many have constructed new dwellings. There are mixed commercial uses. This high-density component has been placed along a strip where it is highly unlikely to ever come about. It's an ingenious method of meeting the provincial policy requirement without actually having the projected densities. To move away from that is foolishness. You will be inviting disaster. If you move these to vacant land, then you will have the 4 stories and you will have the 6 stories. If not through your will, then certainly through the will of the Ontario Municipal Board. If any of these so-called apartments ever do come about, they will be sporadic. They'll be sporadic because the cost of acquisition of the land is prohibitive. So what a great way to solve the density problem. The province gets what it wants, and the citizens, although not in theory, will in fact exactly get what they wanted, reduced densities. My third issue that I want to address is the Fruitland Road issue. And Mr. Chairman, both you and Councillor Pearson had it right. I have been involved with SCUBE since the day that my hair was pitch black.
Me too.
At this stage, I'm quite relieved to have any hair at all. So, I've been involved since the day that the region embarked on this lavish, grandiose concept, when money appeared to grow on trees, of having this bypass go through and zoom up, straight up to the escarpment. Everyone at the time knew that this was pure fallacy. Why? Because escalating costs. It was never going to happen. And both of you were exactly right. Along came the Red Hill Expressway and put the last nail in the coffin. That was the end of the bypass. But it became evident through the committee hearings that something needed to be done with regard to Fruitland Road and the trucks. That's how your planners came about with the concept of the arterial road. Okay? Residents weren't happy with it because their claim was that truckers will use whatever's easiest, they're going to come flying down. But surely that can be prevented. That can be prevented through signage, through fines, et cetera, until truckers learn that they do have to use the new road. So there is a solution in place. Perhaps not the ideal solution, but it is the solution. So what do I have? I hope I've shed some light on some of these things for you, and we'll be pleased to take questions that you have. What am I urging you to do? I'm urging you to get on with this. God knows how many years have passed and how much delay has been encountered. Every item at a certain stage reaches its apex, and this is it. City planning, to me, has produced a Lamborghini of a secondary plan. It has done everything that it could possibly do within the resources allowed to them. I cannot conceive of anything that would be substantially different and go forward. If you defer, we will be on an entirely new cycle of delay. I do speak for a vested interest. I speak for builders who are ready to go and have been ready to go. What does that mean? It means that the sooner this thing gets on, it is not only the needs of the people that I speak for that will be met, but people, the majority of people in the area, not simply the vociferous few, will have their schools, they'll have their parks, they'll have a community center, and they'll have the new infrastructure works which they were promised 15 years ago. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's time. I ask you to move this on. It's naive to think that it will end here. this is a secondary plan approval, there will be appeals. Any issues that remain unresolved will be resolved in another forum. So please move it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevo. If you could just stay there for a second. I believe Councillor Farr has questions for you. Mr. Dan Gabriel, if you can come down, please, and be prepared for the next podium speaker. Councillor Farr?
Thank you, and thank you for your delegation, and thank you to you and everybody who has over the years volunteered their time on a committee, the Community Advisory Committee. They're very important in terms of what staff required here. They're very important in terms of ensuring that there is participation at all levels and that it's a well-rounded Citizens Advisory Committee. And certainly in this case, it's clear that we strive to maintain the mandate of the CAC with Winona Fruitland, formerly SCUBE, as we have in all other CACs in the past. And that's to you and all of the CAC members who volunteered their times over those 10 meetings. Through you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for the rant. So I think I heard you clearly. You said if the apartments come about, they will be sporadic. This is, or you're speaking along the Barton Street corridor, and that's the medium density 6-story maximum, which isn't necessarily high rises, I guess. If we were to appreciate these amendments before us in item I specifically, which suggests that we prohibit these buildings, are you saying then, and I just want to be clear through you, Mr. Chair, that at the OMB that'll just come right back and who knows where?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Farr, absolutely. You know it, I know it, your planning department knows it. Provincial policy statement requirements must be met. If you prohibit the 6 stories, which I reiterate may never occur, but are there and will technically meet that requirement, it's a non-starter. Where are you going to make up the additional units? And one of the things that is occurring here from citizen input basis is it's a very difficult notion to grasp, this notion of densities. And you know, the planners have time and again explained that you can't take a look at just your block and say, guess what, I only want 40 per hectare. You all know here, you know better than I do. It is a requirement that is spread out across the city. Here it is a requirement that will be spread out across the entire secondary plan. And of course, you know, the other very important feature that everybody is missing is when the planner says, by the way, if we include Winona, we're down to 63.
Councillor Farr?
That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions of Mr. Restivo? Councillor Partridge, you can take the chair just for 1 second. Can you just?
Yes, I will. Go ahead.
Can you just clarify, Mr. Restivo? You're indicating pretty strongly that you don't think these apartments would ever see the light of day if this plan was approved. So Madam Chair, I'm looking at trying to paraphrase. Have you had discussions with the developers who are interested in developing this land, and you're telling me that none of those developers are interested in building those apartment buildings? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Restivo?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Clark, that is absolutely what I am saying at this present stage, and this was the subject, and I think Councillor Johnson will confirm that, this was the subject of one of the meetings that we held. We met with Councillor Johnson on 4 occasions, and this was canvassed, and very prominent members of the building community, some of whom will be speaking here, Mr. Gabriel from Mars Homes, clearly indicated that not only is there a small market for this type of thing, the acquisition costs would be prohibitive, but on top of that, at least for that very first segment, they're home builders. They are not apartment builders. So this was canvassed.
Councillor?
And if I may, Madam Chairman, can I ask you what your occupation is?
I'm a lawyer in land development.
Okay. So you understand the Planning Act pretty clearly. You understand what we're responsible by law to do in terms of bringing forward this plan. What happens with this plan after it is approved by council could be any number of things.
Absolutely.
So it could be changed by, people who own that land where the apartments are designated now. No, I'm not doing that. And they come back in and say, I'd rather do this. And that has happened many times in the city of Hamilton. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely agree, and it would be naive on my part and on the part of anyone else who knows anything about planning procedure and the Planning Act of Ontario to expect that this is now inked in place. It clearly is not. And again, I reiterate, this is why I say to you, it's time to move this on. If somebody wants to fight for changes, they're not prejudiced by it. There's ample opportunity to do that.
So again, just paraphrasing, this is a crafty way, let me rephrase that.
Yes, please.
I
think I used the word ingenious.
Okay. What the provincial policy statement asks us to do, what your suggestion is an ingenious way of meeting that request and demand legally and statutorily, knowing full well that the likelihood that these apartments would ever be built and that density would be accomplished is very, very small.
Mr. Estivo?
Yes, and it works, as you said, legally and pursuant to regulation. That's exactly what is happening. And as you know, the reason that this is permitted is because this is long-term planning. So well after I'm pushing up daisies, people may move depending on what market conditions are and what requirements are, may move to finally take a look at this and say, hey, we should develop this for 6-story condos. And I'm going to go even further. And when and if that time comes, what better location can you have? This is where the public transport corridor is with regard to recreational amenities. My God, it's right next to the community center and the largest park that any community has seen. You can't ask for a better location.
It is interesting, Madam Chair, because I recall the Paramount development up on the mountain, which you're familiar with, and originally it was 700 density. We opposed it very strongly here. There were apartment buildings and everything, and at the end we're down to 350 and there's no apartment buildings. So one thing was approved and then another thing is actually being built. So thank you for your time today. I'll take the chair back.
All right, before you do that, Councillor, I have Councillor Johnson next, followed by Councillor Pearson. Is there anyone else that I've missed? No? Thank you. Over to you,
Thank
sir.
you, Madam Chair. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thank you very much for coming out, Mr. Estivo. And yes, we did meet. As I said earlier, I had another group look at it with fresh eyes, met with the stakeholders, and then we met with the staff. So I just want to, through you, to Chair, to Mr. Estivo, you will agree that density was discussed, and it was discussed at length. I just want a question and probably an answer. Do you have a 100% guarantee that none of those will be built?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's only one thing that is 100% guaranteed, and you know what that is, okay? Yes, due and taxes, okay? And of course, there are no guarantees.
Okay, thank you. And also, we talk about the 6-story apartment buildings on Barton Street, but we don't discuss the potential to have 4-story along the Collector and along Jones Road, and really a good chunk of it is going towards Fruitland Road onto the other Collector Road. So through you, Chair, to Mr. Estivo, you talk about 6-story apartment buildings, 4-story, 3-story, 2-story. There's still the potential to do that there. Again, no guarantee it will never come, correct?
Yes, correct.
Things always change. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Restivo. Thank you so much for the comments. And I'm just going to touch on, and we all have to recognize, and I was going to say it in closing comments, that this is a secondary plan, and we've all seen rezoning applications coming forward. And Mr. Chairman, as you mentioned in Paramount, Upper Mount Albion neighborhoods, I can speak actually, quite eloquently with regards to Stoney Creek. North side of the QEW, I had 13 high-rise towers proposed in the 70s with no secondary plan ever being put on in that neighborhood. It was just plop, this is what was going to happen. 2 high-rise towers got built, 2 condos, and that's where it stopped. That was the 70s. It is now 2013. We know Green Mill and Shores development came forward in 2010 with a plan to go forward. In that plan, there are 2 high-rise towers proposed. I haven't seen anything to the effect of that being carved in stone at this point. I haven't seen anything with regards to any of the development that they've got a shovel in the ground for a unit yet. So we know that these can change. I find it also very interesting because, as the committee is well aware, I had a rezoning on Highway number 8 for a 7-story condo. They're just in the midst of trying to sell them now. It's a retirement condominium. It's exactly where we want it to be. It's in a transportation corridor, just like Mr. Restivo said. It's near the churches, it's near the schools, it's near the recreation facilities. So these are where we want them to be. So we want to be darn sure that we put them in those locations, that they don't get all mishmashed all over the place going forward. So we certainly know, and believe me, it's not cheap to build these units anymore, especially when you're dealing with elevators. So, and I should be careful because I think the elevator operators are out on strike right now, so that's even a bigger issue in servicing. But we all know that there's huge costs to anything once you start building up, and I can appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions for Mr. Restivo? Seeing none, I need a motion to receive his presentation. Moved by Pursuta, seconded by Pearson. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if I can make one last comment, I would be remiss if I did not commend Councillor Johnson, Councillor Pearson, and members of both the planning and engineering staff who took time after hours to have these meetings, and this is family time which they will never recover. From us, thank you very much.
We sincerely appreciate the comment. Thank you. Mr. Gabriel, please. After Mr. Gabriel, it'll be Paul Granich. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm going to need some notes. But I'd quickly like to recognize to Jack that I think his hair looks great.
And mine doesn't.
For those who I may not have met, my name is Danny Gabriel, and I am president of Mars Homes Holdings, Inc., and we are landowners in the SCUBE area. I'm most appreciative of the opportunity to speak today regarding the Stoney Creek Urban Boundary Expansion Plan. I've been a member of the Community Committee, the Advisory Committee, and attended many of the public meetings. I have at no time spoken out about this plan because I've been saving all of that for today. I've been a resident of Stoney Creek since 1988. And this is the community that I purchased my first home and where my wife and I are raising our 3 children. It is also where our corporate headquarters are located. I would like to add that I too am a constituent of Councillor Johnson. We are community stakeholders in the fullest sense of the word. We live in our community, we build houses for people in our community, we support initiatives and charities in our community. I bring this out because I don't want it to appear that a builder or developer is a faceless entity. We are part of this community. We are planning to invest tens of millions of dollars into this property while creating unemployment for hundreds of local families that work within our industry. As many of us are aware, this plan has been a long time coming and in the works for years. I was out in the hallway reminiscing with Georgina Beattie earlier today as we were part of a City of Stoney Creek Committee group in the 1990s that was dealing with meetings and charrettes and focus groups talking about how this urban boundary plan would proceed. And at that time, we thought it was imminent, that it was going to happen right then and there. And then unfortunately, here we are, 15 years later, still discussing the same plan. I'm here to support the plan. I think staff have done a commendable job in its design, and they should be recognized for their efforts. Councillors Johnson and Pearson have worked diligently to balance their constituents' wishes to find a plan or to work towards a plan that meets requirements and regulations. We can spend another 15, 30, or 50 years, and there still will be those who will be dissatisfied with the plan. The plan presented by staff is balanced. It takes into consideration community features, needs, and provincial regulations. Since living in Stoney Creek, in the last 25 years, I have only seen one private sector building built that is higher than 3 stories. I know density is an issue, and I just wanted to put something in perspective for you. There is absolutely no market demand for those types of buildings along Barton Street. And I'll just give you some quick math. A townhome, which would be about 1,400 square feet, sells around $270,000 to $280,000. A 1,000 square foot condo needs to retail for $325 a foot. So that means that you get a 1,000 square foot condo for $325,000, or a 1,500 square foot townhome with a garage, a driveway, and a basement for $50,000 less. Those numbers will never change. Those economics will, as prices increase, always remain at the same point of disparity and differences. I concur that it is a very clever idea to put the densities as they've been shown in the plan. I think this is a great way to lower the densities throughout the entire plan by allocating densities in an area that will not happen. High density or density buildings require amenities that create a distinct community, and that is not what we're seeing along Barton Street in this plan. I would also like to quickly to touch upon that I'm hopeful that the committee will move forward with the Stoney Creek plan as presented today. As we witness the cost of housing continually rising, as we saw in the paper this weekend, we all saw that article about how the cost of real estate in the city of Hamilton is continuing to escalate, and affordability is becoming a huge issue. Affordability, and while local employment numbers stagnate, it's quite evident that Hamilton is in desperate need of this plan moving forward. Interestingly enough, I noted that there was a comment in this morning's paper saying that the plan has lost its way. And I couldn't agree more with that statement, although I think, if I may be so bold to interpret it in this way, that it's good news because the plan has been found. It's here right now. It's time to move it forward so we don't lose it again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gabriel. I've got a councillor ask a question of you. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Dan, thank you for coming out, and thank you to everybody for coming out. I know you've taken time off work, your busy schedules to be here, and that's everyone that's in the audience. Dan, I'm going to ask you the same thing I'm going to ask every single person who endorses high density on Barton. Will you guarantee that you will not build 6-story and 4-story apartment buildings?
I will guarantee it.
You will?
I will.
And also, just to be clear, this plan was created before I was elected in 2010. So just to be clear, when you credit me, thank you, but I don't deserve the credit because it's not, I didn't have anything to do with it. So just wanted to put that on the table right now, just to be clear for everybody. And thanks again for coming out.
Any other questions for Mr. Gabriel? Seeing none, may I have a motion to receive his presentation? Moved by Pearson, second by Collins. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You may take your seat. Paul Granich, please step forward. After Paul, we'll have Mark De Benedictis. So if you can just be prepared, sir. Mr. Greenwich?
Well, good afternoon now.
Yes.
I can see councillors aren't allowed to have coffee breaks.
Nature breaks only, sir.
I'll be brief. I'm just here today to comment on the proposed north-south collector road.
Which you get real close to the microphone, Paul?
Oh.
Thank you.
I'm just here today to comment on the proposed north-south collector road, which is commonly known as the Fruitland Road bypass now. And I just want to give a brief history of our residents. I've been at this location since 1953, and my parents before me since 1938. So we're longtime residents of the area. Since the mid-90s, I've been in ongoing contact with the planning department concerning land severance of 2 lots, which back then I wanted to sever for my 2 daughters. And basically has been told the proper time for this to happen would be when development commences either beside or behind us. And I lost my place here. And that would be to accommodate for proper hookups. Since 2007 until now, I've attended the SCUBE meetings only to be told that the detailed alignment of the north-south collector road, including the location at number 8, would be determined through future development applications. Under the new zoning for my property, which is to be medium density 2, this would allow me many opportunities to develop my own property, which I have asked the planning department over the years, and would now have the chance to do so. But having waited 6 years now, and how many more years to wait for the developers to decide the location of this road at their benefit for maximizing their value of their land at my expense, and us not only losing the opportunity to sever off lots, but now to possibly lose everything through a buyout and or expropriation. And I do not believe for one instance that someone somewhere does not know the route this road will take after all these years of planning. Yet the developers know exactly where they will build. And just to mention, there's no disrespect to these developers to get the most value from their ventures, but just don't do it at my expense. And also, when Horizon Utilities has an amendment on the table today allowing medium density 2 when their utilities cease to exist, that too tells me they know where the road is going. I've known for years that something was up next door, that selling their property in full or in part, but I could get no straight answer from anyone at utilities or at this city. Apparently, Freedom of Information Act do not qualify for Hamilton Horizons. And if council does not already know, the easterly option will cost approximately $3 million more than the westerly option, and that's at a 70-30 split, developers and taxpayers' money, to acquire the lands needed for this road. So my only question today, I just want to know from council, is the road going through my property? Just let us know so we can move on with our lives. We've had this issue hanging over our heads now for some 6 years. Are we staying? We moving? We upgrading? Girls want me to put a pool in. I want to pave my driveway. What do we do? Sell the house, move into our camper and travel? Now, just a phone call. You can call me. Email, anonymous email. You can even have a rock, tie a note to it, throw it through my window. I don't care. I just want to know, because we've had enough. You know, you don't want this. You don't want this hanging over your head. Like, you know, we've come to the stage that I'm semi-retired, my wife wants to retire. What do we do? You know, how do we spend anything, like plan for stuff, eh? So just let me know, and if you're going to do the latter, just use the garage window. It needs replacing. Thanks for having me.
Paul, just stay where you are for a second, please. Councillor, you have questions for Paul?
Thank you, Paul. Through you, Chair, Paul and I have met a number of times over this very issue, and it is frustrating. I totally agree, which is where my questioning was, north and south. Where is it coming out? Please let us know. Also, Paul, whereabouts do you live? Do you live to the east of Hydro or to the west of Hydro?
I border on the east side.
You border on the east side.
And I've been there since we both moved in at the same time. So it's, good neighbor. But
Yeah. Okay, so your suggestion is that if it were to go to the west, on the other side, you're saying that it would be $3 million more to create that?
no, if it took the westerly option, that's to go the easterly option through my dining room window, by the way.
Yeah.
There's a pool of $3 million to acquire the lands required. And that's not on Barton Street for the three people or the three homes that may be expropriated there. There's myself, acre and a half, neighbor at the front who has a half an acre. So there's two homes. The rest is vacant land. Hydro has about a half an acre that's never been used. And there's land back. Well, as you can see, that curve is going to take...
You know what? Vanessa, can you show Paul how to use the laser?
It's on a cell phone.
No, it's not a cell phone. Thank you.
Here's where I am.
Can you go by the microphone, Paul? Sorry, I can't hear you, but you can still use the laser. It'll still work.
All too high tech for me.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I'm right there.
Right.
This is the westerly option where it takes the bend. Now, if they want to go the easterly option through my place, they have to start way back there. So right from there to there is all vacant land, and I had the acreage figures and I didn't bring them with me.
Right.
But the two properties that would have to be either bought out or the nasty word expropriation would be right here. So from my understanding through the meetings, there's been $3 million set aside, and that's at a 70% builder, 30% taxpayers.
Okay,
to acquire all those lands.
To Paul, the $3 million has been set aside or needs to be set aside? Because I don't know this part.
That's the way I read it.
Okay, so Paul,
to be clear, Councillor,
yes,
the actual route is not a part of this hearing. That will be a part of the Phase 3 environmental assessment. So we make no decision on that today.
I understand.
And also to be clear, you heard staff before, we are not in the business of buying out people's land. This is something that if the developers want to put it through, they'll have to buy your land or figure out something else, meaning reroute it somewhere else.
At another time, Paul, you and I might want to have a coffee. We went through this with the Trinity Church extension up on the mountain, and I can show you exactly how it does happen and how they try to avoid the homes and give you that outcome. It may provide you with some insight, but it will be through the Phase 3 EA, and you will be a part of that.
No, I understand that. Just to be clear, council will not expropriate for a road. Is that what you said earlier?
We have in the past. I'm hearing from the staff right now that this secondary plan is not. We're not expropriating land for roads.
Not the Trinity Church extension. We moved the road to avoid expropriation of houses.
And that's not only for my place, but the three houses on Barton Street?
Again, that's not a part of this meeting. That's a part of the Phase 3 environmental assessment, and our staff will deal with it, and they try to avoid moving people out and buying houses out because it becomes very expensive.
So if it's not expropriation, it's a buyout?
Again, it's not a part of this process. It'll happen in the Phase 3 environmental assessment.
Okay, I understand.
Get you in touch with the people who will be making those decisions, but you will be included in that process, as will you, Councillor.
Well, I understand that, but I came just to ask you one question. I've been waiting so long for a decision. Do I put the for sale sign up tomorrow? Or do I put in the pool and pave my driveway, only by next Christmas have to be told?
I think what we'll do is we'll put you in touch with some of the staff and they might be able to help you. But at the present time, this is not a matter before this committee.
No, I thought it was, but...
Sir, it's not.
I mean, I can't appeal the decision today?
No, because that route, we don't have a route. We have a planned corridor. The third phase of the environmental assessment has not been completed, so you do not know, I do not know, nobody knows where the road is.
Well,
that's the next process.
For the record, someone does know. Thank you.
The record? No, sir. I just went through up in the mountain. Any other questions? Move to receive, please. Councillor Pearson and Councillor Collins. Thank you for attending today. Mr. D. Benedictus, I think is how you pronounce the name. And the next speaker after that would be Chris Douglas.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mark DeBenedictis of Benamar Construction. We are home builders locally, and we are land developers as well. In the past 30 years, we have developed over 15 subdivisions and built hundreds of homes in this community. In the process, we have provided many jobs to skilled trades and have supported our local suppliers.
Mr. DeBenedictis, if you could just pull the microphone down a little bit closer to your mouth, that's good. Thank you.
In 2010, our company made an offer to purchase approximately 25 acres of land within the Fruitland-Winona secondary area. These lands are municipally known as 230, 236, and 242 Fruitland Road along the westerly limits of the planning area with substantial frontage on the east side of Fruitland Road. The secondary plan as proposed designates these land for low and medium density housing, including a 7-acre neighborhood park, partially of which is located on our lands, and local and collector roads. The collector roads include a portion of the east-west collector road between Fruitland Road and Jones Road, and the portion of the most westerly north-south collector road between Barton Street East and number 8. Benamar Construction became aware of the secondary planning development just prior to the May 4th, 2010 public consultation meeting. It subsequently became actively involved in the secondary planning process by retaining independent planning advice, speaking to the planning development staff regarding the development of the plan, and developed our network with other stakeholders in the community that have an interest in seeing the plan approved. We've also participated in various neighborhood meetings with Councillor Brenda Johnson and some of the residents of Stoney Creek. With respect to the debate regarding the 1992 Fruitland Road bypass versus the current Fruitland Road EA recommendations, Benamar Construction is on record of supporting Alternative 3D as the proposed north-south corridor road through the most westerly limits of the neighborhood, which is what the planning department is suggesting. The EA and the secondary plan address the traffic concerns of the Fruitland Road residents by eventually shifting the current truck route to the future north-south collector road once it is built, and the plan proposes traffic calming measures along the Fruitland Road between Barton Street East and number 8. We feel the resolution is reasonable and further study or debate should not be considered. With respect to the density issue, some of the residents, with respect to the density issue, a concern that has been brought up by some of the residents that Barton Street will be inundated with 6-story apartment buildings. As a builder, I know this will not happen. Apartment buildings are the most expensive construction that exists today. Most apartment buildings are built on very dense populations, such as downtown Toronto, where land values are extremely high, and they are supported by sophisticated transportation systems, such as subways. These densities are only guidelines and must conform with provincial policy statements. In most cases, builders will choose to go lower density because of the economics involved. A lot of the things that I have to say have already been said by Dan Gabriel and by Jack Restivo, so I'll just go straight to my conclusion. Benamar Construction is very excited about this plan and cannot stress enough how important approval of this plan is to the city and every taxpayer in Hamilton and Stoney Creek. This development is a $2 billion development with a B, and we need this for the city of Hamilton to relieve our taxpayers and to get business going and to increase employment in the city. Approval of this plan will bring much needed development opportunities, community facilities and infrastructure such as light rail transit to the residents of Stoney Creek, not to mention tax dollars. The secondary plan will certainly be appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board no matter what is approved, but I know that most of the people of Stoney Creek will side with the city staff, although they may disagree with some of the details. Members of the committee, this development process has been going on for 20 years, and this new plan as proposed by the city incorporates an environmental assessment that was done in 2011, not 1992. It takes into consideration considerable modern provincial guidelines and up-to-date data. Let's pass this plan and create a great community for the citizens of Stoney Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeBenedictis. Any questions for the gentleman? Seeing none, I need a motion to receive his presentation. Moved by Councillor Collins, second by Councillor Ferguson. All those in favour? Carried. You can take your seat, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, is it? Please come forward. And after Mr. Douglas, it'll be Heidi Hand. Thank you.
Yeah, well, Chris Douglas, 22 years on Fruitland Road.
Mr. Douglas, if you could do me a favor and get nice and close to the microphone.
Chris Douglas, 22 years on Fruitland Road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Or Chairman, sorry, and councillors and everybody else here. I'm here with regards to what's happening on Fruitland Road and the traffic and what you're planning here, and I've been involved with this for quite a few years now, seeing as living there 22 years, and concerned about the development. But to start off, I have a few questions here, and can I direct them through you to try to get some answers on these?
No, so you can make your comments. We will write down what your questions are, and then we'll get them from staff at the conclusion of all the presentations.
Okay, so one is with regards to, on the date that this actual plan and that big file was released to the public, how much time between that date...
Get close to the mic.
How much time between that date and today was there allotted? Like, did you give us 20 days to review this, or did you give us just 4 days? That's what I'd like to know.
Thank you.
Because I only had 4 days, and I just don't know why I couldn't get this information a little bit earlier. The other question would be, what was the purpose of the May 23rd meeting, and what was brought up there? And in finally receiving this plan 4 days ago, or on the 30th, I noticed different things about widening Fruitland Road and also ignoring this cross intersection going between, the new collector going north to south. And which kind of throws everything I thought was going to happen, crazy. So anyway, my question is now, this new, can I get this to work here so I can show you where I'm referring to?
If you could
the
show...
new collector that I'm referring to.
He wants to use the laser, if you can tell him.
Okay.
There you go.
This new collector here, is this still in regards to being a truck route?
Anything other comments, sir?
Okay. I get a lot of comments. Okay, so in such, you also got this other collector going in the Fruitland Road, and then you got all this population around here. What I'd like to know is, what is this population and density in here compared to this area here? I know we got a per hectare, but this density per hectare seems a lot more populated than what this here area would be to meet what the provincial requirements are, 71 per hectare or whatever that is. So I'm a little confused on what the total population is going to be there. In addition to that, you did the study of the traffic on Fruitland Road. My question will be, how much was involved in that? Was it from Fruitland or from Highway 8 to Barton? Is that what was concerned about that study? Or was it just from Highway 8 to Heritage? And if it was just from Highway to Sherwood Park, why wasn't this population over in here included? There's a lot of traffic that's going up to the community park for the soccer and so forth. There's a population in behind there, plus possible future development, which I think for future concerns, that should also be implemented in the studies of the traffic on there. And I think that total population up in that area was ignored on those studies. So again, I think it's important. So what I'm going to do is get down to here, and I have some questions with regards to the PP10 dust out on the highway. And what they found there on the highway, this PP10 dust, I believe from what I read on it, was that coming off the Skyway, heading towards Niagara, between that and Fruitland Road, you have these big walls for sound. And what they found, that you get a very high dangerous level of this PP10 dust coming off the trucks and the transports, coming down the hill, breaking down and whatever we call that, engine braking and so forth, creating all these PP10 pollutions, and they're deposited down at the bottom. And why? It's because of those big high walls for the sound and so forth that trap that in there. So in this plan, I don't know about Fruitland Road, but it seems like Fruitland Road is part of the plan, which on my side is an R1 density, and on the other side it's RR density, which is R1 density, I believe, only rural laws or whatever. And you're going to change that to an R3 density. So instead of seeing one neighbor, now I'm going to see 4 or 5 or whatever across the way. In addition to that, you're going to be apparently widening that road, which tells me that you're probably going to keep the trucks there. Because I cannot see why you would put a truck route along a school zone, along a community park, and along a population where there's going to be many bus stops or buses for school buses going down there to take the population to the schools, because that's normal. You know, you don't have any high schools there or whatever, and you got a big population density in there. This corridor that you're implementing is probably going to be a lot of school buses. So I don't think we need transport trucks on there. Along with that, transport trucks going along here, when they stop to make that left-hand turn to get up to Barton and to make the right-hand turn, or at Fruitland, there's a lot of stop and go and so forth. And I don't think people moving into these apartments want to be looking over their balconies or out their windows listening to transport trucks. And I think the transport trucks should be put into a proper corridor. Okay, and that corridor was in the original plan back in 1992 when I bought my house, and it was on the road saying we're going to put a bypass in. I said, oh, that'd be a nice place to raise the family. I think I will make the investment. And I did, like many others. So again, back to this population in here, I think when everybody's got to go to work in the morning, I think everybody pretty well goes the same direction. That is out to the QEW up here. They come out, they make the right-hand turn, they go down Barton and make the right-hand turn. The existing population that makes the left-hand turn, you know, the new population, which is probably 10,000 in that area, to the 650 in the existing area, the settlement that's happening here now, they're not going to have any right of way. They're going to try to make their left-hand turn to work, and so all the right-hand turners, that 10,000 population is going to have to turn. So what I'm saying is, as such, everybody going to work, they're going to go to make the right-hand turn. I suspect you're going to put a light there. Okay, you don't say anything in your planning on whether you're going to put a light there, a stop sign, or anything there. There's nothing in that in the planning. And when you put that light there, now the transport trucks, because you're not going to put them on that road, because you don't want them turning corners left and right and holding up 6 cars, each truck. You know, they got to wait behind them. The people going to work from here, if they got to go out this way, they're not going to be lining up behind transport trucks. They're all going to go down this way, make that right-hand turn onto the QEW. In such, that light there will cause these transport trucks to gear down, stop, gear back up, gear down, stop in this residential stretch. Which, what you're planning along here is those number 3 density, which are very tall, pretty similar to what you have on the highway to trap the noise and to trap the pollution. The PP10 pollution with the worst anywhere in Hamilton is along that corridor, and that's what it's from. And that's what's going to happen right in our front yards. Right there is these transport trucks and the heavy population that's going to be coming out of this new area. Like that's 10,000. This same amount of area, there's probably about 650. So I just can't see the balance, and I can't see where you're going to be able to keep the trucks on here. If you don't do something now and you save this planning for later, where are you going to put the trucks? And again, back to here, you cannot put trucks along here at community centers, schools, where there's tons of school buses going to be stopping every morning and every afternoon to pick up and drop off kids to take them to schools out of the district and drop them off. Let alone the population coming from these apartments and this high density. They want to walk their dog, they want to cross this intersection, this street here, and if you got transport trucks on there, not a good place to walk your kids, walk your dog, and so forth. So again, what I'm saying here, this is not acceptable. And what is really not acceptable is the fact that you aren't doing nothing about the truck route on Fruitland Road, let alone the future traffic. And I would like to know why you've got indications in your plans that I was able to dig through. You got stoplights here, a turnaround or turn through, whatever, stoplight here, here, and here. You're indicating red lights. The busiest intersection that's going to be developed in this whole plan is going to be right there, Sherwood Park and Fruitland Road. and you haven't told us what you're putting there. Stop light, stop signs, four-way stops, turnabout. Why aren't we being informed of what kind of intersection you're going to put on Fruitland Road? I think that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Any questions from Mr. Douglas? Seeing none, may I have a motion to receive his presentation? Moved by Partridge, seconded by Pearson. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Heidi, are you there? You are. And then after Heidi, it would be Steve Stipsitz. Just make sure the microphone's really close, Heidi.
Okay, pardon?
Just make sure the mic's really close.
Okay. So good afternoon, I'm Heidi Hand. I'm a resident of Winona, and I was involved in the SCUBE process since day one. I want to bring you back to 1982. I was 8 years old, and my dad decided in his infinite wisdom to wake my 3 older brothers and myself up at 5 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday during summer vacation because he wanted to go to Hamilton to go cherry picking. Now keep in mind, we came from Paisley, which is 3 hours away. So we got up, we went, we came to this wonderful, small little place called Winona, drove all along Highway down Barton Street to get to the best place. He went into each place to find out how much everything was. And at the very end, we decided, or rather he decided, we're not going to pick our own, we're just going to buy them right off the farmer. Then we drove 3 hours back. When you're driving along Winona right now, you're not seeing the farmers out there as predominantly anymore, and it's really a shame because that was one of the best things about Winona, was driving along and getting your fruit freshly picked that morning. The reason why I'm telling this story is because we keep on coming back to the 6-story apartment buildings. We need to stop talking about 6 stories, 3 stories, whatever. The gist of the Winona residents is the small town feel. So it really, yeah, when we build up and up, of course we're going to have more of an impact. But it's the density levels which are very concerning. Councillor Collins, I took exception to your comment when you referred to Councillor Farr with your own ward about how, well, 6 stories, we're dealing with a lot more. Come out to Winona. This is not something that just should be implemented. We have been dealing with progress, which is a very loose word. We have a lot of more people moving into the neighborhood, which is seriously affecting all the dynamics within Winona. I know this is going to be referred to later, but Barton Street, I was out at midnight last night because I wanted to know how big is 40 meters. So it happened to be that there were some really nice lines guy that were painting lines, so I went up to them at midnight. Do you have a measuring tape? We're out there measuring, and let me tell you, 40 meters. Yeah, people are joking about putting a drive through my kitchen because that's pretty much what it's going to come into with the turning lane coming in there. And that, I'm not too sure if that includes the 4-meter promenade. So, I mean, there is so many repercussions to this plan. I really don't know what the solution is. The process was flawed from day one. It was not good to be part of that committee. There was a lot of animosity. There was a lot of confusion. At the end of the day, we had asked for staff to come. We had asked for special people to come. They never came. We never got answers. I am still asking the exact same questions that I asked years ago. What is the best thing to happen in Winona? I'd love to go back 25 years and slap everybody upside the head that was involved in the planning and do this right. So now we're talking about a 73 density. I'm questioning that. The provincial is 50, Hamilton is 70. So why don't we look at downtown Hamilton, for example? I think Margaret had said that the numbers were about 162 because apparently nobody really knows, and I'm not being facetious, but nobody really knows what the density levels are throughout Hamilton, which I would really love to have the breakdown on that. So why don't we go to 73 in downtown Hamilton? If that's what the projected numbers are, why don't we? Because it doesn't make sense. Downtown is downtown for a reason. We have the growth, huge growth downtown, everything like that. 73 doesn't make sense downtown any more than 73 makes sense in Winona. It doesn't. Whether we're dealing with 3, 4, 5, 6 stories, whether we're dealing with townhouses, and that was another problem with SCUBE. You know, I got this all printed off yesterday. I went through it all. I could go on for hours for the things that I've got issues with, but you know what? I'm speaker number 7. I got bumped from 9. Yay. So I want to keep it in time with all of the other people that came out today, which I think is awesome, and I want them to have an opportunity to speak as well. I'm frustrated. I'm very annoyed. And at the end of the day, I'm a little bit angry because we want to engage residents. We want to have civic-minded people. And yet, I'm huge that way. But on Friday, I was thinking, what is the point in any of this? Because we go through an entire process, we're not getting answers that we need. We had a meeting on May the 23rd, which I clearly asked staff specific questions, which I had asked throughout the process, and I wasn't alone in this. And they couldn't give me answers. I got the answers on May 31st. We're on, what day is it today? Tuesday? I mean, that's just not good enough. This is something that I'm compassionate about. This is my community. I knew years ago when Walmart was coming in, we were going to be moving. But we need to look at the people that have invested their lives in there for such a long time, that have gone through these changes, will continue to go through these changes. And you know what? When we listen to this, the small tender, or not small tender, the fruit farmers, keep in mind, don't just look at them as individuals and, yeah, well, I can't relate to them because I'm not a farmer. We live in the fruit belt area. We should all be growing fruit trees. It will be completely abolished. So instead of looking at all of these different pockets of problems, start looking at the greater good for Winona. And honestly, at the end of all of this, I'm more frustrated than I began. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hand. Any motion to receive? Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Johnson, all those in favor? Carried. Steve? And then after Steve, it will be Sean Tombolini. Morning, sir. Afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairman and councillors and audience. So I had all kinds of comments and I had all kinds of notes before, and I kind of tossed them all aside because I think my points have been more than well made by Mr. Restivo, Mr. Gabriel, and another couple of the speakers here today, Mr. De Benedictis. So my thought is that we along with Lozani Homes, purchased probably the largest tract of land in that entire secondary plan area. We did that about 12 years ago on the eve of the urban boundary expansion, thinking, okay, we're going to create, between all of us, 7,000 homes. It's well established that there are 3 jobs per 3 person years of employment created for every home. So 21,000 jobs are sitting there waiting and on hold. And it's also well known that home building companies in general, they're not foreign owned. We don't send the profits back to the mothership in another country, right? These people that work and are going to build these homes usually live within 10 or 20 minutes of where they actually do their work. So now we're talking about that many people and the economic benefits spin off the taxes that are created on an average, say what, $4,000 a unit annually times 7,000 units or so. You know, we're talking about $28 million in taxes. So the fact, I believe, is that several councils ago, this was decided that there was going to be an urban boundary expansion. This is identified as places to grow. There are legal parameters that you have to deal with in terms of the densities. I think Mr. Restivo put it quite eloquently when he said ingenious as to how you're covering it. And I think that above and beyond all, I save on all my technical points is that this thing really needs to go ahead. I've had my own staff attending meetings with your staff your professionally paid, intelligent, staff to create these plans that have come forward now, and I think it needs to move forward. That's all I'm here to say.
Thank you, Mr. Stips. Any questions? I need a motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Partridge. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Sean, come on down, please. Thank you. And then after Sean, we're going to have a group presentation of Diane Chapin, Amy Chapin, and Mary Walford. They'll be working together. Mr. Tom Bellini, is that correct?
Yes.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Sean Tombolini. I'm a 20-year resident of Winona. Like Jay Solstice, I also have a very small hobby cherry farm, and I'm on the same area as Jay, and I was going to raise a lot of the same concerns Jay has. A couple of things that I did hear about it being a science. I did go on the internet, and I'm not a guru, internet guru or anything, but it was easy to search up, about the air, how it affects fruit trees, and I did find articles on it, and things talking about how the airflow comes down the escarpment, and it was escarpment based. It wasn't just general based, it was escarpment based. So I believe that the intensification that we have in that one area, especially where Mr. Soltis is, the 6-story buildings, allowing that's being the closest area to the lake. Do we have that pointer? Okay, where Mr. Soltis is right here, and this area here being closest to the lake and with the least amount of development restricting the airflow is probably the most important area. This is where there's a lot of viable cherry farms. I have another neighbor who's got a pear farm, and so the airflow, if you build these 6-story buildings here or allow them to, possibly you're going to restrict the airflow, whether it's on Highway 8 or Barton Street. I don't see the difference. Airflow is airflow. If you move it back a little further, it's still going to restrict the airflow from getting to the lake. That was one of my concerns. I believe I was with the Citizens Advisory Committee with Jack and Danny, and they raised a lot of good points. We were not given a guarantee that any of the proposals, the 3 proposals that we had, were going to be implemented. So when they came out with the last plan, we looked it over. It seemed to be a bit of a compromise. It wasn't exactly what the residents wanted, but we were not given a guarantee that this is what we were going to get. Myself, I would just like to see these 6-story buildings somehow changed so that they wouldn't be built. Some of the builders that have spoken here, I don't believe in the meetings, were the ones that own these here. And they're talking about houses already there. There's 2 blocks here that are vacant land right now. And there's nothing stopping those builders who are in none of those meetings to come up and saying, we're going to build 6-story buildings on that land. This land here, yes, it's all residences. But these 2 I'm a little concerned about. And that would restrict the airflow right to the lake from the air. So basically, farming's more, going to be very important in the future. Local farms, people are changing their thoughts now. They want to buy locals, starting to get a bit of movement. I think we got to protect these farms. You talked about the right to farm. What right does the city have to put 6-story buildings there to restrict the farming, restrict the airflow, and hamper the farming? That's my comment. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Sean? Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, thanks very much, Sean, for coming out and giving us another perspective from the farming industry. Can you just point out again where your farm is? Or where your fruit trees are?
My fruit trees are on on Lewis Road here.
Right there.
Right in Lewis Road, yes.
And and what size is your property?
My house is in a small property, but across the street I have a hobby farm. It's just over an acre. So, but it's all cherry trees, and my children, they love farming, so they want to continue the farm. So I'm not in a hurry for development or anything like that, but I just wanted to make sure that I too was affected by the frost last year, and I don't want to see it happen again in the future.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you very much, sir. I need a motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Johnson, second by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Diane Chapin, Amy Chapin, Mary Walford, if you'd like to come forward, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Mary Walford. I have a home at 748 Barton Street in Fruitland, which home is to 3 disabled and their family. I reside at 746 Barton Street. I, along with my community, have concerns about the process. It is evident that there are flaws. I gave many hours of time and others on the CAC SCUBE to offer input and would have hoped in exchange that I and the community would have been respected in the same manner. I was only by accident notified on the 21st that there was a meeting on May 23rd hosted by Councillor Brenda Johnson. Thank you. My understanding was this was an opportunity to get insight of the preferred plan endorsed by the city. To my shock, the entire draft was foreign and not even compatible to the plan in which I and the SCUBE committee felt comfortable and accepting of, and the community. To ask a community to endorse a plan that was kept secret for 2+ years and with only one info session, and to take it to a secondary phase within 10 days gave no opportunity for the community to address concerns. That tells me the developers took precedence over the community, and the vision of Fruitland Winona was completely ignored. Why is it most communities get a few info sessions to absorb and address their concerns in a reasonable time frame? And this plan is being forced on our community. The future development forever will change our community. Families will be removed from their homes by expropriation, and 2 of my homes are in that expropriation, where the said park is going to be and the school. Can you imagine waking up each morning feeling homeless? Not only my home, but 2 homes are on the expropriation for the structure of a school, and 19 more homes are also slated for expropriation. Has there been any thought of each family's ability to relocate their lives, or if their financial status or age or health can accommodate such a drastic change? I built my existing home 4 years ago. It is the home to my quadriplegic daughter, my neighbor of 20 years who lost her legs, and this home is registered with the Ministry of Children's Services as a treatment home for children of complex medical conditions. It has an elevator, enlarged hallways, accessible bathrooms, and it's barrier-free. It has an enclosed backyard with a safe, large playground. It has been developed to nurture children with nature, green space, and to give these children an opportunity to feel that they are no different than any other child. But when you have a trach to breathe, a feeding tube hanging out of your garment, and other medical technology attached to you in a public surrounding, they would be stared at, they'd be put at risk, not only to themselves, but others in arm's reach. So there's a lot of emphasis and thought put into making this home, not only for my disabled daughter, but for many children who have benefited their time here, some short-term and some since birth. So I ask the question, have you thought about how this will affect the community, the families, such as mine, who are on the chopping block, and to be torn apart from relationships we have built with our neighbors? We feel safe. It appears to me that green has gone to greed. What I have heard today is that it is not the city's intent to implement this plan. If there is no intent to take people's homes to build high-density homes, parks, schools, and a bypass, then I'm completely confused with this plan, because this plan clearly shows huge expropriation. The whole thing just absolutely doesn't make sense. I intend and have initiated steps to appeal as my community. I am not against development, but it needs to be responsible development. And from many individuals in the community, without having a crystal ball, it won't only be me appealing, it will be a whole community. We stand together as a family. That's why I love Fruitland, Winona. We won't be bullied, and we will not be intimidated. Thank you very much.
Mary, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Who told you that the people's houses are going to be torn down and they're going to be thrown out?
My home is slated in the area for the park and the school.
The school, actually.
Actually, I'm on the school. 2 of my homes are on the school, and nobody is willing to give me a written guarantee in black and white that my home won't be expropriated. If it's needed, I will be expropriated.
The city doesn't purchase property. It's the developers. You have to choose to sell your property at some point.
But a school in the city by expropriation, would it not be?
We don't do that. I don't know who's telling you people that the city's going to expropriate and buy all of this land. The city doesn't do that. That is a complete out and out lie. Okay, so whoever's been telling you that, they have some gall, with the greatest respect, to scare people in a group home that they're going to lose their home. I don't know who's doing that, but I sure would love to meet that person.
That's coming right from your planning department.
Not.
Yes, it is.
No. Do the other ladies want? I'd love to hear from the young lady. If the microphone can go down to the side, and feel free to comment.
Hi, my name's Amy Chapman. Hi. I'm 21 years old, and I live at 740 Barton Street. And I have trouble getting around, obviously, because I'm in a wheelchair.
Take your time, dear.
And I feel comfortable where I live, and I don't feel that I should be pressured or scared into moving somewhere else. I only have lived here for 2 years, and I've never felt more comfortable here in anywhere that I've lived in my whole life. My neighbors, thank you. My neighbors are my friends. Mary's my next door neighbor, and they're more to family to me than anyone. And I speak for Karina Walford as well, Mary's daughter, who's been my best friend since I've moved in here, and she's made me feel welcome as well as everyone in my community. I go down the street and people say hello and they treat me like they know me, and I love that feeling, and I love the people around me, and I don't feel that I should be scared of losing my home over a school that they don't need to build.
Thank you so much, Amy. Diane, did you wish to say anything, dear?
Well, you know what? We've lived downtown Hamilton, and they've put schools into other schools. They've built schools larger to accommodate kids. They've bused them. They've done whatever. There's parks in schools everywhere. I mean, we've lived in Hamilton our whole lives. And we've moved. I have 5 disabled in my home. Amy's one of them. I have 2 nephews. I have a mother-in-law. You know, I'm disabled myself. So we moved out there to get away from the crowds. I want to be able to see the stars at night. I don't want the hustle and bustle. We wanted the close-knit community that Fruitland, Winona has. We don't want the busy downtown area anymore. And that's why we went out there, to friends and family. And that's exactly what Amy said. She wants to be out where she has a close-knit community and away from away from downtown. I mean, Barton Street, downtown Barton Street, and exactly what's going to end up like downtown Barton Street. You know, as soon as we say we live on Barton Street, people look at us like we're nuts because they picture downtown Barton Street. You know, and I don't want that out there to look like downtown Barton Street. It's just not what we want. We want us to have a nice, clean community, fresh air, and you know, I mean, I'm all for growth. I got that, but I also feel for the farmers. Think about it. It's just not right. I mean, that's why we're out there. And you know, there's people who live there for 40 some odd years that are out there because they want space and, you know, peace and quiet. And that's exactly why we're out in Fruitland, Winona.
Thank you so much. Councillor Ferguson, you had some comments or questions?
Yeah, I want to pick up on your comment about expropriation and that we will force you to move. You made the comment, sorry, I forgot your first name.
It's Mary Walford. Mary.
You made the comment that our planning staff said that we will expropriate in order to put you out. And I just want to get a question directly to our Director of Planning, the most senior planner in this organization, through you, Mr. Mallard, do we expropriate for development?
Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, no, we have never said that we would expropriate lands. I do believe that these ladies did meet with staff within the past week for staff to explain process and what's happening. And my understanding, they've never mentioned that the city would expropriate lands. We're not in that business.
We don't do it.
So question to you, Mr. Chairman. Are you now comfortable then that you will not be expropriated? It'll only be on a willing seller, willing buyer basis?
Sir, I heard verbally that it's not something you like to do, but according to this plan, if it's needed, then it will be done. If someone gives it to me in writing, then I'll believe it.
Okay, well, this meeting is a very public meeting. It's minuted. It's recorded. Mm-hmm. You can't get more factual response than that. In my 7 years on council, we have never expropriated for development.
Exactly.
And so I think you can feel comfortable that unless you want to move and you want to sell, you will not be expropriated.
So we can live there for the rest of our lives.
But my question would be, if that was the case and it's not something that the city does, then why did we place the school and the park on top of existing homes?
It's a secondary plan that is conceptual in basis, but it's not cast in concrete. Because if we don't have a willing seller,
if the plan changes.
If the plan changes. And so you have to want to sell and have to have a commercial arrangement with the school board or any developer before that would happen.
I absolutely do not want to sell.
In Upper Stoney Creek, we had a school that was set off the Upper Mount Albion area. The school board could not get willing sellers. They moved it to the other side of Rymel Road. It's very simple. We don't force people out of their homes.
Okay. I was going to start teaching my grandchildren how to tie themselves to trees.
Councillor Pearson, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and Mary and guests, thank you so much for the presentations. I know I've spoken to Mary many times, and I commend you for what you're doing. I just want to note also, with regards to expropriation, it is a very, very expensive process, and we know that historically. That's why municipalities do not go down the road. The rules have changed. I can't remember exactly when they changed, but the rules have changed on how expropriation has to follow a process. And as I said, it's very costly. Mr. Mallard shaking his head in agreement. I know in Stoney Creek days, and you're absolutely right, we never expropriated for development. We did expropriate in my 9 years on Stoney Creek Council one piece of land, and it actually was a public roadway that we found out when we had to upgrade. It was the DeWitt Hill, that it was actually in private ownership. So that was the only time, and it was not because of development. It was because we had a roadway going through a private piece of land. So I just want to reiterate, it's not something the city does because we can just do it. It's very costly. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, and thank you for my colleagues for clearing that again. I really appreciate it. And I just wanted to talk to Amy. And Amy, you did a terrific job. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your patience. You did awesome. So, and Diane and Mary, thank you.
I hope you feel more comfortable, Amy.
Thank you. That does make me feel a lot better, actually. I'm very comforted by that.
Thank you. Any other comments, ladies, while you're at the microphone? You good? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for coming forward. Councillor Ferguson is moving receipt of the presentation, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Carried. Georgina Beattie is the next speaker, and then Peter de Generalovic. PJ, I'm told. You want someone to jump ahead of you? Thank you. Peter, are you ready to go? Where's PJ? Come on down, sir. Georgina's just running out to put money in the meter. And then after Peter, it would be Juliana Gianmarco, unless, of course, Georgina is fast. Good afternoon, Peter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members, planning
Could you pull the microphone back up, sir?
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry.
Perfect. That's okay.
My name is Peter Generalovich. Our family resides on Jones Road. We have lived there since 1963, about 50 years this year. We are Ontario tender fruit producers, registered with OFA and the Grape Growers Association of Ontario. Since its inception, we are owners of approximately 40 acres in the former Fruitland area. Due to government policies, Greenbelt legislation, we now cultivate less than 10 acres. Our juice grape production has gone from 18 acres down to 0. Canning pear production has gone from 5 acres down to 1 acre. Canning peaches, we don't supply canning peaches, just fresh market peaches now. For our family and many Niagara growers, the Greenbelt and other government policies, whether it be with our city, whether it be with the province, whether it be federally, have crushed the industry. Land is now unmortgageable. To take green-belted land, natural heritage lands to the TD Bank or Royal Bank, you're going to get 0. Welch's in St. Catharines closed when we when they implemented greenbelt legislation. Within 2 years, Del Monte was gone. So for processing fruit in Niagara, even though we produce the best tasting fruit in the world, I'm told, there's no market for it unless you're producing it for the fresh consumer. We are in support of incorporating the Fruitland-Winona secondary plan into the former City of Stoney Creek official plan. However, we do disagree with the size of the natural heritage lands in the area just east of Jones Road. I don't know what woodlot that is, but that woodlot is no different than woodlot 6 and any of the woodlots. And actually, this woodlot is the only one that really remains through all the drafts that we've gone through. We feel that we are being discriminated against. All other sites have been deleted, according to this draft. It's an obvious case of expropriation without compensation, and you best not give the public the impression that they are allowed to enter these lands on their own free will, because as landowners are not going to put up with it. The infrastructure concerns we have, the majority of the roads are in disgusting shape. Barton Street, Highway 8, with its what I call dead man's corners. 50 Road and the side roads have been the same since the 60s, since the late 60s. City needs to, if they're going to encourage this development, need to buck up and improve these roads. They should have already been upgraded. And we are concerned as well as there not being, and the people along Highway 8 east of Fruitland Road all the way to Glover, there's this misconception of we're going to service from behind. Talking to the neighbors, we feel that, hey, it's about time we got sanitary sewers along that stretch. Enough is enough. You can see that everybody that lives along that street, along that corridor, 99% of their septic systems don't comply to probably the standards of health and safety. In conclusion, I just thank you for hearing us out today. And again, we encourage that you go ahead with this expansion.
Thanks very much, Peter. We appreciate you coming in, appreciate your time here. Do we have any questions for the delegate, please? Seeing none. I have a motion to receive. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Johnson, all in favor, please. Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Did you sign in the book? Okay, appreciate that. Georgina, I've noticed that you've come back. Made it out to your parking meter, okay? You remortgaged the house, did you? Okay. Thanks for your patience. Hey, Georgina, I'm just going to ask you to get real close to the microphone. You can put it up or down as you need to. Thanks. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today's a very, very sad day. You've been hearing from the residents with regard to the SCUBE plans and how it's going to change their lives. I too have many concerns, which I've expressed over the years throughout this process. But today I want to address the strategic objectives listed in the report, transportation, infrastructure, and process. Although I too have problems with the density. On page 32 of 33, Strategic Objective 1.1 states, continue to grow the non-residential tax base. How does this plan fulfill that objective? There appear to be few non-residential buildings. Strategic Objective 1.4 on the same page states, improve the city's transportation system to support multimodal mobility and encourage interregional connections. This may apply to the transportation hub that is proposed for the 50 Road development. But how does this expansion support the multimodal mobility? Currently, we have transcabs, and they work extremely well. As a matter of fact, I understand that they're looking at using that system in other parts of the city. This council has already experienced the tax burden of the additional transportation costs required by the Centennial Walmart complex and Canada Bread. Please ensure that the transportation costs, including roadways and busing, will be accommodated and planned for before the development takes place, not after and on the taxpayers' dollars. I'm glad to see Councillor Collins here today because I believe he's working on trying to ensure that what happened with Walmart and what happened with Canada Bread, costing the taxpayers money after the fact, is being resolved. It's my understanding that staff are moving forward toward meeting with CN regarding the crossing at 50 Road. I think that's noted in the report. And of course, I'm happy to see that. You've already heard concerns about 50 Road. You've heard my concerns earlier this spring with regard to existing difficulties. In some municipalities, roadways have to be in place prior to certain stages of development. Residents would be happy to see the development charges at work prior to development. Another question that I have is what other areas in this city are undergoing a secondary plan at this time and of this size? If there are none, what's the most recent one? And for those who still remain in the audience, I just want any of them that didn't sign up to realize that under the Planning Act, I believe that you are allowed to speak if you have concerns, even though you may not have registered ahead. At the end of the 28 pre-registered speakers, please consider politely telling this committee how you feel. If you participate now, you will still have the right, if you choose, to participate in any OMB hearing. The SCUBE secondary plan has been simmering, as you have heard, for the better part of the last 2 decades. It has not been front and center, and as a result, many people really didn't know that it was still there, that it was going to be different than what they had seen in 2010 or prior to that, if they were members of any advisory group. This has come as quite a shock. So I'm asking, therefore, that this committee, in fact, I'm imploring that you take, for example, 2 more months. You've heard a lot of landowners, primarily developers, asking that you move forward. I'm asking that you put a limit of, say, 2 months, would give you an opportunity to work with those members of the community that are upset and concerned about some of the issues to come up with an even better plan. It's also my understanding that that the process is that with the special policy area, that there are no developments or no applications, I should have said, in place at the moment. So the concern about the OMB is not as strong as it might have been if there were applications on the books. So I ask you, with all due respect, please consider a 2-month extension to work with the community. When you look at this map, you can see that there are existing homes almost the whole way around all of these areas. Those people couldn't all be here today, but please consider how they feel with what's being planned here and consider an extension of 2 months.
Anything else, Ms. Beattie? Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. Mrs. Beattie is also a former Stoney Creek councillor, so she was around during the beginning, I'm sure, of this all. One of the questions that you asked was, what other areas are going through this process? Are you talking about what area is creating a secondary plan, or what's being built now due to a secondary plan? Where are you talking about the process?
For the sake of the residents, I'm hoping that someone can enlighten so that, yes, I know that there's building going on in Binbrook, but that plan was in place before amalgamation. Waterdown, I'm not clear whether that was in place before amalgamation, but is this secondary plan review process going on anywhere currently in the city of Hamilton? And if so, where? And if not, what was the most recent one within the amalgamated city?
Okay, thank you. I just want to...
That would be me. I'll deal with it in a second.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
If you want to take the chair? Yes. I had 2 secondary plans in my ward that started pretty much the day I was elected. We had Trinity West and Trinity East. They were up in and around the upper Mount Albion area, and on the other side, and on top of that, we had the Ropa 9. So by Second Road, there was a secondary plan that had to be completed. By Upper Mount Albion to the west, there was another secondary plan that had to be completed, and all of that had to be fed into a part of the Ropa 9 Transportation Master Plan, which ultimately had to be amended. At the conclusion, we just actually finished it, so it took pretty much 6.5 years to do those 2 secondary plans to the succession. We had community advisory groups, long process, working through it, numerous meetings, and in the end, the CAC supported both secondary plans, but there were still people that were concerned about parts of the development.
Do you happen to recall what the density of those areas was or is?
Higher than what you're talking about. Density in Upper Stoney Creek, we're approaching 80, 90.
The plan, not the whole of Stoney Creek.
Those plans, they were quite high, 80, 90. But again, it's a different area. It's up on Rymel Road. Rymel Road is a corridor, much like this one here, a node corridor. So we got transit going along it. We have mixed development along it. 3, 4-story apartment buildings are permitted along it. In behind it's single-family homes. In behind that it's townhomes. So it was a well thought out plan trying to ensure that the people who were already living there did not have a change in around them. So single-family homes were facing single-family homes, and behind new development was the townhomes.
And that was Greenlands primarily, was it not?
Mostly Greenlands. There's some areas that were already developed that we had to also deal with at the same time.
So that just leads, I just want to remind again, there's a lot of existing development on the at the roads that exist at the moment.
Our situation, Ms. Beattie, because we were surrounded, in essence, by development, and we're in donuts in the middle. We also had to deal with the Trinity Church Road extension, so much like there's a collector road here, we had this new road that had to be built that, you know, no land was really purchased for it, and in the end, the land that was purchased for Trinity Church extension was all purchased on a willing buyer, willing selling basis. So, long process, but again, no one's been thrown out of their homes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And before I hand the chair back, Councillor Johnson, please.
Ms. Beattie. Sorry, I have one more question. You made a comment through you, Chair, that if we wait 2 months for the community to get to know what's going on. As you know, this was released to the community in 2010 at the Stoney Creek Municipal Center. There was an open house.
With a different plan.
Okay. So
Similarities.
Double check with that, but that's great. Okay, so that's what the difference is for you from June 2010 and today. Okay.
And in talking to people at different levels, they thought that they were going to have certain densities behind them or beside them on the 2010 plan, and they have since found out that that's not so, and they're in shock.
Okay, so through you to Georgina, when you're at the open house and you see the dark brown means medium density 3, you know, low density 2, it's really not clear to the resident what that exactly means, correct?
I would suggest that's true.
So do you think that the difference between 2010 and now, even though that the plans are a little different, would you agree that now people are understanding? That's what the excitement in the community is that people are starting to understand what medium density 3 and low residential 2 means, whereas back in 2010 it was just a different color on the map?
I don't know how to answer that question. I really don't. There is a certain amount of people not asking the right questions, that's for sure.
Okay, thanks, fair enough, thank you. Sorry for bringing you back.
Any other questions? Thank you. Need a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Johnson, second by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Carried. Juliana, please come forward. And then after Juliana is Kyle DeFalco.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm going to apologize in advance for reading directly from my notes today. I speak to hundreds of elementary school students every day, but this is a little more intimidating.
Relax.
So I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of myself and my 2 sisters who are present here today. My name is Juliana Jamarco, and I am representing our family. We all live in Stoney Creek in wards 10 and 11. Members of the committee, our father, Giulio Di Vitantonio, was one of the first builders in the city. He was employed by Stelco for over 35 years, but at the same time was an entrepreneur in the building industry. Anyone who knew my father could attest that he was a man of integrity and honesty. He was a generous man who wasn't out for the big buck, but rather was happy with building quality homes and making his customers happy. He was a small builder who gave many of the big builders in our city today their very first jobs. He bought some lands in the SCUBE neighborhood in the late 70s, over 30 years ago, with his partner, Mr. Frank Fontana, another local builder in the city. His dream was to develop these lands along with his family. My father passed away 3 years ago. My family has held on to these lands for all of these years in order to see my father's dream come to fruition. Committee members, we support efforts to finally resolve the SCUBE proposals. And we have also been monitoring developments for a very long time. Now, as we get close to approval, we find that only our lands that were left to us by our hardworking father have been designated to be entirely for school uses and community park uses. We have no chance of being able to continue building homes as my father wanted. This was a shock, because we had been led to believe from the 2 preliminary plans and then finally the 3rd plan, which was deemed the preferred plan by the city, that only some of our lands would be for public uses, not 100% of them. The 3rd preferred plan was suddenly dismissed by the city at the last minute without following protocol, and replaced by a 4th plan, which is drastically different from the first 3. I am not an urban planner, but I know enough to understand that this current proposed plan was designed with the intention to service the big developers. Why is a small builder like my late father not as important? We are also concerned that the huge community park that is designated on this 4th plan and very close to the Sherwood Park, another community park just across the street on the west side of Fruitland Road. Why are we placing 2 huge parks now in such close proximity? Why aren't there more smaller neighborhood parks in the SCUBE proposals? Also, my sister lives on Sasha Court. Her home overlooks Ferris Park. Her house and the block of homes there were designated for a school, which was never built. Yet, those lands were tied up for decades while the school board decided what to do. Are my father's lands also destined to be tied up for more decades while the board decides what to do? I don't think this is right. I urge council to do what is honest and fair and amend the 4th plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Johnson has questions for you.
Okay. Hi, Juliana. Thank you. Hi. You did very well, by the way.
Thank you.
Just to get down to the bottom line, if this plan goes today, your family is willing to take this to the OMB?
We're going to the OMB.
Thank you. Just clarify.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Need a motion, please? Moved by Ferguson, seconded by Pearson. All those in favor? Carried. Mr. DeFalco, I believe, is next. And then after Mr. DeFalco, it would be Jean and Peter. I'm thinking Wall, but I'm not sure. Rial. Good afternoon, Mr. DeFalco.
Good afternoon. I'd like to begin by thanking this committee for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Fruitland Winona community and with reference to the Community Advisory Committee, for which I am the chair. I'm here today on the community's behalf to oppose the draft plan before you, and I'd like to explain why. For those in the chamber who may not know what the Community Advisory Committee is, also known as the CAC, it is a committee that was brought together by the city in 2007, which included members of the community, the ward councillors for Ward 10 and 11, city staff from the planning department, other stakeholders, and consultants hired by the city. The Community Advisory Committee worked for years to develop a secondary plan for the Fruitland Winona area. In 2008, the CAC produced a vision statement for the planning area. I know probably all of you know what a vision statement is, but for those of you who may not be familiar with that, it's a statement that describes what we would like the Fruitland Winona community to look like in the future. Thus, the words that are chosen to be in that vision statement are very important, and we worked very hard on doing that. The vision statement serves as an important reference going forward. It acts as an anchor for the specific steps that will be taken to achieve it. The Community Advisory Committee arrived at a vision statement that was agreed to and deemed to be final by the city. This is part of the record, by the way. The vision statement read as follows. Fruitland Winona is a community that recognizes the character of 2 distinct areas that will together strive for a safe, clean community with green canopy neighborhoods connected by safe transportation corridors. The heritage community of Fruitland Winona will accommodate people of all ages within a variety of housing choices and will be supported by excellent schools, parks, and trail systems. Within the heart of the community, a people-oriented focal point will provide for activities such as farmers market, recreational center, and other community activities. This generally low-density community will support neighborhood commercial and other higher-density housing at appropriate locations. The Fruitland-Winona community provides a balance between a forward-looking community and a small-town place to live. The plan before you today, which is a plan that was not supported or endorsed by the Community Advisory Committee, does not meet the spirit, letter, or intent of this vision statement I just read you. For example, the Fruitland-Winona community is described in the vision statement as a generally low-density community that states that higher-density housing will be placed in appropriate places. The plan before you today does not do that. It is positioned to exceed legislative requirements for density levels and places medium-high density uses in inappropriate places. The current plan before you places a bypass through a young family's brand new home. And I heard previous to this that this is conceptual, and I understand it's a 5-20-year view. And I do understand when people say it's conceptual, so it may happen that way. But the other side of that is that it may or may not happen that way. And if I was that man, Marlon, can you just raise your hand? If I was that man living in that house that he built, custom built, hearing that I may get a bypass going through my home, I'd be very nervous. It's conceptual. It may or may not happen, but it may. I'd be very nervous. So I understand how you feel, Marlon. The plan may displace people out of their homes, people who have lived there for generations, people who have raised their families there and have made lifelong commitments to live out the remaining years there. And I've heard, I forgot who the gentleman was, it might have been Mr. Millard, say that, it's not the city's intent to expropriate people. And I heard Councillor Clark be very clear about that's not normally what you folks do, and I respect that. And the pressure may not come from expropriation. It may come from just everything that's going around you, people wanting you to move, offers being made, things that are coming around you, and you may wake up one day saying, this is no longer the place that I want to be. So it may not be expropriation, but the net result of that may be you're feeling forced out of your home because the conditions have changed drastically, have transformed. On another note, I'm glad that the Mary Walford and her family got some assurance here today. My only advice to Ms. Walford, to anybody in this chamber, would be to check with your lawyer and make sure that the representations made today are in fact legal, because I do appreciate Councillor Ferguson's observation that this is all being recorded. Whether it's legal is a different question. So I would encourage you to get some advice from your lawyers. Expanding mandated density levels also means more vehicles on the road, more pollution, more traffic, more congestions, and threats to the safety of people. It complicates and serves as a deterrent to airflow that is critical to the well-being of our farms and the growing of tender fruits. And I think you heard some of that from the farmers that are here, and I'm glad you made it here today, because I think it's an important perspective, because it's very unique to our community. So I'm glad that you were here. I mentioned earlier that the Community Advisory Committee worked together for years to develop a secondary plan. And before I get into the next part, I just want to explain something. There's a nuance here. The Community Advisory Committee understood their role to be one of advice, providing advice. And it almost, if you weren't there, it's almost being described as we said something and we expected it to be done, and where is it? That wasn't it at all. In fact, that's a gross misrepresentation of what happened. We had dialogue. The city was at the table. Your experts were at the table. You had hired consultants. We had ideas go back and forth. And at the end of that, we got things back. So, for example, when we had that discussion about a vision statement, what came back was a vision statement that was deemed to be final. So it wasn't like we were dictating what goes on. It was an interaction. And I'll look to some of the people that were there. We did have spirited discussions. They were good discussions. Sometimes we, my friend Jack Restivo and I think the last thing he told me when I saw him last was, did you bring your boxing gloves? It's because we used to have spirited discussions. That's what democracy is about. There's nothing wrong with that. So I'm glad that it happened that way, because I think we got a better result as a result of having those discussions. But in April 2009, something remarkable happened. In April 2009, We as a community advisory committee agreed on a preferred plan. The committee was divided into two groups who each created a plan for the planning area under the direction and guidance of city staff and hired consultants. Remarkably, those two plans that the groups created were almost identical to each other. I think Councillor Johnson had referred to that. It almost looked like they cheated on one another, and that was true because they were so similar. And I'll just take a break here and assure Councillor Johnson that Plan C that you had mentioned before, Councillor Johnson, we didn't have 20,000 people density on that plan. That's a recent figure. We have the file at home. It wasn't 20,000. It was 16,000 like the rest. It was very similar, within about 1,000. So I don't know where that 20,000 number came from, but it certainly didn't come at the time that we were doing this, just to be clear.
Belko, I'd ask that you address the chair when you're speaking, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. So the city took these two plans, took the best concepts from each, and came back with a preferred plan known as Concept C. And upon review, the Community Advisory Committee accepted this preferred plan. The reason why that's significant is that for the first time in a long time, everybody was on the same page. It was harmonious. We had consensus. We were all saying the same things. So when I hear our developer friends, and they're not enemies, they're here for legitimate reasons, and I respect what they want to do, and I think to the extent that we share the need to move forward, it's a good thing. But you know, when they're here, I'd like them to know that we were harmonious at one point in time, and we could have moved forward fairly quickly, and that was the intent. That plan that I described to you, Plan C, respected the vision statement and charted out a generally low-density configuration with higher density levels at appropriate places. It did not place a bypass through a family's home, but rather placed the bypass in the original location for the Fruitland Road realignment, which does not encroach upon families and addresses the long outstanding Fruitland Road issues. It's anticipated meeting legislated it anticipated meeting legislated density requirements without exceeding those requirements, thus being respectful of the small town feel of Winona, Fruitland. Again, this was done in concert with the vision statement. In March 2010, the city suddenly presented a new plan. This plan was unilaterally imposed without consultation with the Community Advisory Committee, the very committee that was formed by the city and had met for years. And I'll tell you, the way I got that plan is I opened my mailbox outside my door, and it was provided to my front door the day before a critical meeting without even knocking on the door. I just found it there. I'm the community chair. I represented the Community Advisory Committee. I would have at least wanted my committee to have that plan in advance so they can respond to it. That's not the way it happened, which is part of the problem. The committee began feeling as though their efforts were thrown out and were left to question both the years of time they dedicated to the process and the cost to the taxpayers of Hamilton, which we'd expect to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. This was a multi-year process. At that point in time, on behalf of the community, I asked for a vote on the new plan. Not surprisingly, the Community Advisory Committee voted against it. The committee wondered why the preferred plan of April 2009 was suddenly dismissed. We were not provided with a compelling reason for those changes. Yesterday, the broader community of Fruitland, Winona presented to the city clerk over 400 individually signed feedback forms with respect to the new unsupported plan that is before you today. These over 400 signatures were gathered in a very short period of time due to the compressed time frames that were imposed. These over 400 submissions call for the reinstatement of the April 2009 Concept C preferred plan and meaningful re-engagement with the Community Advisory Committee so that we can move forward in a way that is respectful of the community and the work that the Community Advisory Committee achieved over a number of years. On May 23rd, 2013, after 3.5 years had passed without any outreach to the community or the Community Advisory Committee, the councillor for the ward announced that she would be holding a public meeting on the new plan that, as mentioned, is unsupported. After 2.5 years of silence, the community was given short notice of the upcoming meeting, giving the community little time to react. There's something wrong with that. In advance of that meeting, in my role as community chair, I asked for permission to address the community at the May 23rd meeting so as to ensure they received accurate information as to the flawed process I've been describing. I made this request in writing and then in person. Despite these attempts at the May 23rd meeting, as community chair, I was left to insert myself into that meeting. It's not something that I took delight in. The whole reason why I approached in advance is not to have an exchange in front of the public. I was hoping we can avoid that. It was unavoidable because I was put in a position where I wasn't able to speak unless I inserted myself. I believe this was symbolic of an attempt to exclude the community's voices in a process that has the potential to change their very community forever. There is something wrong with that. At the May 23rd, 2013 meeting, in which over 300, it was probably about 304 people actually attended, and the sense of outrage that prevailed, it was very clear that there was no support for the plan before you today. Subsequent to that meeting, I was made aware that the vision statement that I spoke about earlier that I read to you had been unilaterally altered again without consultation. Foundational document, a document that sets the reference point for which we can all look at and say, it makes sense to do this and not this because this is the most in concert, in keeping with that vision statement. It's the document that keeps us aligned. It's the document that keeps us on the same page, changed unilaterally, no notification, without explanation. There's something wrong with that. A key foundational descriptor and anchor in the vision statement, the line that describes the Fruitland-Winona community as a generally low-density community, was removed, again, without consultation. You can sort of understand what removing that line does. It changes the whole character of this effort. Removing it retroactively without consultation raises a bunch of other issues. The 230-page document that in detail describes what this new plan is attempting to do to the Fruitland-Winona community was not shared at the May 23rd meeting with the very community it purports to drastically change. I would be surprised if more than a handful of people in that community knew about the existence of that report, where to find it, and what it reveals. Yet, here we are today attempting to deliberate on it. There's something wrong with that. It's clear that the plan before you has lost its way. It has become unhinged from the vision statement that was developed cooperatively by the CAC and endorsed by the city. On behalf of the community, I'm respectfully asking that this committee reject the plan that has been brought before you and work to implement the April 2009 Preferred Plan Concept C endorsed by the community, city staff, the councillors of Ward 10 and 11, and the stakeholders. As a footnote, I know that the density question was addressed in some format where someone suggested there was an ingenious plan to meet the requirements of the law, but to, in practice, not get there. And I'm not on for that. We live in a society of laws, and I think in a society of laws you have to meet the law both in letter and in spirit. I don't think we should be any part of violating the spirit of any law, and I think we're obligated not to go down that path. I thank you again. I do appreciate the time to speak here, and if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Thank you. Councillor Collins?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Cal, I neglected to ask other CAC members who presented earlier whether or not the as you heard at the beginning of the process, our staff noted that the official plan recognized the 70 people and jobs per hectare, and Winona falls into that category because of the greenfield designation on it. Did the committee accept that? I mean, that's the law that we would accept it outside of this. It's part of the citywide plan. So that 70 mark, and I think we're at 73 with this plan, was that accepted by the committee as an assumption going forward that whatever plan was going to be developed in concert with the community was going to be in keeping with the OP that had already been approved by council?
Thanks, Councillor Collins. Bear with me, I have to break this down a bit. We're really talking about two thresholds, right? We're talking about a legislative threshold of 50, and we're talking about a target that the City of Hamilton would like to achieve of 70, I believe it is. If you go back to the vision statement, and when we talk about a generally low-density community, what's most consistent with that vision statement, that was signed off by everybody on the CAC, by the way, what's most consistent is to meet that 50 legislated level, because you have to. But to willingly exceed it and start infringing upon that statement that says we're going to remain a generally low-density community, you start encroaching upon that vision statement. So to answer your question, Councillor Collins, I would suspect that if people understood those two thresholds, they would probably conclude that the one that is most consistent with the vision that we came up with is the legislated figure and not exceeding that figure.
So you adopted the 50 rather than the 70, you're saying?
Well, to be honest with you, through the chair, to be honest with you, Councillor Collins, I'm not sure how well those two thresholds I just mentioned were understood. I'm not sure how well they were explained. I would suspect that people understand them better today as we speak as they ever did in the past.
Knowing the length of the process it took and how many meetings that you had, I'm surprised it wasn't the focus of the discussion as it is here today. That's what's kind of surprised me, that it's
Yeah,
it's new news.
I mean, I can appreciate why, through the chair, sorry, why you would think that, Councillor Collins. I think at the time that we were meeting, bear in mind, several years ago, we were in a conceptually driven phase, right? What would you like to see kind of phase, and then the technical requirements started being introduced, so it didn't happen quite as staged as, upfront as you probably would have expected.
Thank you.
Madam Judy, if you want to take the chair for me, please.
Yes, I will. Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. DeFalco, I've just gone through, as I mentioned to Ms. Beattie earlier, a couple of secondary plans, transportation master plan. My ward is growing significantly. I've got a number of large properties with thousands and thousands of homes that I'm wrestling with. I'm blessed with that. The process that I went through and through the city policy when we're developing conceptual plans like this, and we're working through a CAC, every one of the conceptual plans, like right there, it shows residential low density 2. Every one of the conceptual plans has a density identification on it. So was that not the case when you were looking at all of the concepts? They actually showed you what the densities were?
Well, if you look at Concept C, now I'm talking about the Concept C drawing that we actually endorsed, because as I mentioned to you, the one that was shown today has a different density level. So that's not what we were looking at. So I don't know where that came from. But if you look at the one that we were looking at, it did chart out what appeared to be a generally low density configuration. And that's why it worked.
And so you, in your committee, there was no discussion about the official plan and what the designations of density were for each of the communities across the city?
There may have been, Councillor Clark, you're asking me to recall conversations we might have had 2 or 3 years ago. I'm sure that we couldn't have gone down this path as far as we did without having that discussion. But I think understanding the two thresholds, what's mandated and what's the target now in terms of the greater and the lower of those two numbers, is very helpful for people who participate in, who are now understanding it better. Back then, we didn't have that same understanding.
Yeah, and if I may, the provincial policy statement is not a mandate, it's a guideline. Our official plan is mandated. It's a statutory obligation of every municipality in the province to develop official plans that designate their densities and how they were going to deal with the provincial plan. So in our situation, we have this interesting matter, Madam Mayor, we have this, or Madam Chair, we have this large municipality with huge tracts of agricultural property with virtually no residents. And it can take you virtually 45 minutes to travel from one end of our city to the other. So when we're developing densities, each community is slightly different. So Ancaster is different than Dundas. Dundas is different than Stoney Creek. Stoney Creek's different than up on the mountain. And the reason that we had to do that is, again, to deal with the provincial policy statement and to try and develop the aggregate that meets the responsibility of what Premier McGuinty and his illustrious cabinet decided to do. Sure. It's spread out in a manner that some areas will have higher densities, like Upper Stoney Creek is 90, Lower Stoney Creek 110, Winona is 70, Ancaster was 60. These were all passed by this council in a public process where it was debated and lots of reporting were on it, and we had lots, because lots of people were concerned about it. So we're implementing a statutory obligated OP. It's not something that we can just,
no doubt.
Let's flush it and we'll start with 30.
Right.
So do you understand the complications that we're trying to deal with?
Yeah, Councillor Clark, may I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
I believe I understand it.
Cal, sorry, could you please talk
through the chair? I'm sorry, through the chair to Councillor Clark. My understanding is that there is the need to meet that density level, and that within that need, there's an ability to do what I would call density leveling. And what I mean by that is that you can look across Hamilton. You can say, look, this area is going to reach for this density, this area is going to shoot for that. But at some point, you can do leveling in terms of if it makes sense for an area to take on more of its mandated density to help an area that can't, that leveling is possible. Am I correct?
Madam Chair,
Councillor?
if I may, you're absolutely correct. And what we did in downtown Hamilton is we went from 150 to 250. The staff recommendation was 200. And we did that in order to spare the outlying communities a higher density. With that figure of 250, which is questionable whether we'll meet it in downtown Hamilton, we still have to do 70 in Winona to manage that responsibility that's been dumped on us from the province.
So, Councillor Clark, I'm getting into a methodology here, and I guess what I'm suggesting is that when you do that kind of rationalization and you have Fruit Loom Winona that has a vision statement that provides another filter, I mean, if we're going to be really true to a vision statement, if we're going to really make an authentic effort to try to achieve it, then it does beg for lower density, because the vision statement describes it as a lower density place. And if you were in Winona Fruit Loom, which I'm sure you are because you're out that way, you'll notice that it looks much different than Councillor Farr's ward. I mean, it's got a very unique look and feel to it. It's got a small time feel. And so in light of that, you would think that when there's leveling to be done, that it would be a candidate to not take the brunt of more density, because it's inconsistent with everything we've done to date. If anything we've done to date is going to be meaningful, you got to be consistent with it. You got to be aligned with it.
So you're suggesting then, Madam Chair, that instead of Winona going from 50 to 70, that Upper Stoney Creek should take that additional burden?
Councillor Clark, through the chair.
Please.
Yes. I'm sorry, I keep on forgetting.
Okay.
Councillor Clark, through the chair. Councillor Clark, with all due respect, I'm not suggesting that, because that's a tactic. The tactic is let's pit one community against another. I'm not about that.
Madam Chair, where would we put them then? Mr. DeFalco, with greatest respect, Madam Chair, he's suggesting that we not put it in Winona.
Yes.
Where would we put them?
So gentlemen, I want to avoid getting into a one-on-one debate here, because that's not what this is about, respectfully.
Yeah.
So, Councillor, if you've asked the question,
I did.
Cal, would you please respond? And I'm going to ask both of you to continue to go through the chair. Thank you.
Oh, sure, okay. So through to you, Madam Chair. Councillor Clark, to answer that question, I would have to have access to information that planning staff have. I would have to have access to demographics. I couldn't answer that question today. I think it's an unreasonable question today. But I appreciate you asking that.
Yeah, and that's a fair statement, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that's why this proposal is before us, because our staff in this committee actually has access to all that information, and that's how we made the decision.
And I'm not here to argue about that.
And thank you. Any further questions? And Councillor Farr, please go ahead. And I'll turn the chair back over to you, sir. Thank you.
Councillor Farr.
Was on your list?
Please.
Yep, thanks. Cal, thank you very much for coming. I'm just focusing now on this vision statement, and I happened to hear you on the radio today, and then you reiterated today what you said, that it's been altered, I guess, and that taken away from the vision statement was the line, and I just want you to confirm this through you, Mr. Chair. This generally low-density community, that was taken out of the vision statement?
Mr. Falco?
That's correct.
Okay.
Sorry, through the chair, that's correct.
I need your guidance here, because I'm looking at Appendix F, which is the draft, the Fruit and Winona Secondary Plan Summary Report. And I've spent some time going through this and agenda reviews and with staff and Councillors Pearson and Johnson having conversations and everything. Anyway, on page 19 of 155, in this Fruit and Winona Secondary Plan Summary Report draft, the vision statement, I followed along closely when you read it out, and verbatim that's what I'm reading here, and it included those lines. So am I looking in the wrong place? And I'm not trying to be facetious, but it's still there, and you're saying it's not, through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. DeFalco, could you explain?
Sure. Through you, Councillor Clark. I just need clarification on what exactly you're looking at. Are you looking at the... Sorry, through the chair.
No problem, Cal.
Can I actually see what he's looking at?
Sure. Through the chair. This is... come on over and I'll explain. This is Appendix F. and it's the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan Summary Report. So this is the summary report for what we're dealing with here today, and this was part of the hundreds of pages that were part of today's 6.2 item. So it's still there. I'm wondering where it is that, what vision statement, altered vision statement you're looking at, where it is omitted, through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. DeFalco.
On the city website, it wasn't there, Councillor Farr.
Okay, so that it's possible that there was typo. Yeah, typo. Through interpretation, I'm not sure.
Through the chair, it's not possible, Councillor Farr, and I'll explain why. It wasn't just that line that was changed. Green canopies was changed to treed lots. There was a whole bunch of changes. I made Councillor Johnson aware of this as soon as I was made aware of it, which was recently, and I put my concerns in writing to her through an email, and I was very specific as to what changed. So it wasn't just the one line, Councillor Farr.
Through you, Mr. Chair, how long ago did you inform Councillor Johnson of these omissions?
2 days ago, I think, or yesterday or the day before, recently.
Were they online, through you, Mr. Chair, satisfactorily addressed? Were they words put back into place, or were they still missing, through the chair?
As far as I know, after I sent my email to Councillor Johnson, they were the same as they were prior to my expressing the concern.
Okay, well, as it relates to the vision statement in the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan Summary Report, and for the record, Mr. Chairman, and this is the agenda that was given to all of this committee, verbatim as you read it out, that's what I was reading along here, and this generally low-density community was not omitted. It's still there, and it continues the sentence, will support neighborhood, commercial, and other higher density housing at appropriate locations. So again, verbatim, what you read out as you began your address, your delegation, is in our draft report as given to this committee.
Actually, it's our final report because we're dealing with it.
Through the chair, I did receive a response back from Councillor Johnson, in which a staff person explained why they changed the vision statement in detail. So it did get changed. It was verified because I received an email back saying we've changed it from green canopy roofs to trees because X, Y, and Z. We changed it from this to that because X, Y, and Z. So of course, me coming here today, reading that email from a staff person satisfied me that it was changed. Now you're telling me, and I don't doubt it, Councillor Farr, that it's back to what it was. Well, 2 days ago it wasn't, so that's why I mentioned it in my speech today.
On your behalf, Cal, through you, Mr. Chair, at the appropriate time, I'll address this very issue with staff.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
No. Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Chair, to Cal, you sent me an email on Friday. I sent it to staff. They sent you back the response, and then you emailed me again a following day, I believe, correct?
That sounds right.
Okay.
It's through the chair.
And I pointed out to the page and the appendices where the vision statement was, and I didn't see any changes. I didn't say that in my email. I just said, I see it. It's on this page, this date. Correct?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Johnson, you did send me that. To be perfectly honest with you, I showed it to my wife because I didn't understand what you were saying. It was like two or three lines. There wasn't enough in there to explain what you meant. I have the email here, or you want to read it out loud, I'd appreciate that. I just didn't know what you meant.
Sure. Just give me a second, please, Chair. Cal, I read the vision statement in the Appendix F, page 19 of 155, and have that question down.
Right. Okay. I wasn't clear what document you're referring to, Councillor Johnson. I mean, it wasn't enough information for me, and it's not. Hey, listen, I'm not suggesting anything untoward happened here. I just didn't understand your message.
Oh, and I get that. And this was sent on June the 3rd, so that was yesterday. Yesterday or Sunday? Yesterday at 10 o'clock in the morning. So, and I
any
think
other questions, Councillor?
Yes, and up to that point, I think Cal, you'd agree that I have been answering your questions, and I've been more than happy to elaborate. And I apologize if it came across as confusing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. DeFalco? Seeing none, may I have a motion to receive? Moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you, Mr. DeFalco.
Thanks.
Assist the committee in terms of the change in the vision statement. Mr. DeFalco is correct. Within the UHOP amendment, the Stoney Creek amendment, we did make some slight wording changes, and that was explained in an email that was sent last Friday. the reference that Councillor Farr was referring to is in a different appendix. We maintain the vision statement in 2 other appendices, but not the amendment to the Stoney Creek official plan.
Okay, thank you. Everyone understand? Councillor, we've got many more speakers, Councillor. Jean and Peter, come on down, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, councillors. Our names are Peter and Jean Weil, and we have lived on Fruitland Road for 25 years, and we had our home built as part of the Sherwood Park development. We are also members of the Community Advisory Committee for the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan. I'm sorry if some of my issues may sound redundant with regard to density and expropriation. I appreciate your patience. We would like to express our grave concerns with respect to the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan and also the long outstanding issue of Fruitland Road. We stand before you feeling cheated, used, and broken. When we built our home, it was on the understanding that Fruitland Road was to be realigned and our street would be made into a cul-de-sac. We were shown plans by the city, attended community meetings that the city arranged, and were given a start date for this project to begin, which we greatly anticipated. On the recommendation of an environmental assessment, Fruitland Road was to be realigned just past Barton and to the east. After amalgamation, the City of Hamilton commissioned another EA which supported the first. The City of Hamilton purchased the 2 lots on Fruitland Road just south of Barton Street so that the road could be realigned east of Fruitland Road. The current Fruitland Road was to be renamed Fruitland Grove, and I don't think a lot of people know that. We then learned that the money set aside in the budget for this project was spent, but apparently no one knows where or why. But I think Councillor Pearson did touch on that subject earlier. The second EA was allowed to expire before any work began. We have been told over and over again to be patient, that it will be built and the traffic issues will be resolved. We have been waiting for over 2 decades for peace and thus continue to suffer sleepless nights, daily close calls of being hit from cars pulling into and out of our driveway, inability to breathe fresh air or open our windows because of excessive exhaust fumes, continuous damage to our homes, constant noise pollution, and the list goes on. When we joined the City Community Advisory Committee, known as the CAC, we wanted to have some input into the proposed development for our community. We were devastated when the city decided to marry the Fruitland Road issue to the secondary plan, and that yet another EA had to be done. We thought, here we go again, more tax dollars down the drain. What ended up happening is that a great majority of the committee's attention was afforded to the Fruitland Road realignment, which started to make committee members from other neighborhoods a bit annoyed, and rightfully so, as the intent of the CAC was to look at everything within the SCUBE boundary. It began to feel like we were being pitted against each other. In fact, we have now come to learn that this was exactly what was happening. We don't find the value of doing this to a community and find it to be extremely unethical and unprofessional. When learning that another EA was to be commissioned, the residents of Fruitland Road were promised that they would be included in the process, but that never happened. Instead, the project manager for the Fruitland Road EA attended a CAC meeting to get an understanding of the issues of Fruitland Road, knowing very well that the majority of this committee would not have that information. The outcome of the EA report recommended a new location for the realignment, which makes no sense to this community, as it goes directly through a new family home and will displace several families from their existing homes. The other issue of the new location is that it will direct traffic onto other residential streets. Also, the new recommendations no longer link the realignment to the QEW. The recommendations are not conducive to the needs of this community and certainly not a convenient option for drivers. As the report also recommends keeping Fruitland open, traffic will increase tenfold. So one must ask, how is this supposed to address the traffic and safety issues on Fruitland Road? The answer is simple, it won't. All this current recommendation is going to do is to expand the nightmare of traffic and safety issues in this community that residents of Fruitland Road have been victims of for the past 26 years. There has been no reason provided to our community as to why the plans for the original realignment can't be implemented. Nothing has changed since the last report supporting the original plan. The land still remains vacant. Nothing has changed to the lands east of Fruitland since the first, second, and now third EA. There is no reason why this realignment cannot be built where it was intended to be built over 20 years ago. The only conclusion is that it's just another stalling tactic and/or the developers are calling the shots. For the past 25 years, our community has been reassured that our road would or could never be widened. We were reassured this in city-held meetings and by various councillors for Wards 10 and 11. We attended a last-minute city meeting just the other day on May 23rd, and not once was Fruitland Road or any of the other roads identified for future widening. However, a neighbor brought to our attention and horror a staff report found on the city's website that states that Fruitland Road, along with several other residential roads, are scheduled to be widened. It's listed on page 75, table 13.2.2. This information was kept from the public, as was this report. It has all of us questioning what else is being kept from us. This entire process has been flawed from the start. We were also led to believe that Fruitland Road could never be widened because we have a cemetery on the west-north side and a church on the east-north sides of Fruitland Road and Highway 8. We also have a few homes with frontages just meters from the street. How can a city staff report propose widening Fruitland Road from the QEW to Highway 8 by 36.576 meters, which is approximately 110 feet, making this a 4-lane roadway, when it is structurally impossible? We would like an answer to this question today. During our membership with the Community Advisory Committee, we as a committee agreed to a preferred plan, which was identified as the city's plan concept C. We were led to believe by city staff and wards 10 and 11 councillors. This plan was agreed to, and we were led to believe that it was agreed to by the Community Advisory Committee, city staff, and wards 10 and 11 councillors. The plan positioned the realignment to its original project location, made Fruitland Road into a cul-de-sac, and did not displace anyone out of their homes or drive traffic over to Barton or other streets. The traffic would flow directly to and from the QEW and the Fruitland Road bypass. It's a no-brainer as far as we are concerned. However, we later learned that a new commissioned EA recommends that the realignment go further east, straight through a family home, and that Fruitland Road remain open. To add to this madness, we were told that there would be a gateway feature built at the corner of Fruitland and Barton, claiming that this would deter traffic away from our residential community. For anyone to think that this community is that naive, they better wake up. This community knows exactly what is going on. The only reason that a gateway was suggested was to appease a developer with his Gateway Fruitland Crossing theme for the Fruitland-Barton area. A gateway will serve no other purpose and will not address the long outstanding traffic and safety issues on Fruitland Road. In 2010, a city traffic study found that in excess of 8,000 cars and trucks travel our residential road every day. An astounding 4,035 vehicles each day break the speed limit. Over 1,000 of these vehicles are heavy trucks, which contain flammable liquids or carrying huge steel coils. We are a 100% residential street between Barton and Highway 8. The traffic has increased significantly since 2010 and continues to increase each day. This type of traffic does not belong on a residential street where children play and seniors and families live. It is poisonous to our lives any way you look at it. We are also very concerned that the idea of widening Fruitland Road, or any other residential road for that matter, was never made public or discussed at any of the CAC, SCUBE, or public meetings which have taken place since 2007. This community was led to believe that the Fruitland Road realignment, also known as the Fruitland Road bypass, would finally be built as part of SCUBE, and that the bypass would be built first in order to keep all construction off residential roads. Now, not only has the bypass shifted east and Fruitland now scheduled to remain open, no one will give us a clear answer if the commitment to build the bypass before any development still stands. The CAC members met with city planning staff, their consultants, and the ward councillors from Ward 10 and 11 on many occasions. We worked tirelessly and diligently as a group since 2007 to come up with an excellent preferred plan for our community, only to have all our hard work and efforts dismissed and ignored behind our backs. It is very hurtful. We were falsely led to believe that our time and effort meant something was going to lead to a positive solution for our community and its current issues. We have lived with this huge problem for years and are tired of the noise, pollution, damage to our homes, sleepless nights, not to mention the grave health and safety concerns. We have the right to a peaceful existence in our homes. Our homes have suffered damage from the constant vibration of truck traffic, and our property values have not increased like they should have as a direct result of the city's failure to adhere to the approved plan to realign Fruitland Road and make it into a cul-de-sac. In addition, with the new proposed plan before you today for the Fruitland-Winona expansion, city planners have estimated an increase of 17,000 new residents, the majority of which will be forced to use Fruitland Road to gain access to the QEW, now that Fruitland is slated to remain open. We also strongly recommend that Fruitland Road be realigned as per the original plan supported by the two EAs, a plan that was city approved and promised to have over 25 years ago. We are not opposed to development if done responsibly and in good faith. We are also opposing any high-density designation in the draft plan that displaces people from their homes or within the area of existing low-density dwellings. We are in opposition to the high-density level 3 designation in the proposed plan, which would allow 6-story dwellings across the street from our single-family homes. We are asking city councillors to please listen to the people who are here speaking from their hearts. We have come to you as a community who are strongly opposing the proposed plan in front of you today. We ask that you refer to the approved vision statement, which clearly states generally low density. We are asking that you bring back the CAC's preferred plan, known as Concept C, which was endorsed by the community, city staff, our councillors for wards 10 and 11. The preferred Concept C plan meets the people per hectare goal, but doing so responsibly and keeping with the parameters of the vision statement. We are also asking this committee not to approve the deletion of the proposed arterial road identified as map number 6, Appendix A in the amendment to the former Region of Hamilton Wentworth official plan and amendment to the City of Stoney Creek official plan before you today on page 6 of the 117-page document. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. That was a very comprehensive presentation.
Thank you.
Any questions for our guests? Seeing none, I need a motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. You can have your seats now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter, I'm not sure if it's Bach. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. B. Bush, B-U-C-H. And then the Surtick family. The Surtick family. Come on down. So Peter's absent for the moment. And then it would be Grant Cook after the Surtick family. Is Grant? Thank you, Grant. We have a computer operator now, too. How are you? Good, thanks. Now, if she's going to speak, you can wheel her around, and that microphone will bend down to the chair position, okay? Trust me, I know how it feels sometimes. Perhaps if we could start by introducing who everyone is, that would be helpful.
Yes, I'm David Surtick. I reside with my mother and my father, who couldn't attend today, at 738 Barton Street.
Welcome, David.
Get that little
pointer going. There you go.
Right in the same area as Mary up there, who spoke earlier. This is.
I'm Teresa DeFalco.
Hi, Teresa.
Hi. Thank you for having us here. The family has asked me to speak on their behalf, so that's what I'm going to do.
Absolutely. Please proceed.
The following statement was prepared by David Surtick on behalf of the Surtick family who live in Fruitland, Winona. They are in the audience today, right here in front of you, and have asked me to read the statement on their behalf. It's written as David, so...
No problem. Just take your time. We understand.
Okay, because I've been asked to read the statement because they're very upset with the current plan before you. My mother Diane and father Mark came to Fruitland, Winona with a dream. They dreamt of buying property in a quaint location, building a home, raising a family, building memories, and growing old together. And one day passing their dream to the legacy and their legacy down to their children and grandchildren. 50 years ago, Diane and Mark purchased land on Barton Street in Fruitland, Winona, built a home and raised my siblings, David's siblings. Together, we have built many cherished memories. My parents worked hard, paid their taxes, worked their land, and grew wonderful fruit trees and vegetables. They had a safe and peaceful community to raise a family and grow old together. They have what many would call the Canadian dream: a small town family, a small town community, and a small town feel. My parents spent countless hours working around the house and enjoying their home. This is what gives them a sense of accomplishment and a sense of purpose every day. This is what keeps them going and preserves their dignity, self-worth, and pride. This is their lives. My parents are now in their 70s, growing old together, in a home where they have lived for the past 50 blessed years. My wife and I share my parents' home so that we can help them remain there and not be dependent on others as they continue to age. Just recently, my family and I learned of an outrageous city plan that will expropriate our home. This devastating news brought my parents to their knees in tears. It brought us all to tears. We are numb and can't believe that a city who claims to be the best place to raise a child would be okay with putting families out in the streets by taking away their homes. This proposed city plan will not only expropriate our home, it will expropriate other family homes and properties in the Fruitland-Winona community. And for what? So that someone can get richer by building apartment buildings or houses on top of each other? Is that truly worth displacing a family from their home and taking away someone's dreams, memories, and legacy? I can't begin to tell you how very concerned and scared we are. Do you know what it feels like to watch your elderly parents who have worked hard their entire lives break down right in front of you because the legacy that they built for their children and grandchildren is going to be taken away from their family? I can't tell you that it's nothing short than heart-wrenching. My family and I have not been able to sleep since learning of this horrific news. In the proposed secondary plan before you today, my family home falls within the zone of expropriation. Our entire family is concerned, scared, and heartbroken, and our senior parents will lose everything. That we will lose our family home and everything that it stands for. This is home to my parents and to my family. This home is everything to my parents. This is their life. The thought of this plan being approved will bring my parents to their graves. This family home is also an open home to our entire family, our children, the grandchildren that my parents are building new memories with. The thought of not spending another Christmas, Easter, Thanksgiving, or Family Day is devastating. We can't imagine being together, and we can't imagine not being together and celebrating these special occasions anywhere else than at Mom and Dad's house. This is our story, and in speaking to people in our community, ours is a very familiar story. I heard our community advisory chair explain recently at a full house meeting how wonderful it was for the community and city to come together and agree to a plan. But for some reason, that plan was changed, and the plan before you today is no longer wonderful. The plan before you today is not supported in any way, shape, or form by this community. Today, you have a community who have banded together as one big family, telling you that they are not in support of the new plan city staff have before you today. Our community will do everything in our power to stop this outrageous proposed plan to be implemented. On behalf of our community, my family and I are asking this committee to listen to the people of the Fruitland-Winona community and vote down this plan. We are asking that you direct staff to bring back the plan the Community Advisory Committee and the City agreed to in 2009, known as the Preferred Plan Concept C. We heard City staff say just a week ago that Concept C could work, as it does meet the people per hectare quota. But what it doesn't do is remove people from their homes or build a bypass directly through someone's living room. The community's preferred plan, Concept C, plan will grow our community in a responsible way while remaining respectful to our community and families that live here and made this community their home. Don't take people's homes away from them, please. Here is a final thought for all of you here today. Imagine one day looking at a city plan that will change a community forever, a community that you love, that you have lived in for over a half a century. Imagine looking at a map and realizing that your home is missing from this map. Imagine being told that someone wants to build something else on your land. Imagine receiving a letter in the mail or a knock on the door telling you that you and your family must leave and that you are losing your home. Just imagine, how would you feel? I have one word: absolute devastated. Under the proposed current plan before you, my family and several family members within the community, family and several families in our are identified to be expropriated. How can we call ourselves the best place to raise a child when we are taking homes away from families? We can't. If the plan is approved, the current plan before you, because it will take away people out of their homes. I urge everyone here today to do what is ethically and morally right. Think not only with your heads, but also with your hearts for the families that make Fruitland, Winona such a beautiful place to live. Make a decision not for the money, but for the community that lives and breathes Hamilton's vision statement every day. I'm asking this committee today to reject the plan and direct your staff to bring back the community's plan known as the Preferred Plan Concept C 2009. Please help us move on with our lives without fear. I kindly thank each person here today for listening. Thank you and God bless. David J. Sertic on behalf of the Sertic family.
Thank you, Ms. DeFalco. If you could step aside, we have questions of the family.
Councillor Clark, I respect you. I know the work that I'm familiar with the work you did with West Lincoln Hospital, and we appreciate that, as my father was in there. So, just with the word expropriation, you set up here in this zone, you could say, okay, the city doesn't do it. That's correct. The only time it's been done was, I guess, would have been 2012, or this Motor City, in with safety matters and issues like that.
We put in a valid offer for the purchase of the property. The owner didn't want to sell. In this case, it was a drug den, and we purchased it.
That's correct.
I don't think your home is that.
No. The only thing I think that would settle a lot of people's hearts in this community, say, okay, for me and my wife that are going to be planning on maybe one day purchasing my parents' home and living those memories and dreams on, would be to have something to say, hey, you know what? Put it in writing, just to say, you know what? Word is one thing. I trust you. I've seen your work. But for the other councillors, I'm not, I have all my fair trust in you all. And, maybe something like that would be great, just to settle the community's hearts,
Thank you, Mr. Sertic. I have to tell you, I know the family. I worked with the family. We did a tremendous job with the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, and you've known me for over 10 years in public life.
Yes.
You know that I don't misrepresent the truth.
Absolutely.
I have never been so saddened to hear what has been told to neighbors in a community about a secondary plan that in no way, shape, or form will anyone be forced out of their home.
Okay.
It saddens me immensely that people have been losing sleep over it because of someone's desire to stop a plan. They're going to misrepresent the facts that occur in this council on a regular basis as a municipality, as policy, to people like you.
Yes.
You have my apology. Those people should never have misrepresented those facts to you. It is not in any way, shape, or form accurate, and I have no idea what the agenda is. Yes. But you have my word, sir. They're not taking your home. Okay. If you want to sell your home one day, you'll have that option.
Absolutely.
Willing seller, willing buyer, that's how it works.
Sure.
Nothing's going to change. I hope you express that to your mother, please.
Yes, I absolutely will. She's right here, so she heard you, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Because I think the fear was when you do look at a plan and you see your land fall within that.
And I understand how people can start to misrepresent things. It's a conceptual design. Where that school is marked right now, 2 years from now, that school green may be in another area completely.
Exactly.
Because the school board has to work with the city, and we have to try and find, again, willing buyers and sellers to plot out a piece of property. Frequently, land gets swapped. As I indicated, I've had schools marked in my ward in certain areas, and next thing you know, it's 6 blocks over in another direction.
Exactly.
Because of a land swap. Yeah. So no one's losing their homes.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, I appreciate everything from a true meat and potatoes, Wynonna. Boy, I thank everybody, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson has a comment. Mr. Surtick, if you could just...
Sorry, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah. You've now heard from Councillor Clark, you've heard from Councillor Partridge, myself, Councillor Ferguson. We've all said the same thing over and over and over again. So I guess I really want to, and I understand that you've worked with Councillor Clark, and that's where the comfort level is. I understand that completely. One of the things I'm asking for is that we can have another drop in the neighborhood to explain to people what's happening. So if it's not in paper, it's going to say the city's not in the position to expropriate your land, if that helps.
Okay.
Can I just ask you out of through the chair, did you sign one of these letters that came in?
Yes, we absolutely did.
Okay. Did you sign it because you assumed the city was going to expropriate your land?
With that, also just the plan itself, with the amount of people, like you say, you bring in 15,000 people, and I'm not saying, but 15,000 people, there will be a percentage of problems, just like anything. Police will tell you that.
And sorry.
It's just how it is.
Yep. And I totally understand that.
Yeah.
So somebody came to you and said, they're going to expropriate your land. We're going to have 15,000 people in here, sign here.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, are you comfortable with telling us who's been so we can actually go to the person who's doing this to make sure we set
I'm
the
sorry,
record straight?
Councillor. I don't think I would want to put the delegate in that position publicly.
Well, I want to apologize as well, because I heard those rumors going in here today, and I was just I'll tell you right now, I was getting phone calls since last Wednesday, and I've been keeping people apprised to let them know this is not happening. And the next time, feel free, pick up the phone. I'd be happy to answer for you. Not a problem.
I think it's just really you look at the plan itself, and that's where it really may have scared some people. And
understandable.
And I probably think that's would be the validity to that. Maybe kind of threw people off. So there's no one, I guess, to single-handedly blame, but just a plan. So.
And I really appreciate you all taking the time to stay here long enough. It's now 3:30.
I appreciate all your time sticking around, and I know. Sitting there, I would rather do a lot more better things.
Call me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless. Mr. Cook, you're next, please. And then after Mr. Cook, it will be Brad Scott.
The Community Advisory Committee. A number of people come to me and ask me to say a few things on their behalf. I want to compliment the staff on the report that they did put together. It was very, very detailed, all 238 pages of it. And it portrayed a city that we'd all be pretty proud of. However, when I read into the report, there was a few things that did concern me in the fact that how we know Stoney Creek now and Winona, it's not going to be that way, and we all understood that. But we do have some concerns. One of the concerns that we have is policing. From what I can understand right now, the response time in Stoney Creek in our area is about 18 minutes. Now, I used to have a security alarm business, and in Burlington it was 4 minutes. For 18 minutes in Stoney Creek, now we add another 15,600 people. If we don't add more people, allow it in the budget for all the emergency services, we're going to have a real problem. And a lot of people are very concerned about that aspect of the approach. We're also concerned about the congestion, as you've heard about. You know, we talked about population density. We talked about 50 persons per hectare by the province and 70 by the city, and this area is going to be 73. And we're all talking hectares, but I wasn't raised in metrics, so I had to sit down and figure out what a hectare is. And for those people that don't know, it's 107,639 square feet, or 2.2 acres. And if you squared that off, it's 328 feet by 328 feet. So I said, okay, we have to put in low density. In that report, it said we have to put 40 units. So let's figure out what those 40 units would look like. Let's say they're only going to be 30 feet wide. By the way, my property is 65 by 190, and I back onto the park, the Sherwood Park. So I've got lots of open space, and that's what I'm used to, but I understand other people aren't going to have that opportunity. So to put 40 units in that space, if they were 30 feet wide, they'd all be 89 feet, 7 inches long. Well, that's not very big, but we haven't factored in roads, parks, community centers, heritage spaces, landscaping, walking and biking trails. And that's just in the low density area. By the time we look at medium and high density area, we're packing people in like little sardines. And that's not what Stoney Creek has really been about. But I just wanted everybody in the room to realize what we're really looking at when we're trying to look at 40 units for low density. I also reviewed the ACON report in detail and looked at the existing proposal that the committee had brought forward, and then looked at the final proposal. And the cost differential to the city, the 2C approach was a total of $7.1 million, but the cost to the city was going to be $6.7. If we look at the realignment, the total cost was $10.72 million, with the city's burden only $1.93 million. So it's a financial advantage for the city to go with the DIA, I guess you would call it. However, it's not the best for traffic because trucks are going to have to make 2 extremely sharp turns going down to Barton and then onto Fruitland Road. There's going to be additional air pollution. And if we took the original proposal by the CAC, it would be a gradual feed into Fruitland Road. And to us, it seems like the right solution. The final concern I had with the CAC and with the report that we're having before us today, nobody has yet dealt with where is that road going to go when it hits number 8. I've been around this city for 65 years. I know that it's going to go up the escarpment somewhere. While they're doing the planning, why haven't they factored that in now? We should be thinking ahead, whether it's 10, 20, 30, 40 years. How are we going to get it there? That's where it should start, and that's where it should end, so it should go up the hill. When I brought that up at the CAC meeting, well, that's out of our purview. I said, why? We should be thinking about where we're going now. In business, I say to people, this is in industrial applications, tell me where you're going to be in 2 years, tell me where you're going to be in 5 years. If I'm going to design a system for your plant, I want to know where you're going to be in 5 years so I can put in the infrastructure and add to the infrastructure and save you dollars. I'd just like the city to do the exact same thing when they're putting in a bypass. Where are we going to be in 5 years? Where are we going to be in 10? Where are we going to be in 40? And allow for it in our design. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take 1 second. Councillor Pearson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Cook. I really appreciate that information. I just want to ask a question because you tweaked mentioning that you back onto Sherwood Park. How was the park acquired? Do you recall that?
Do I ever? I've got something still pending trying to get that cleared up. The park was owned, the property was owned by a lady in, 227 Fruitland Road, and she owned 1,086 feet back, and then it was 215 feet wide. So she severed off my lot that was 65 by 190, and then they severed off her daughter's lot that was 60 by 190. And then the city came along and took the park. That left 18 feet from the back of my property to the park. When we tried to sever that off, the city had wanted me to give up 60 feet from the center of the road just so we could readjust the lot lines. That would mean that all three properties would now have to be resurveyed at a cost of about $6,000. I've taken that to the OMB. It's been 9 weeks since we had our final OMB hearing. I think they're going to rule in my favor, but I'm still waiting for that to happen. And I don't think I ever should have had to do that. I've incurred severe costs, no decision. Now that the property that we're trying to sever from, the lady has passed on, the house closed on June the 1st, so I don't think I will ever get an opportunity to sever because of the way your existing bylaws are when it comes to severing.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Councillor?
if I can, I thank you for that. My question was, did the lady who severed the lots, did she sell the land to the city for the park?
Yes, she did.
It was not expropriated, it was sold.
It was sold.
Thank you. That's what my question was leading to, and I appreciate that. And I will clarify the issue that Mr. Cook had with regards to the road widening dedication was the issue that he's dealing with now, just for clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I also provided the OMB with extensive photographs all up and down Fruitland Road to show that from the center of the road to the cemetery is only 38 feet. On the other side to the wall of the church is 40 feet. If we go 2 houses north of the cemetery, if we took 60 feet, we would be 18 and a half feet into Jim and Kelsey's living room. So I can't see a widening of Fruitland Road. There's too many houses that would be totally destroyed. But because of the way the ruling was that came out on the severance, we're going to have to incur substantial costs for things that aren't going to happen.
Thank you. Any other questions? Motion received. Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Carried. Mr. Cook, it's highly unlikely there'll ever be a crossing of the escarpment unless the province changes the new legislation. So it'd have to be a change in government before we'll ever actually deal with that again.
Well, we can always hope.
I'm not going there, sir. Thank you again. Vic Ragazzina. Is Vic here? He left for work also. Brad Scott also left for work. Thank you. Al Zamprogna left for work. Thank you. Karina Walford. Please come forward, sir.
Asked me to hand out this photograph of her. May I pass it around?
Through the clerk, please. And do we have a copy of the written statement that you can leave with the clerk when you're finished, Mr. Thank you. Please proceed.
Just have to find it. So I'm reading this on behalf of Karina Walford, and I'll read it word for word. To whom this may concern, my name is Karina Walford, and I live at 746 Barton Street in Stoney Creek. I have resided here at my home with my parents as well as my siblings. We moved here to restart our lives after I became a quadriplegic in my backyard swimming pool in Hamilton, Ontario at the age of 15. When making the decision to move from our home we grew up on Gage Avenue in Hamilton, it was tough on us because we knew that my disability, we would have to alter our home to suit my needs as I live day to day in a wheelchair. When we sold our home on Gage Avenue, it was me that found our new home at 748 Barton Street in Fruitland, Winona. Excuse me. It was like love at first sight when we walked through the front doors, knowing we had little work to do to accommodate my needs as well as my family's needs. In 2005, my parents decided to foster children with special needs and decided, since our family was growing with all the children coming into care, that maybe we should look for a bigger home, but it was me, the one that loves the community, Fruitland, Winona, that refused to move. This is our home, and we can make it work, and we are still here. In 2008, we bought the land on 746 Barton Street and built our dream home. We watched them every day and build the home that is supposed to be the home I grow old in, as I am just 32 years old and still have my whole life ahead of me. For once I can say I can come and go as I please. I can zoom down my hallways with no barriers that stop me. I can live a barrier-free life. A life I wasn't able to do because either walls needed to be demolished or there were too many stairs. I can live, exclamation marks. Then came the news that crushed not just me and my family, but the community we live in, the people that we called our family. Excuse me. The news of the development that will be going on our homes, the homes that we live in. Where are we going to go? Where are we going to go? Yet alone, where am I going to live? A 32-year-old woman left in a wheelchair. I know what you're thinking. She can go into a home. Like hell I'm going into a home because the city wants to take the only home I've ever lived in that has suited my needs for the past 5 years barrier-free. To give it up for a community park or school, I don't think so. I think whoever decided to take this into their hands has not thought about the people of the community and where we all are going to go. I think the city should take a double look and see that taking our homes is wrong. That false information given to the community should have never been told, because if we were told this was going to happen before we built our beautiful home, we would have thought twice and we would have refused to allow the government to make me, a 32-year-old quadriplegic, homeless. Karina Walford.
Thank you, Mr. DeFalco. Do you know who's been telling the neighbors that their houses are going to be taken off them by the city?
Are you asking me as I'm here to read the statement?
Yes, I understand that, but you were chair of the CAC or vice chair. I'm just wondering who's been telling the neighbors that the city is going to take their homes away from them?
Councillor Clark, what I can tell you is the neighbors have been looking at the map, and it doesn't take a lot of thought to see where your home is, having something superimposed on it, and concluding that there is something that's going to be on top of their homes. That's how that started, and that continues to be the source of that. So if you're looking for a person who's been doing it, I'm not aware of any person who's been saying that. I am aware that people have been approaching other people saying, look at this map, and I'll use an example just to make my point. Is Mary Walford here? Mary approached us and said, I noticed there's a park, and was it a park or a school, Mary? A school. I noticed there's a school on my home. What's going on with that? So Councillor Clark, people have just made conclusions based on information that appears pretty logical.
I'm just surprised that given your CV, you wouldn't have clarified to them what really is happening. Profoundly disappointed.
I don't work.
Thank you for appearing. Teresa DeFalco was next. Ms. DeFalco.
My name is Teresa DeFalco, and I'm here today as a member of the Fruitland Winona Community Advisory Committee and also as the current president of the Fruitland Community Association for Safe and Healthy Neighborhoods. I would like to speak to you today about the Community Advisory Committee and the role of a participating member. I would also like to speak to you as the president of a community association. I have some concerns to express with respect to how the Fruitland Winona secondary plan made its way through the planning process. As you heard earlier from our Community Advisory Chair, Cal DeFalco, the Community Advisory Committee was put in place in 2007 and is made up of people like you and I. People who live in the community willing to volunteer their time towards the betterment of their community and our city. The Community Advisory Committee is also made up of various stakeholders, property owners, city staff, city paid consultants, and the councillors representing wards 10 and 11. The Community Advisory Committee had other various staff resources available to them from the Planning and Development Department, Public Works Department, as well as other departments as needed. The purpose of the Community Advisory Committee is to provide, and I quote, citizen advisory input into the Fruitland-Winona secondary plan. This input was to assist the Planning Department staff in preparing recommendations for the approval of the Economic Development and the Planning Committee and Council. The Community Advisory Committee is to also help confirm issues, develop and review alternative solutions, and to facilitate communication with local residents. There is a role and mandate for this committee, as you've heard earlier, that each member is expected to follow and to respect. In joining this committee, I took the role very seriously, and I can assure you that all the good people that sit as my fellow members did as well. We attended each meeting faithfully, with integrity, and participated in good faith. We gave years of our time to this initiative, believing that our time and efforts meant something. We believed that our input would be valued and included. In fact, within the role and mandate of the Community Advisory Committee, it clearly states, and I quote, "The opinions of the committee members are valued and very important to the study. It is anticipated that staff and the advisory committee will be in agreement on most issues. Where there may be differences of opinion which affect the outcome of the study, City Council will be advised of both staff and committee's opinions in order to make an informed decision." We were not afforded that opportunity, and I think you heard earlier from Councillor Johnson. She had questions around that. The plan before you today was presented to the community and now to you on false pretense. It is not a supported community plan and certainly not endorsed by the Community Advisory Committee. We had a preferred plan that was endorsed by both the community and city back in 2009, which was also supported by both councillors involved in this process. A year later, in March 2010, our preferred endorsed plan was changed with no consultation or awareness of the Community Advisory Committee. When we raised objection, we were shut down. When we asked why the plan had changed, we were shut down. We had a quorum, when we asked why the plan had changed, we had a quorum and successfully voted down the new plan, and we were shut out. The city continued to present their new plan to the community. We insisted that the community be made aware that their Community Advisory Committee is not supporting this plan. We were assured that the general public would be made aware that we were not in support of the new plan. Not only was the public not informed that the Community Advisory Committee did not endorse the city's new plan, they were told that we had. Now, going back to the integrity of my role as a community advisory member, I felt compelled and responsible to facilitate communication with local residents, as per the role and mandate that I committed to in 2007. In doing so, and in speaking with hundreds of people within the Fruitland-Winona community, it became evident that this community were not made aware of how this massive development may impact them and our community. I was particularly concerned as to the impacts that this potential development would have on residents and their properties, and also to the Fruitland-Winona legacy. In my role as the president of the Fruitland Community Association for Safe and Healthy Neighborhoods, the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan has a direct impact on the community that I help represent. In this role, I make every effort to keep the community informed. I believe in transparency, open and timely communication, and in civic engagement. People need and deserve to be kept informed. This community has been kept in the dark for 3.5 years with respect to the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan. It was extremely evident from the first public meeting in 3.5 years held on May 23rd that people have not been properly informed as to the plan before you today. I attended that meeting and was in disbelief with its agenda. Attendees were told that this meeting was being held to engage the community and to get their input prior to a plan coming to this committee just a week and a half later. I don't understand how people can provide input into something they have not been properly been informed about. I also don't understand how that input could have any meaningful impact this late in the process. The meeting lacked proper presentation materials, information, and many questions were left unanswered. Following the meeting, I located the May 17th release document entitled Assessing the Proposed Amendments and Report, and was flabbergasted that the information contained in this document was not shared at the public meeting on May 23rd meeting. These reports, a second report was also released on May 31st. These reports, one being in excess of 200 pages and the other in excess of 100 pages, contains pertinent information that should have been disclosed to the public before and at a public meeting. I believe you have the reports in which I'm referring to in front of you today. Most of the important information was available to share at the May 23rd community meeting, so I ask, why wasn't it? The public needs and deserves to be made aware of the information, but were not afforded this opportunity at the May 23rd meeting, and I ask again, why not? Our Community Advisory Chair respectfully requested that this item be deferred from this committee until such time that proper community engagement could take place. This request was rejected, apparently because city staff didn't want the developers to take them to the OMB prior to a decision from council. We as a city cannot be dictated or directed by anything or anyone other than legislation, law, policy, process, and the responsibility to serve the public. I can make this statement as I had dedicated a career to public service. And as a public servant, my role was to serve the public. The people must come first. I would also like to state very clearly here today that I am not against development. I only ask that any development be done responsibly, respectfully, and with integrity. I will not be intimidated or bullied out of my right as a citizen of this city to receive proper community engagement and input into something that will affect my community, my family, and my life. I question the integrity of this entire process for many reasons, some of which I've shared with you today. To recently change a vision statement, which was the foundation for this process, and not be forthcoming about it, is not acceptable. In reading the reports in front of you today, I have concluded that we, the members of the Community Advisory Committee, have been led down a path to nowhere. Our time and efforts were clearly not valued or important. We had a right to disagree according to the role and mandate for the Community Advisory Committee, and when we did, we were shut out. I cannot endorse this new plan as it betrays our vision statement and undermines the integrity of this entire process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Collins, did you have a question?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Teresa, for that presentation. And I've been just discussing here with Councillor Johnson. I was trying to understand the original one. Certain CAC members have talked about a preferred plan, I guess, that you would have looked at as part of your discussion with the group and with city staff. And I have this document here. I guess this is a scheme of 3 different plans. And the preferred one, I think, as Councillor Johnson has illustrated to me, is the top one here. Not the one that's in front of us, but the staff one here, it's this top one here. Is that correct? So you had 3 presentations, or sorry, 3 schemes that were given to the CAC, and there was a preferred one, it sounds like some time ago, that was adopted by the CAC.
Would you like to see that closer, or
yes, I would. But through the chair to you, Councillor Collins. We did have two plans that were developed by the Community Advisory Committee with a lot of help from hired consultants, city staff, and our councillors. Two plans were created. The city said that they would take those two plans away and put together a preferred plan. That preferred plan is known as Concept C. So just looking here.
The top one out of those three?
It's not identified here. I do have one, two.
Up, please.
Listen. We'll put it on the big screen. It'll make it easier than trying to read that.
No, this is not the one. That would be C. Let me just try it.
And if we can hand that note back to Councillor Collins so he can continue asking his questions. Oops.
Yes, this is Concept C.
That Concept C, that plan was the preferred plan then, you're saying from the committee or from the residents' point of view. Can you clarify that? Who supported that plan?
Through the chair, Councillor Collins, the plan was supported through consultation through the CAC, which membership of residents, city staff, consultants, stakeholders, and our councillors.
That says Concept B. Can we just fix that, please?
That's all right. I know which one we're referring to.
No, I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page so no one...
And the density for that plan, I thought I heard earlier, was just over 20,000. Is that correct?
Through the chair, to Councillor Collins, absolutely not. The three plans that were developed, Concept A, Concept B, and Concept C, were all around the same number.
I'll have a question then for our staff once we're beyond the public consultation. So your understanding was that Concept C was a lower density than not just the 20,000, but lower even than the one that is in front of us today for a decision. That would be your understanding.
Mr. Falco?
Through the chair, Councillor Collins, my understanding is that Concept A, B, and C were all around the guidelines that were presented to us through city staff of the per hectare quota that we were working towards meeting. So my recollection, and please I don't want this to be final, it was around, anywhere was between 14,000 to 16,000. That range was fell within A, B, and C.
And today's recommendation is 15.7. So it would fall within that range. Is that not correct?
Through the chair, Councillor Collins, yes.
Only questions, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for Ms. DeFalco? Councillor Partridge, please. Just get closer to the mic there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Teresa, welcome. Thank you for your presentation. So I guess just to catapult off of what Councillor Collins has said, so what is the major difference to the CAC from Concept C and what's being presented today? What is the major difference that you're having the most difficulty with?
Through the chair, Councillor Partridge, the significant differences that I'm going to refer to is, one is the Fruitland Road bypass.
Okay.
Which, I don't have the pointer.
It should be there somewhere. Vanessa, can you show her where the pointer went? There we go.
This bypass here,
right,
was in all three plans, A, B, and C. The new plan before you today takes this bypass and shifts it over towards the east.
Right.
That's one main difference. The other difference is that you don't see a whole row of high-density housing anywhere in this whole plan.
Okay, so through you, Chair, though, if I'm understanding, the current plan, the density is around the same as what Concept C, in your mind, around that same density. Is that correct? Is that fair to say?
Through the chair, Councillor Partridge, yes, that was my understanding. Actually, that question was asked at the May 23rd public meeting. by a resident, and city staff informed the resident that this plan could certainly meet the required per quota. Wouldn't be as high, but it was within the range that it could be workable.
Okay, and Teresa, through you, Chair. So I just want to make absolutely certain then you're okay with that density of the current plan. The major issues, as I understand it, is the bypass location and the density along Barton Street. Is that correct?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Partridge, the density of this plan wasn't up to 17,000. As I mentioned to Councillor Collins, we were looking in a range between, I believe, 13 to 16, I think was the ceiling.
So I just want to make sure I understand this then, through you, Chair. So the current plan that's being recommended is at 17 plus. So is that not acceptable, is what I'm hearing, even though it's close to that 16 range that you were talking about before? I just want to make sure that I understand.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Partridge, 17,000 seems excessive.
Excessive over the 16?
We didn't agree to a 16. Excuse me. If I have the plan with me, I know it was between the various plans A, B, and C were arranged between 13 and 16.
Okay. And because through you, Chair, I was under the understanding that they were, all three of them were in the same range. I thought that's what I heard. Okay. I heard you say. But thank you. I do appreciate you answering the questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Collins, you had a follow-up?
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Teresa, sorry, I didn't have a lot of time to study the plan, but it looks like the higher density is on Highway 8 rather than Barton in this plan. Is that the preference then of the CAC at the time, that if higher density is in the plan, and it's certainly reflected here, that it's better at a different location?
Through the chair to Councillor Collins, this plan here, if you were to look at the current plan before you in Concept C, just visually with the codes down here, visually you will see it's not a generally high density area, it's generally low density as per our vision statement. What you're seeing here is a community hub, if I can use that reference, a gathering place where we'd have quaint little shops and maybe some living spaces above that shop where people can go and walk and go to a cafe and sit down and chat. So you don't see that type of high density along Highway 8 as you did in the plan before you, right along Barton Street.
Councillor?
Okay, but not all of it is low density. So am I to take it then that pink purple color is the higher density? I can't read the chart from here.
Through the chair to Councillor Collins, I can't read it either.
Okay.
We'll get it from staff.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Felco? Motion to receive, moved by Councillor Partridge, second by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The next one is Victor Fontana. Is Victor Fontana here? Come on down, please. And then after that, it's Matt Johnson. I don't know if Matt's here. Good afternoon, Mr. Fontana.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I apologize if any of my comments are redundant with several.
We're giving great latitude in that regard today, so don't worry about it.
Thank you. My name is Victor Fontana, and I'm representing myself and my family. We all live in the Greater Hamilton area. My family in Ward 8, and I live in the Winona area, the Ward 11. And I'm also here today with the DeVita-Antonio family, as we own approximately 20 acres of the property off of Jones Road together. I also attended and participated in the CAC process, and just to skip ahead of that, when it went public in June of 2009, city staff had presented the 3 drafts to the public, proposals A, B, and C, and this was brought to the public as a collaboration of the community input and city planners. At this meeting, staff indicated that the final draft of the secondary plan would reflect what was being presented, and it would be either one of the plans shown or a combination of them to make a final plan. And we were asked to voice our concerns at this time because staff indicated that there would likely be some minor changes when producing the final draft. At this time, our group had no concerns. There was a very small impact of a school and park shared between our property and some of the surrounding landowners on one plan, and very little or no impact on the other two concepts. The final plan came out approximately a year later, and our lands were now 100% impacted with public uses. As a resident, I was extremely alarmed and disappointed in the breakdown of the public process. As a landowner, I felt betrayed and unfairly treated by a city that my family has lived in and invested in for generations. From a planning point of view, I look at this plan and say, well, the city staff has met their provincial policy. However, have they done this sensibly? The large community park, known as Sherwood Park, is within probably about a kilometer of our property. The city has also acquired the former Alliance Church on Highway 8, adjacent to Sherwood Park, so that it can be further expanded. Does it make sense to have two large community parks within such a short proximity of each other? There's individual residences that we had talked about that align Barton Street. It was also in one of the policy reports that this park had to be visible from Barton Street. Well, it's impossible because Barton Street is lined with homes. And we've all listened to all the promises made about not expropriating and whatnot, and nobody wants to do that. I'm not sure if it's sensible or not. I'm not a planner, but I work with many of them as I'm a developer and home builder in the city. I deal with the people who directly use the amenities, and I'm asking the committee to listen to its public and realize that there is a greater need for smaller neighborhood parks that residents can walk to and their children can enjoy, not someplace they have to get into their cars and drive to. Furthermore, as a resident who lives in the east quadrant of this community, I notice that all the amenities and schools have been placed on the extreme west boundary. This is right beside an already urbanized Stoney Creek, which already offers plenty of amenities. What about all the people who live in the east and all of the new development and people that will be coming? It doesn't seem fair that a majority of the amenities be loaded on the boundary when the need is clearly further east. Finally, I've mentioned I am a small developer and home builder in the city. This is my livelihood. My family has purchased this land many years ago, along with the DeVitantonio family, in order to have inventory for the future. It has become very difficult for small businesses to survive as much larger developers, sometimes from other cities, move in and acquire much of the land. The problem is that they also build and do not sell off lots, leaving many builders without building lots, and those who do have paid a heavy premium and are at a disadvantage to the larger corporations. Throughout the process, I've acknowledged that as a developer, we need to share in providing our future home buyers with the amenities they deserve. And I was accepting of any of the three plans originally presented to the public. However, to be impacted 100% on an area where amenities already exist makes me question the reasoning of city staff. As was mentioned in the presentation by Mrs. Mahood, she mentioned that there were several studies. We haven't seen any of the studies that say the park needed to be in that quadrant. We've actually tried to research this extensively, asked many people at City Hall. Nobody's been able to give us an answer on that. So that's basically, I'm hoping that you'll look at this and understand where we're coming from. Another point that I wanted to make was I understand that the city doesn't expropriate. That's not their position. But if you're designating these lands as school board, does the school board have the right to expropriate this property from individual homeowners if they decide that it is a site for school?
They don't expropriate either because they don't have the money from the government. Okay. It's a funding formula that's set by the province of Ontario. As a matter of fact, the first time I've ever heard of a school board even trying to expropriate is the Scott Park property in downtown Hamilton, which is very controversial, and the Ministry of Education has lots of concerns.
Okay, just a question then. And that's pretty much it. I thank you very much for letting me speak here today, and I look forward to your just decision.
Thank you, Mr. Fontana. Any questions for Mr. Fontana? Thank you, sir. I need a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Collins, second by Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Carried. Mr. Matt Johnson, please, if you could come down. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be our last registered speaker. If there's anyone that wants to come forward after that time, we have an opportunity for that also. Please proceed, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Johnston, a registered professional planner with the IBI Group. And I'm here to speak on behalf of 3 properties, so I believe that gives me 15 minutes. But not to worry, I will...
We're under the Planning Act, so unfortunately there is no time limit. I'll just watch to make sure you don't keep repeating yourself.
Okay. Well, hopefully I won't do that. I've been thinking a lot about my presentation today as the days evolved. There's three properties I'd like to speak to specifically with some technical details that I have covered in a written submission. The Little Rock Group owns lands municipally known as 286 Lewis Road.
Mr. Johnson, it might be appropriate for you to use the pointer and just give us a rough idea where you were at.
This is the old plan, sorry.
Yep.
Okay, Lewis Road, so this piece in this area.
Thank you.
And on the current preferred plan, there is a bit of a challenge with the limits of the medium density designation along Barton and the lower density to the south. The designation doesn't quite follow property lines, and what it does is create this awkward sliver of lands in a dual designation. We've heard other speakers talk about the challenges of building that type of built form along Barton, and land assembly is one of the biggest challenges to that. So if there was an interpretation policy in the plan that would accommodate an interpretation to follow property lines, that would help, or a small tweaking in the land use schedule. Secondly, if we move over to 212 Fruitland Road, which is owned by Mr. John Conchatori, that land falls on the natural heritage schedule under core area, linkage area, restoration, and sorry. It's gotten hit with all 4.
And I'm assuming it's in all
vegetation
concepts.
Protection zone.
It's in all concepts also?
That's right. Well, actually, those concepts, it's the specific natural heritage schedule that has these 4 designations applying to the lands. And the owner has retained qualified experts to evaluate the merits of that designation, coming to different opinions. So the extent of the natural heritage feature on site, in their opinion, doesn't quite warrant such designations. And the final piece is the northwest quadrant of Lewis and Highway 8. In this area here, it looks a little different on the current preferred plan owned by Homes by DeSantis. They're supportive of their land use designations, but they do have significant concerns with the block servicing strategy, which is contained in the policy. And this concern is applicable to all 3 owners that I just mentioned. There's the concerns over the unknowns. The policy speaks to a terms of reference to be established. There's concern that these terms of reference may cause further delay in the development of these lands. Until that servicing strategy is in place, it could be a hindrance to development. That being said, the theme of all owners is that this process has been comprehensive, thorough, complementary to staff, and we're dealing with secondary planning in Ontario. This is how it's done, and it's been done well. It's not going to appease all residents, all parties. It's about balancing objectives, and the message from these owners is that it's been thorough and it's time to make a decision to move on. So all 3 commend staff for their works and look forward to a decision.
Thank you. So it's your client's position that they want the block servicing agreement terms of reference done as quickly as possible, or no terms of reference and it happens holus bolus?
Well, when we look at the policies contained in the plan now, it seems like it highlights a number of issues that have already been addressed through the secondary plan process. So parts of it seem somewhat redundant. It's a new process to those in Hamilton, so not really sure in its entirety what it entails. And so for those reasons, there's some apprehension there.
And with regards to the natural heritage area, as your client, the assessment of that area is going to take how long?
The works are underway. I would assume that involves a 4-season approach. I couldn't commit to a time frame for completion.
So the matter can be dealt with later on, obviously.
That's right.
Thank you. Any other questions? Need a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Partridge. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone else that wants to come forward and give us their position? Please come down now. You'll have to put your name and address on the little bookie over there so we can have you down for the registration. Drodzis, are you presenting also today? Pleasure to see you, sir. Anyone else? It's a pleasure to see everybody. Are you? Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to gauge timing-wise, that's all. Thank you. I think we're going to have dinner here. I moved my meeting at 6 o'clock to now 7:30. Hi, could you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, my name's Judy Kovacs. I live in West Hamilton, but I grew up in Winona, and my mother still lives in
Winona.
Yes,
Winona.
McNeely Road. Okay.
Please proceed. Yep. Just get nice and close. There you go.
Is that okay?
Excellent.
Oh.
Now you can hear yourself.
Yeah, I've never done this. I grew up in Winona. My parents bought 2.5 acres in 1961. And, well, 3 acres actually. The house is on 1/2 acre. And they spent the next 30 years farming cherries and peaches, raising their 5 children. My dad also worked as a tool and die maker, but what he really loved was farming. So they were always busy, even up till midnight, doing their work and loving it. Sadly, my dad died in 1983 at 60. After that, my mom tried to farm it herself, but it was too much. So she's had various farmers, Putty Combe, Edie Smith, Pete DeGroot, Pete Groot looking after the farm. So she said she'll sell it when the time is right. And that would be when developers came in. Until then, she wanted to keep it. So finally, the developers were calling her. So she was in the process of negotiating a sale in the past month or so. So she decided to sell 2.3 acres, and there's a little small 0.2 lot next to her house that she'd keep for now. And she thought when she did this, she'd have the opportunity to fix her home, be generous with others, and maybe travel a bit. Well, she can. She's 85 now. So we were in the process of selling, and we attended the May 23rd presentation, but we couldn't get past the atrium. So it wasn't until last Friday that an agent called me and told me that her entire piece of land, 2.3, that she was selling is designated as parkland. So it was like a kick in the stomach because it's suddenly worthless to her in a sense at the moment because no developer is interested in buying it when it's going to be parkland. So the city said, well, they will purchase it when they need it for a park. And this could be 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. There's no guarantees. By then she'll be in her 90s, I pray, in good health. But we were told earlier today the secondary plan had small changes. Yet this small change has destroyed a dream for a senior who's been in the community for over 50 years. And I just feel like the actual people have not been respected in this plan. So my main question is, Why can't park designations be shared equitably among all stakeholders, including large developers, rather than imposed upon a defenseless private citizen who's worked incredibly hard her entire life and deserves some fruit from her labor? That's basically all I want to know.
Thank you. Councillors, any question for Ms. Kovacs? Seeing none, I'll need a motion to receive the presentation. Moved by Pearson, second by Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Carried. We'll probably get an answer towards in a few minutes, actually.
May I ask one small question? The issue of expropriation, the city buying her land in years to come, how does that differ from expropriation? They've put a hold essentially on her land, haven't they? I mean, she can sell it now, but who's going to buy it?
The city, when it's purchase of parkland, it's market value, the highest market value. So there's a process that we have to go through by provincial law to ensure that we don't, I'm using colloquial terms, the city doesn't rip your mother off.
Right, but except that she can't see this money till well into the future.
I can't speculate on that. Once this plan is done, we can have staff meet with you and go from there. It may slightly change, and that may not even be an issue.
Okay, thank you.
And it's always as a willing seller and buyer. On this side, I guess it is. Who's next? Just pull the microphone. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm not sure if I have a question or a statement, but I just have a couple of things I want to say.
Let's start with your name.
Oh, that would help. Angela Goodwin. I'm at 1036 Barton Street, which is 5 houses east of McNeely Road.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Okay, I've had this, the different concepts. My house is sometimes a home, sometimes a park, sometimes a school. Right now, it's 6-story commercial, mixed residential. I understand that for many of the builders and city planners and councillors, and you must hear these sob stories every time there's something new happening. But for us, it's very real. I'm not, you think we were just worried about the 6-story monstrosity that might be there. I still can't even stand looking at the 2- and 3-story townhomes that are packed like sardines around the lake. It is such an eyesore. It is wonderful when a great, beautiful building is built on a property that people have had to drive by, and it has been very unattractive and ugly, and you're just so grateful that someone finally pulled down that eyesore, and wow, they're building a nice building. But so many of the properties in Winona, we have 1-story ranches. Maybe there's a back split here and there or a side split. I'm blessed to have a 65 by 150-foot lot. And all of my friends that live in these newer subdivisions just can't believe how big my lot is. And we just look and say, you think this is big? This is nothing. Look at the farms around us. I have lived in my home for since 1997. But when I was dating my husband, yes, it took him a long time to ask me to marry him. There were no stop signs there were no stop traffic lights at Fruitland Road. There were no traffic lights at Millen and Barton or DeWitt and Barton. Can you imagine? 4-way stops when I was dating him in 1990. Things have really changed. And when Tim Hortons came, we thought, wow, we're on the map, right? But now things are really changing. I have been a realtor for 20 years. I don't do that now, but I still drive into neighborhoods, and I am one of the people that complained about the little parkettes. I think it's a terrible shame that the City of Hamilton will not support paying the upkeep for those parks. And I'm sorry to all the builders who I have cursed because I thought that you somehow convinced the city to just hand over money and not pay for parks. And now I realize it's the city saying we won't maintain them. Shame on us. Shame on the city. Because you know what? Those pictures you have up there, I'm sure to all of you, it all looks walkable. But it is by no means walkable. And I one day will sell my home, and I hope to be in a nice neighborhood with big lots. That dream is gone. But I would like my son to be able to walk or ride his bike to the little park where it's safe. All the parks that you have, it's great that you think they're so big, but they're still not going to be where a mom is going to feel safe to let her children go and play. So I really think you need to consider some of these rules and things that you have, and I realize that's not necessarily why we're here today. Another thing is about Walmart and Costco. I am like many others where we can't stop progress. We know it's coming. Let's do it sensibly. Let's do it intelligently. Let's, like the other gentleman said, look not just in 5 years, but 10 and 20 years down the road. I don't want to shop at Walmart to get a bag of milk. I don't want to. It's great that it's there. We're going to have all these, we have jobs coming. Yes, there'll be minimum wage jobs and no full-time work. But you know what? We're going to have construction jobs in creating them. But I still want to see the little commercial hub in Winona. I still want the dream that I can go to a little restaurant or a little ice cream shop. I read that 117-page document and I was horrified that you are not permitting any stores to be built that will be selling food, a food store. How dare we say that that Walmart and Costco will take all of the business and there's no room for other commercial? I do not have a secret agenda. I don't have a retail business I want to start, but I dream to be able to go to a Dollarama and get a card very close to my home. I don't want to have to go to Walmart and wait 20 or 30 minutes. Our seniors in our community aren't going to stand in line and have to drive all the time. We just want them to have something close to our homes. So please reconsider the commercial. I don't understand the map you have now, because between McNeely Road and Lewis Road, we have lots of businesses, yet there's no commercial zoning on your new map. I don't understand why we would. There already is commercial, there's the barbecue restaurant, there's people that sell, there's lots of businesses there that we don't realize, and there's no commercial zoning. I'm surprised. And so I really would like to encourage a commercial little downtown. You all think that there is no business, but not everyone wants to shop at the big stores. I'm happy to go at a smaller grocery store. I just want to get in and out quick, or I just want to relax and take my time and find something different. I don't want to join the throngs of people at those stores, except for at Christmas time when I have a big family to buy for. The other thing to remember, in all of your planning with the townhouses and you have them crammed so close, you all have this dream that everyone will have only one car and you will take rapid transit to work. But the fact of the reality is we have 2 cars each. And you are forcing builders to build homes with a single garage. Barely 2 cars can fit in the driveway. You want families to grow in Winona, so therefore families have bicycles and strollers and wagons. And where are they going to go? They're going to go in the garage, because the builders are only building narrow garages with no storage space for all of this extra stuff. And heaven forbid you want to actually cut your lawn. I realize it's only a small lawn, but you still need to cut it. And so you have to have somewhere to store all these things. And what I can't believe is all these families buying into these homes, and then there's nowhere to park your car, and then they go on the streets. And then you just have what looks not very nice. And I want that small town feeling to last. I am not saying that we have to have 1 acre properties, but I'm saying that we should be able to have a double garage if we have. These are not big dreams. A double garage is not a big dream. Can I not have a double garage on my property? No, you can't. Sorry, we got to squish in a few more people on this hectare of land. And thank you to the gentleman who figured it out, because I only knew an acre was 200 by 200 and I couldn't figure out the hectare. So in my mind, I can figure it out. So thank you for that. The other thing that I've always been upset about is the 2-story and 3-story townhouses that are being built have so many stairs. And as someone who is married to someone with physical disabilities, and as someone who lives down the street from a little boy in a wheelchair, and not realizing we had so many others in our community, but someone who knows that their mother-in-law couldn't stay in Winona because she couldn't manage the stairs and there were no stores to go to, we need to have somewhere for seniors to go. I know some very great residents in Winona who had to go and move to 20 Place and the villages of Lancaster. And being in real estate for 20 years, I had to take a lot of people out of Stoney Creek and move them into other areas. Why can't we stay and live in Winona? Why can't we stay and live here? Build some townhouses, put it in your plans. You like to write everything else in your plans. Let's have a dream of a little community center and some townhomes. And yes, that little 3-story nursing home, retirement home when you want to go there. But don't think I want to live in an apartment. I have a young family, but I need a 1-floor plan. Because of disabilities. I have a niece, 25 years old, with cerebral palsy. I want them to be able to visit my home and not feel like they can only go in one room. So I really encourage you and urge you, and the builders in the room, please listen to us. People want to stay in Winona. There's a Walmart coming, you know, and we want to be able to shop at those places and continue on. And it doesn't mean that you're dead, and it doesn't mean that you don't leave your house, okay? My mother doesn't stop, and she's 75, and I imagine she's going to keep driving till they won't let her. But she only goes close to home. So but you know, what do I do with her after? Please, we need those little wonderful community centers, retirement villages that you have in your other areas. We need them here in Winona too. There's a lot of people coming. There's a lot moving in, and there's going to be lots of room. The market can bear it, so let's make a plan to build them. I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Ms. Goodwin, any questions for Ms. Goodwin? Councillor Johnson?
Judy, thank you very much for coming out. And I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the meeting that we had at 9:30 this morning.
I didn't get here till 10:15, sorry.
Okay, well then you missed my big blurb and you just covered it all.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So, no, I'm really glad. It's like a nice finish to the beginning. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I just wanted to, and I'm glad you reminded me, because Memphis is not mentioned on the map, and we have to make sure it's captured as commercial. But at the beginning of the meeting, I said that from point A, which is Fruitland, all the way over to 50 is 4.5 kilometers. People are not going to walk and get their milk. We need to promote walkability and walkable communities, but we can't do that if we're putting things so far away.
That's right.
So, and I agree with the cars. If you sat at any kind of a planning meeting, you would have heard us constantly complaining that the garage is not a parking spot. It's either a storage facility or man cave. And I love them. My husband has one. I love it, seriously. So it's not to criticize what they're being used for, but unfortunately the car's not one of them. So there is no room for 2 cars. And as I said before, God forbid if you have a teenager, now you've got 3 cars and oh no, grandma's visiting. So I totally am on board with what you're saying. And as far as the physically challenged and the seniors, that's exactly what I wanted. And I've talked to the landowners, I've talked to the stakeholders about this, told them how popular Villages and 20 Place and Garth Trails are. They don't lose their homes for long. As soon as they're up for sale, they're gone, because that's how high in demand they are. So if we can situate something here so our seniors don't go to Stoney Creek and don't have to go to Grimsby, they can stay in their own community and downsize. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Need a motion to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Ms. Goodwin.
Thank you.
Mr. Odzis, you're up next, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of committee. Usually I pop my head around during election years, so I'm a little bit ahead of the curve. In fact, 210 days, that's the number everybody should remember. That's when people can start running and putting their names forward to run for election. Why am I saying that? Because I don't see, during this entire meeting, I don't see a member of the mayor's office or his staff here. This is a big, big, big issue. Why am I here today? Well, I didn't plan on coming. But yesterday I called to ask, when notice was given and perhaps why this meeting wasn't held in our Stoney Creek Civic Center. And it was the answers that I got from a number of staff members that made me decide to come here today. The city's been doing a lot of talk on citizen engagement and on trying to get people who live in this community, whether you're in Flamborough or Stoney Creek or Winona, to stand up and pay attention and make a difference in the community in which you live. We even spent $370,000 to try to do it online, and we all know how poorly that initiative went, through no fault of anyone on city staff or on council. The problem is that the city of Hamilton is failing miserably at engaging citizens of this community. And this meeting is just one example. So instead of us having this meeting during non-peak hours or working hours so that people could attend, we're sitting here all day long with a lot of people taking time off. At least 5 people had to leave to go to work. They never got a chance to have their voice heard. Instead of having this meeting at the Stoney Creek Civic Center, which our tax dollars pay to have that facility there, to have a council chamber like this there, we drive 26 kilometers from Winona here to City Hall, and we feed the meter 4 or 5 times, I think Georgina's been out, in order to have discussions outside of the community in which the decision is affecting. So we really need to, as a city, both staff and this council, we need to look at, instead of reinventing the wheel on citizen engagement, let's take advantage of key opportunities like this one. So the other thing I was told on the phone yesterday was, well, staff have done a review. They've looked at other municipalities, and they're all doing the exact same thing. The city of Hamilton is following a standard protocol that takes decisions out of local communities, out of former municipalities that were part of amalgamation, and brings them right down here to beautiful downtown Hamilton. That's nonsense. Very, very quick review. I looked at the City of Toronto. The City of Toronto holds planning meetings and committee of adjustment meetings in the former city halls in Etobicoke, North York, Scarborough, and Toronto. L'Angile, Quebec holds planning meetings and committee of adjustment meetings in each of the amalgamated boroughs, because L'Angile is a municipality, much like Hamilton, that came together through amalgamation. They also use their city website to deliver online services by geography. Kawartha Lakes, a municipality that was subjected to amalgamation at the same time that the city of Hamilton was, holds various boards and committee meetings at civic centers throughout the amalgamated municipality, not always at City Hall in the city of Lindsay. Winnipeg holds planning and committee of adjustment meetings just like this one, starting at 5 p.m. so that people don't have to take time off work, so that they can actually go, so that you can truly engage your community. Saskatoon holds its Development Appeals Board meetings starting at 4 o'clock. I could go on and on and on and on. So the idea that the city of Hamilton is engaging the public, is engaging citizens properly, is nonsense. The idea that anyone has done any kind of review that substantiates the fact that we've sat here all day during a workday outside of the actual area where the decision made will actually affect is nonsense. So I really think it's time that the city of Hamilton actually started taking citizen engagement seriously. Now, towards that end, there are 2 people at this table. There are everybody at this table, but 2 people I have direct experience with. One is my ward councillor, Brenda Johnson, and the other one is Maria Pearson. These 2 people worked very hard to provide numerous opportunities for people to have their say and to speak about this. It's important. Brenda being my counselor, I can say that she inherited this mess, because the real problem for all of this SCUBE process began before she got here. It was a political decision that was made in isolation. It happened in 5 areas across this municipality, where members of council said, you know, I really want to have this area, which is where the new Costco Walmart's going. I really want this area to be developed. I want to convert it from employment lands to retail. So that decision was made, and that was the beginning of the end of a lot of things. But the part that's really bizarre about that decision, when you look around at other municipalities, you really wonder what is going on in the city of Hamilton. What is going on in the planning department? What is going on in the city? Why are we making decisions that other municipalities are simply not making? Well, what do I mean by that? Let's take a look at the Walmart Costco development in Winona at 50 Road. So, political decision made, we decide to convert this land from employment lands to retail. Why was it a bad choice to do that? Well, weeks before, and I remember sitting in one of these chairs being paid to be here at the time, economic development staff reported that we had a shortage of employment lands with highway exposure. And that's a bad thing. We need employment lands that have highway exposure. So we heard that and then went on to make a political decision to build a Walmart to convert employment lands to retail. It's interesting because a couple of months ago in the City of Toronto, the City of Toronto went to the OMB, and you know what the OMB said in their written decision? They actually said that converting employment lands to retail, that retail is not an appropriate use of employment lands. So the minute we made that conversion, what did we do? We turned this whole entire area on its side. Plans that were being put forward for years and years and years were suddenly different. Why? Because the original staff recommendation would have been to have seen a retail area similar to what we see up on Paramount behind the new Winona Elementary School. It would have been walkable, it wouldn't have been big box, but we lost that once we got the Walmart Costco. And that ship has sailed, there's nothing we can do about that. But the question remains, and perhaps this is a question that members of council can ask through, to staff at a later date, but what is our record, and why is our record at the OMB so dismal? There are planners in Mississauga and Toronto and other places who say that we don't bring our A game to OMB cases. That's their opinion. I'm not passing that judgment. But we really need to know, what is our record at the OMB? Because folks outside of Hamilton are suggesting it's not what it should be. And the next thing is, why are we choosing and how are we choosing to appeal to or not to appeal to the OMB? Why is it that Toronto gets a decision saying retail is not an appropriate use of employment lands, yet the City of Hamilton happily goes down the path of, oh well, we've converted it, here we go. Which brings me to another point. It seems as though the City of Hamilton, since amalgamation, continues to have this attitude that things just keep happening to us. And you know what? It's time that we stood up and said, no, it doesn't have to happen to us. 3 months ago, Hurricane Hazel, the mayor of Mississauga, and her council passed a unanimous motion going to the province of Ontario suggesting that we have a big problem with the OMB and decisions being overturned and developers taking advantage of some of these opportunities. They did something. They stood up and took action. We can see that the City of Hamilton does not have the political influence at Queen's Park, in Ottawa, that it once had and that it desperately, desperately needs. So why are we not, members of council have the opportunity in the absence of a strong mayor that has these connections in Ottawa and at Queen's Park, members of council can pass resolutions like the City of Mississauga did to try to fix these issues. So some of what we've heard here today, and I apologize for going on and on, I didn't intend to, but Fruitland Road and the realignment. Councillor Pearson and I, we've spent many nights, many days, many afternoons, at least, going through information about the realignment. And some of what I heard here today just shocks me, because if I were to go home and look through my 4 or 5 inch copy of that document, I would see a couple of bizarre things. So I see on concepts A, B, and C, there's the realignment marked. And where the realignment starts, let's see if I can, where the realignment starts right here, this is right behind Chandelier Place. Or Grand Olympia, I apologize to the owners of the Grand Olympia. Behind Grand Olympia, in 2008, the City of Hamilton owned 3 properties right behind there, and the intention was that the realignment would start utilizing the properties that the city owned and would then pop out at some point in time here at a location that was not clearly determined. So I went through prior to the meeting today to look at any notices of declaring surplus properties that the City of Hamilton would sell through various methods, and I didn't see anything in the last 5 years that showed that these properties have been sold. So what puzzles me is, why are we scaring the heck out of people on Barton Street with the possibility of losing their homes when, going back to 1992, the plan was very clear to use these 3 properties that I believe the City of Hamilton still owns to make this bypass. That's a big problem. It's almost like we've lost the documentation and the paperwork, and Councillor Pearson and I, we know it exists, because in 2007, 2008, we met with staff, we requested documentation, we looked through reports, and looking at this information, 1992, yes, we talked about the assessments that exist, the EAs that existed, but the thing that wasn't said, that we heard and that we saw in this documentation, is that the old city of Stoney Creek slowed down, because as all of us remember, the Red Hill Valley Parkway was not built overnight. It took a couple of 5, 10, 50 years to build, 40 years. And as a result of that, the old city of Stoney Creek was a little bit nervous that if we started realigning and looking at all of this stuff, we could end up with the escarpment crossing at Fruitland Road, which of course nobody wanted. So fast forward all of these years to 2013, and we're talking about Barton Street for this realignment, and I don't know who I'm pointing this at, so I apologize. There it is. We're talking about the realignment on Barton Street, which makes absolutely no sense. So we should, at least as a city, do our part to alleviate the concerns of the people who live on Barton Street that we've heard from today. They're not losing their houses. They're not having them expropriated, because the city has had a plan since 1992 to deal with this bypass. So what are we talking about? The rest of this whole entire plan, all the stuff I wasn't planning on talking about, but after spending a whole lot of hours in chairs, might I add, that are much more comfortable than they were in the previous version of this chamber, I just feel like I have no choice but to continue on here. The provincial governments get things wrong. They get them wrong all the time. As a Conservative, I can say we got amalgamation wrong. Liberals, I'm sure, and people across the province are saying that Places to Grow is wrong. Why? Because Places to Grow is forcing right across the province municipalities to make very, very difficult decisions. And this is one of the things that the City of Hamilton has the ability to do. We need to make it very clear to the province of Ontario, and this will probably happen as part of the appeal process, where the province is appealing our cities and our council approved of urban plan. We need to make it known to the province of Ontario that them holding Hamilton to the same standard that they hold Toronto and Mississauga and other municipalities, especially regarding these densities, just does not work. And the reason that it doesn't work is that the City of Hamilton doesn't have the same type of urban core or urban center that Mississauga, Toronto, and others do. Unfortunately, over decades of job loss, etc., we have an urban center that's not as densely populated as it should be. So I remember, both as a staff person and as just a citizen, attending many of these public information centers, many of these various opportunities to engage. Over the last 5-6 years, boy, have these plans changed. And if you look at the transit plans and overlay them on top of these plans, wow, it's even different yet again. So the challenge I think that a lot of us are facing living in this area is that it's not really clear what exactly is going where and how. You know, the Expropriation Act says that school boards can expropriate and municipalities can expropriate. My neighbor learned 2 years ago, when his land was expropriated for a city park, that it can happen. Schools sometimes, on off occasion, schools also have the ability to expropriate. It can happen. But the challenge is that people have not gotten a very clear indication of what exactly is going on here because the plans keep changing. So I think that it would be in the best interest of the community for this committee to look at referring this back, to spend a little bit, not an infinite amount of time, but somebody said 2 months, or setting a reasonable time period to inform the residents of the area exactly what plan is in the works, and to perhaps adjust downwards our density numbers, because 73, which we heard today, is much different than the requirement under the Places to Grow Act of 50. So that is all that I have to say. Thank you for the time.
Any questions for Mr. Odzis? Seeing none, thank you very much for appearing today. Motion to receive his presentation, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Thank you. Gentlemen, you're next, and then we'll go to... You were very quiet earlier.
Thank you. Yes, I was. My wife does all the talking for me.
It's like my house. Oops.
Yeah, so my wife and I were up earlier. My name is Peter Weil, and after I sat down, I realized that there was a question I should have brought up.
Please, Peter.
And that's in regards to the Fruitland-Winona development plan that's on the city's website, specifically table 13.2.2 on page 75, which deals with road widening for a lot of the streets in our municipality. Specifically Fruitland Road, where I was shocked to see the amount of widening that was proposed. Now, I just wanted to know before I asked the question, is this a conceptual type of plan possibly for the future, or is it going to be done sooner or later? So Fruitland Road is scheduled to be widened by 35.7 meters, which works out to 110 feet. That's quite a bit of real estate. So I went out the other day and I measured our existing Fruitland Road from the center line to my curb, and it's 15 feet. So you double that for both lanes and you got 30 feet. So if they're proposing to widen it by 110, even if you double it, make it a 4-lane roadway, which I hope doesn't happen, that still leaves 50 extra feet to be accounted for. So that's quite a bit of real estate that you're going to lose, and if that goes on, both sides of Fruitland Road, like the existing homes, will lose a lot of property. The road might be right at their doorstep. So again, my question is, this table, is it going to happen, or is it something that's a conceptual plan, possibly? I don't know.
We should get clarification in a few moments for you, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Motion to receive Peter's question, moved by Pearson, seconded by Johnson. All those in favor? Carried. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Stephen Fraser from AJ Clark and Associates, here on behalf of multi-area developments who unfortunately could not be here to attend. So as a last-minute request, I am here on their behalf. They have a firm offer at the property known as 1083 Highway 8 in Stoney Creek. And my client is interested in retaining the commercial use that is currently afforded to it on its property today. It's my understanding that they've been using that property as a restaurant, a smokehouse, for over 40 years. And they're interested in having a designation of a local commercial nature on the subject lands. They feel it's a better integration into the site, and they feel it's an appropriate designation for the land. So that's really all I have to offer today, but if there's any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Thanks.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you for the advice. Councillor Johnson, question, please.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. We're talking about the Memphis Fire Grill. Is this the property owners that you're representing?
Through the chair, no. I'm here on behalf of Multi-Area Developments, Inc., who, as I understand it, have a firm offer to purchase the property at 1083 Highway 8.
That the Memphis Fire is sitting on?
Correct.
wanting to maintain the same usage?
Well, at the very least, Mr. Chairman, a local commercial type use, because the use is generally commercial in nature, yes.
Okay. Councillor Johnson, any further questions?
Okay, because through you, Chair, I was going to put a motion forward to recognize the Memphis Fire being in the SCUBE plan. It's not here. So that's what, and you're shaking your head, yes. Yes.
Melissa, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, if the Memphis Grill is located at 1091 Highway 8, it is recognized that little pink portion on Highway 8 is the Memphis Grill. I'm under the, we spoke to multi-area, and it's the property to the west, which is also owned by the same owners but under a different name, and that has not been recognized as local commercial.
Okay, then there's one commercial missing on this, Alyssa, through you, Chair, and that's the Cashew Thai, which used to be the Thai Woo that used to be. But right now it's the Cashew Thai, and I don't see that on here, so I must have mistaken, because when I was sitting at the Winona Walmart meeting at the atrium, the owner of the Memphis Fire pointed out his property and said, it's not on here. That's the Cashew Thai that is recognized in Innsville, but not Memphis.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes. We contacted all of the local commercial existing uses along Highway 8, and 1065 Highway 8, which is Cashew Thai, did not indicate that they wanted to be recognized as a commercial use.
They don't want to be recognized?
No, we sent letters to all the property owners with local commercial uses, and they have not indicated that they wanted to be.
Okay, I think that's through you, Chair. We'll talk about this a little bit. We have an ESL situation there, so I think we need to talk about that. Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Move to receive the presentation. Moved by Pearson, seconded by Partridge. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you for appearing today. Introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Fred Rudolph from Turkstrom as Associates, here to represent the owners of the southwest corner of Glover and Barton Street. 17 acres of land. The designation in the proposed plan is medium density, low density residential, and a neighborhood park. Have four basic comments and concerns. Before I go into those, generally agree with the plan before committee. The first point is density. We have a strip of medium density along Barton at the corner of Glover, and the line between the medium density and low density is not at a property line, and as with Mr. Johnson's comments earlier, we would like to see some refinements of medium density at the very least to move it a little bit further south to reflect one of the property lines. The other point we have to make is that we've heard some concerns here today about the medium density, and we have an opportunity, we believe, at our location to expand the medium density throughout the entirety of our site as we not only front on Barton at the corner of Glover, which would be a collector in the overall scheme, but also we are adjacent to the social club that's on Glover, and that in essence, although shown on the plan as a residential use, low density residential use, is a modern, up-to-date investment in property that in essence is an institutional use, and we feel that medium density on the entirety of our property would be a good mix and interface with that institutional property. The second concern we have relates to the neighborhood park. The earlier neighborhood park or earlier plan didn't show neighborhood park on our property. This one does. We feel in the circumstances that the neighborhood park is improperly located. I don't have the plan up. This is the old concept C. So you don't have the ability to look at that. I'm not sure if Alyssa can throw this up. It might assist. Flip the...
Yes.
And the neighborhood park is shown on the property to date is a reflection perhaps of the old Woodlot 6 that was there. As you can see, it's, and maybe I can work this, maybe I can't. It's right here. And this is a core natural area. Previously on the other plan, the Woodlot 6 was up here and it sort of went up to Barton almost, and you really had a a large open space natural heritage parkland concept that could have occurred there. And in the circumstances, it will be our position that the neighborhood park should be located further to the west so it has access to the collector road, can still interface with this core area and also interface with the core areas over here. It'll be more centrally located and be a better location for the park. There are some OP policies that our planners identified that indicates that that's a better location for the park, and the discussions with staff are ongoing in that respect. The third point is the transportation policies. I'm not sure, it's just a point of clarification. We have a concern that the promenade that was mentioned, 4 meters wide, whether that's going to be in the present road allowance, and whether the road widenings that are required for an arterial roadway are going to be evenly spaced between the industrial uses to the north and our uses to the south. I would presume that the road widenings were properly taken when the industrial lands developed to the north, so that only the appropriate amount will be taken from our client when the lands are built, and that the promenade that's proposed would be within the existing or the proposed normal arterial road allowance. And if it's not, then we have a concern with respect to that. The last point is a very minor point, and we just put it for the record. There's a drainage feature that's shown as an environmental feature as well at the north west portion of our client's property, and we have a concern about that. And it's maybe part of a drainage stormwater management program in the future, but to show it as an environmental feature with required vegetation protection zones and the like, we feel is inappropriate in the circumstances. So those are 4 points that we're making on a technical basis, and discussions with staff are ongoing, and hopefully we can resolve those. The last point I'll make is that with respect to delay, we don't have any real objection to a short delay if there's some issues that need to be worked out, including the issues I just mentioned. And I can tell you that I started practicing here in 1983, and one of the first things I did, I don't remember the exact time, and I don't even remember the exact locale, but it was a community hall in Saltfleet. And I had come from Toronto, and I thought I was in the middle of nowhere in this little community hall. And the subject of the public meeting that evening was the urban boundary expansion from Fruitland Road to Winona. So here we are 30 years later. We look like we're about to build some houses, and if it takes a couple of months to iron out some of the details, so be it. But let's not like 2 months turn into another 2 years. Those are my submissions. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Now you have provided those technical requests in writing to our staff.
They're on the way.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Need a motion, please. Motion to receive, moved by Johnson, seconded by Pearson. All those in favor? Carried. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak to this item? Anyone else in the audience wish to speak to this item? Going for the third and final time. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak to this item? I need a motion to close the public hearing, please. Moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Thank you. Members of the committee, do you have any questions of staff? Oh, sorry. I also need a motion to receive items of correspondence and the petition. I forgot that item. Moved by Pearson, seconded by Johnson. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Collins, please, you want to start?
I do, Mr. Chairman, and if I could ask through you to staff, on the preferred plan that I referenced earlier when Mrs. DeFalco was in front of us, there was the question about the density of that plan as compared to what the current plan looks like, and I'm wondering through you, Mr. Chairman, if Michelle or someone else can assist us with what was talked about in the past and what the assumptions were going into that process.
Bill, please.
Through the chair, just for clarification purposes, we're discussing concept C?
I think that's the plan that was in front of us, yes.
With respect to the projected population density, it's outlined for each of the 3 concepts in the summary report, which is Appendix F, pages 28 and 29. With respect to the projected population, it's 20,877.
Can you just move your mic nice and close?
There's a total units of 8,420.
And the population again, sorry?
20,877.
Well, that's in contrast then to the 6,700 dwelling units we're looking at now with 15,700 residents. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So what information would have been provided through you, Mr. Chairman, to Michelle, to those people who were studying it? Because I was trying to understand, it sounds like the preferred plan was one that was I don't know if you want to call it adopted, but it was the preferred plan from the residents who spoke from the community. It sounded like their expectation was that the density of that plan was something less than what you just referenced. What kind of figures were provided by staff at that time as it relates to the density as well as the dwelling unit count that you just referenced?
Vanessa, perhaps you could find concept C, please, and pop it up on the screen.
Through the chair, we're going to check the notes on the Community Advisory Committee to see what populations were presented to them. What I can tell you is that the populations and densities that were presented to the public at the public information centers for each of the concepts are the ones that you find in the summary report. The maps that go through concepts A, B, and C actually have the population and unit counts right on the maps themselves. Those were part of the panels that were presented at the Public Information Center and currently are available and were at the time of the Public Information Center available on the city's website.
Okay. So let me take you back to the vision statement, which was talked about today. And in the statement, it's on page 19 of 155 in Appendix F. And it talks about, as Mr. DeFalco referenced earlier, he was reading, I think the first part of that talked about a safe, clean community, green canopy. And I'm referencing the last part of that vision statement. It says, this generally low-density community will support neighborhood commercial and other higher-density housing at appropriate locations. So I think it's implied in the statement that primarily this is a low-density development that we have in front of us right now. What's the percentage of low density as part of this plan? I think you had given us before, in answer to one of my other questions, Michelle, I think you had advised that the medium density represented 13%, if I'm not mistaken.
Through the chair, there was a slide earlier in the presentation that went through the percentage breakdown of the different types of land uses.
Yep.
So 59% of the land in the area is identified for residential purposes. 46% of that is low density, and 13% of that is medium density. If you look at residential as a whole, if that were 100%, it's 22%. So 22% of the lands would be medium density, and the other 78% would be low density.
If you're just looking at residential in total.
Correct.
So when I read that statement again, the generally low density community will support other higher density housing at appropriate locations. That other higher density, is there anything higher than the low density? Let me try and rephrase the question. It seems like it's implied here that there's low density throughout, and there will be something of a higher nature somewhere in the plan. I'm assuming that medium density is what's referenced in the vision statement. Is that a safe assumption to make?
Michelle?
Through the chair, yes.
And so is there anything, as it relates to the medium, is there a lower scale medium version that we're looking at, or is this sort of the lowest medium density from a unit count or density perspective that could be contemplated as part of this plan?
Through the chair, from a planning perspective, the designations that we're dealing with are low density and medium density. We don't actually have a high density designation in this planning area. That being said, the medium density 2 is sort of the lower end of the medium density scale. It permits 60 to 75 units per hectare and a maximum of 4 stories. So that's sort of the lower end of the medium density. Medium density 3 is then an increase in density. It goes to 6 stories and up to 100 units per hectare.
Okay. So help me with the back to the OP numbers of the 70 target that we talked about today, and there were a number of questions surrounding the number that we've adopted and whether there's some discretion in that, and certainly council can choose to adopt whatever number it sees fit, but we've, as was pointed out I think by Councillor Clark and others, this is part of a process, and earlier on in the planning process for Winona, we've adopted a target, and staff, I'm assuming, through you, Mr. Chairman, you're seeking to achieve that target with the secondary plan that's been presented. Is that a safe assumption to make?
Mallard? Bill?
Through the chair, yes.
So the implications then of changing that, if we said no medium density or we wanted to change the counts, I think I asked earlier and you gave me I think the answer was that there'll be a domino effect in other areas. The city would need to seek, I guess, higher counts in other areas where we hadn't anticipated that, and you gave some references in terms of Binbrook or Flamborough or other areas where we're seeing similar type of growth in a greenfield nature. How does that happen then as part of this process? If in fact committee and council decides that even though the assumptions that we used at the beginning of this process were that we were going to reach the 70 target, it's been in 3 or 4 plans that have been presented, but at the end of the day we're not comfortable in going forward, walk me through the process of what occurs if that number is not adopted or something thereabouts.
Mr. Mallard.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. There's no real defined process to go back and revisit the other secondary plans that have already been here and been adopted to now, for lack of a better term, to try and rebalance or up their densities. The one area that we're looking at for future expansion, Elfrida, which is 2031, Joanne, is probably an area where you'd look at to do higher density development to compensate for what's been lost for purposes of this secondary plan.
Mm-hmm. And I want to, and thank you for that answer, I want to get to one of the issues that I think Mr. Restivo made the comment earlier that in some cases these plans are adopted and at times they don't come to fruition. I think we've noticed that in Binbrook where we had a couple of sites, I can recall this term of council, where there were some, I think, medium density apartments, ironically, were on the plan and the developer came in with strictly townhomes, and there was some consternation, I think, from staff. So how often does that happen through the course of our day-to-day business where these higher density plans that have been approved as part of a secondary plan, again, to use Mr. Restivo's scenario, how often does that happen where we see the counts, and I think Councillor Clark gave some good examples that have occurred in his area, how often does that happen as it relates to sort of a lower density than what was originally anticipated in the secondary plan?
From a purely planning, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, from a purely planning perspective, probably too often. It happens fairly regular. Historically, if you look at Hamilton Mountain and the extent of townhousing, a good portion of those sites that are developed now for townhouses were for higher order multiple residential development. And the tendency seems to be to go to the lower end of the spectrum rather than to the higher end of the density ranges. So where they have the alternative, you'll find that the majority of development is either single family or townhousing. So you end up at the lower end.
Okay. And let me just shift gears then back to the issue of the location of the parks. We had a number of residents. My last questions will be surrounding the parklands. The secondary plan aspects, I think we heard a theme today that they may or may not happen. So if we have a school site that's been designated on the plan, it's up to the board at some point in time to determine whether or not that site is required. And I know of some examples in my own area. There was a school site off of Nash Road. The board determined that in fact they didn't require a school at that location. They sold it for residential purposes. So the plan would have shown, a plan like this would have shown a school property at that site for a decade or two. Eventually the board makes a decision, that land is sold. In this case it was owned by the school board. And so I think the theme I heard today is that some aspects of the plan may or may not happen, and that we heard school board property. The park, I think, is another example that was used today by some of the delegates. What happens to those designations if in fact they don't come to fruition? So in theory and in practice, how does that unfold over time? Because I think we've left some with the idea that with the assumption that it may or may not happen. And I'd like for staff to clearly explain what occurs. And let's use that large site with the split zoning of the institutional and the parkland, if we want to use that as an example.
Through the chair to the councillor. With regards to the institutional uses permitted in the proposed in the secondary plan, anything along Barton Street that has frontage on Barton Street, any of the schools, if they are no longer needed, would revert to medium density residential 3, consistent with what was provided on the frontage, without an amendment. The remainder of the lands for the portion east of the Greenbelt, so the Lewis School Road, would revert to what's underneath, which would be low density residential, I think 2 and 3. For the western portion where the community park block is, the frontage would be medium density as well, however, and medium density along the collector road, and we are still requiring that a park be provided in that general area because of the increase in population. The requirements of the OP would probably require another park. So as long as a neighborhood park was included somewhere, we're not detailing where, an amendment would not be required, but it would revert to, in that area, medium density 2 and 3, and the west portion without an amendment.
Okay, those are the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Through you, Chair, to Alyssa or Michelle. One of the statements that was made by one of the speakers was that this was not the plan that was brought forward in June 24th, 2010. Can you confirm whether or not this is the plan or not?
Which plan are you referring to?
The one that's on the screen right now. This is the one that we're looking at. This is the one we've been talking about all day. Is this the one that was brought to the community 2010 in June?
Yeah. Through the chair to the councillor. Back in June of 2010, the plan that was provided was not this one that you're seeing here. The differences in the two plans were that the subwatershed study confirmed the location of the natural heritage system, so you'll see less natural heritage system on this plan. As well, we had to add 2 new neighborhood parks because with the removal of the natural heritage system and then subsequently the loss of Woodlot 6, right? Mm-hmm. We've increased population, so that population had increased, and under the requirements we had to add 2 new parks. So you'll see 2 new parks that have also been added. And I think those are the bulk of the changes.
So we're missing...
Sorry, and then there was some changes to the commercial area at Jones Road and Highway number 8, recognizing there was a district commercial provided on the eastern side of Jones, but now it's local commercial.
Okay, so thanks for that, Alyssa. So theoretically, other than Woodlot 6, 2 parks and some designation right there on the corner of Jones, this was the plan that came to the public in 2010.
Sorry, there was one other change, and we've recognized the foothills of Winona OMB decision now, so that's changed. But yes, you're right.
Okay. So that's the one in June 24, 2010, the open house that I attended. This is the plan that came forward with those changes that you just talked about, correct?
Yes, correct. If you'd like, I can bring you down the plan that was presented in June, as well as you have the proposed one now, if you'd like to see the major changes.
Okay, but there's no major changes in the road work. There's no major changes in Barton Street being the medium density. All that was typically, everything, the footprint, the template, if you will, is still there.
Yes, the template was there, and there was a note stating that the Fruitland Road EA would determine a preferred north-south collector. In the earlier plan, it just showed a straight kind of north-south collector in a general location, but there was that clause in there that said that once the EA is completed, that would be confirmed.
Okay, thank you. And another speaker came forward and wanted to know why did the staff change the vision statement? In our report here, it reads exactly like it was supposed to be, and then I understand it got changed. So can you please reiterate why it got changed, if it did? What did get changed?
Jill.
Through the chair, Councillor Farr brought to everyone's attention that in the summary report and as well as in the urban design guidelines, the vision is consistent with the one that was developed with the Community Advisory Committee. When it came time to develop the technical OPAs, there were some technical issues in terms of technical terms being used with definitions that appear in the official plan that were altered the vision, or in some ways an attempt was made to clarify certain language in the vision. So there were some changes, and I can walk you through them if you like. The word green canopy was changed to treed. It was felt it was a little easier to understand, although the intent was to maintain the same. Sorry, it's hard for me to lean forward. My leg's in the way.
I'm sorry. You're talking about the very first change, and that was
the green canopy. It was changed to treed.
Okay. Anything else?
The word heritage was removed. Heritage, with respect to the urban official plan, refers mainly to cultural heritage, so properties that are designated under Part 4 or Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. So you're looking at individual districts or individual designations or districts. So to clarify that that's not what was meant, that word was removed. I believe heart of the community was changed to center.
I'm sorry, the what?
Heart. Was removed because it could imply a node or a center in the plan, and there's focal points in both the eastern and western portion, so that clarification was made. The term generally low density was removed. Low density is a specific term in the official plan, so for consistency's sake that was removed as well.
Okay. The generally low-density community, is that something that's not true? Why is that? I think that's the one that's really the bone of contention here, and why would that be changed when it's really just describing the community at large?
Through the chair, I believe that the secondary plan that's coming forward based on the percentages that have been provided through the secondary plan demonstrate that it is still generally a low-density community, with the majority of the residential lands being low-density residential. It was for technical reasons.
What technical reasons, though? I really need to understand this, Michelle, because it really makes it sound like we're not listening to the community. Low density is not going to be a matter here. So if we don't put it in the vision statement, it really looks like we're not recognizing that it is a low density community as it is right now. So is there any reason why it just simply can't stay?
Through the chair, if it's the committee's desire, we could put it back in. I think it was just for clarification purposes because the terms are used and defined in the plan and they're technical. So there was no intent to not follow the vision of the community. It was more of an administrative technical matter, but if the committee wishes, we could add.
Just to be clear, the vision was the wording of the Community Advisory Committee, and that vision sits here. There still has to be a technical interpretation that meets the Planning Act and the planning definitions.
Through the chair, that's correct. It's the wording of the terminology used in the urban official plan. We were trying to be consistent with that.
But it's not, through you, Chair, to Michelle, it's not that big of a deal to leave the wording as is if that's the request of this committee, correct?
Through the chair, that's fine. We require a motion.
Thank you. The next question I had was the widening chart. This is the one that seems to be causing a lot of grief, understandably so. For those that are on Fruitland Road, Winona Road, McNeely, Lewis, Jones, this is Appendix A, page 81 of 117. This is the chart. Now, as far as I know, we've got our capital project budget, and it's about this thick, and I don't remember seeing any widenings in that capital budget. And that capital budget's usually, forecasted over a 10-year period at least. So can you please explain the future road widenings? I think this is what's really making people a little bit leery. Also, 40 meters, I mean, is that on top of the size of the road, or is that to widen the road to that amount? Can you just give me some dates on this as well? This would really be helpful because I'm trying to calm down half the community who thinks that they're going to lose their home because we're going to make a street 10 times bigger than it is.
Through the chair, the table that you find on page 81 is has its origin in the urban Hamilton official plan, so it's already been adopted by council. So these are policies that were reviewed through that process. There have been a couple of changes to the table. They don't affect Fruitland Road. So that was just carried forward from the original, the right-of-way surrounding Fruitland Road were just carried forward from the urban Hamilton official plan and recognized the road, I believe, as a minor arterial. The changes are with respect to the first row on the table on Barton Street, speaking about increasing the right-of-way by 4 meters to accommodate the promenade. There's the proposed collector A that's been added to the table, which is the next row. And then if you go down further in the table, road offset road allowance widenings.
I'm sorry?
Roads with offset road allowance widenings is speaking to Barton Street and the promenade and permitting the 4 meters to come from the south side of the road.
Okay, now just to be clear, Michelle, the average person is going to look at this chart and they're going to see that they may in fact lose their front porch. So can we just clarify, please? So the average person reading this is looking at what? Barton Street from Fruitland, Barton Street from Fruitland to, obviously, it'll be at this point, 50 Road. We've got the width there for the promenade, but earlier I asked about the promenade, how do we achieve this? Do we just simply take it from people's front lawn? So can we just say, can you just comment on that, please? So to give the neighbors and the residents a bit of peace of mind that we're not taking away their front porch.
Mr. Sergi.
Through the chair to the councillor, maybe I can add a little light. Generally, when we identify projects through the capital budget, we would only go and inquire what's needed to facilitate the carriageway, the pavement, and everything else like that. As Michelle and staff have indicated, this is what the official designation is in the OP as to the entire right-of-way width that we would require. In my past days in public works, if we needed 17 meters of pavement for a center turning lane, bike lanes, and curbs and sidewalks, we would adjust the sidewalk or eliminate a boulevard to avoid causing undue impacts. And I believe there's a policy section on page 73 or 79, the road widenings, if you look at the bottom statement, where it says, where necessary and feasible. So somebody's house is there, we're not going to put a road widening unless councils have approved an expropriation because it's a necessity for the road.
Don't say that word today.
I know, but I'm just saying, ultimately it would be to construct the pavement and we'll adjust it, maybe offset the pavement to fit it within the carriageway. What happens here is that we designate the roadways that will be required internally to a plan that's required to be dedicated by a developer, the full width. As we have across the entire city, we have roads that are far less than the desirable length or widths, and we just try to acquire as much land as possible to facilitate the ultimate transportation master plan.
Okay, thank you, Tony. And through you, Chair, to Tony, I'm just going to give you a hypothetical. There are 12 houses. They're all facing one street, and I'll give you Winona Road between Barton and Highway 8. We are saying that we're looking at in future, if need be, there could be some widening there if, in fact, we do, in fact, need it. But having said that, we're not going to take away your front porch. We'll adjust the road so that we're not having a negative impact on those 12 people, correct?
Through the chair, you're generally correct. If they come forward as part of a severance, we would ask for a road dedication, but we would not take it if their house is within that area. Usually we will squeeze it down.
Okay, thank you. And I think Councillor Collins has asked my other two questions, so I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Other councillors? Go ahead, Councillor Johnson.
Through you to Paul Mallard or Tim McCabe. Often today we have been hearing to throw away this plan and bring back Concept C. Can you please, for the record, tell the people at home, tell the people here, what would happen if we did that right now today? Is it what positive things would happen, what negative, whatever happens, what's the time frame? Can you just give us some idea on that, please?
No problem.
Pardon?
Still wants to have some time here, so no problem. It's been a long day.
I thought you said it's a problem.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor. There's been a lot of discussion around preferred plan concept C in the proposal that's before you today with respect to the number of units and the densities. If you look on page 29 of 155 of Appendix F, there's a chart.
Excuse me, just wait till I get there. What page?
29 of 155 on Appendix F.
Okay, thank you.
So we're looking at draft land use concept C. And
Right.
you'll see
Pull that microphone closer, please.
Thank you.
You see the box there that talks about option C. So the actual projected residential population for that was the highest of all of the concepts. Essentially, concept A was low, concept B was medium, concept C was the high. And that shows at 20,877. And you notice the projected number of units. In addition to the medium density, we had 1, 2, 3. There was also a medium density 4, and there was a mixed use designation. And the total number of units was 8,420. The plan that's before you today on the next page has a projected residential population of 15,068. So you've got a difference of over 5,000 less in the plan before you than concept C, and had a total of 6,675 units, which is almost 1,800 less than what was in concept C. So overall, you've got a lower density and a more prevalent lower density form of housing with the plan that's in front of you. In terms of process, to go back, we're going to be 6 months to a year to revisit the land use designations. You may have to redo the EAA if you're taking a look at the Fruitland Road in terms of that. So it's a substantive delay. You'd need another public meeting to consider changes. So you're looking at, as I said, a substantive delay.
Okay, thank you. What I noticed in concept A, B, and C, and the draft preferred plan by the staff today, the one we're looking at today, I'm seeing that concept A, even though it did have the lowest, only by about 700 people, had the lowest. The low density units were 2,674. Staff today are proposing 491. So would it be fair to say that the concepts between concept A and the preferred plan today is going to have a bigger major impact on the neighbors than this would?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Council, if you take a closer look on the plan that's before you today, there's a low density 1, 2, and 3, and you have over 4,000 units.
And low density 3 means what?
Single, semis, towns.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Partridge, you can take the chair for a second, please.
Yes, I will, Councillor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, if I can just understand Mr. Mallard's comment that any delay would result in a review of the EA on the Fruitland Road bypass. If I could just get clarification.
Mr. Mallard?
Mr. Chairman, to the Councillor, the concept has a different alignment that's shown on that, so potentially we would have to take a look at that.
Councillor?
And through the chair, so I'm trying to understand, and just bear with me, I was led to believe that there is an EA process that earlier we showed a different alignment for the bypass, and now I'm looking at a map where the bypass has been moved over. So if we've gone through phase 1 and 2 of an environmental assessment, shouldn't the basic corridor, how did it change then on the current plan?
Paul?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Council, I will defer to other staff, but the question was put forward in terms of the differences between concept C and the preferred plan and changes to that. So I was responding to the fact that it showed a different alignment. So
okay. So
Councillor.
Who am I looking to
Margaret?
speak to? Margaret? Hi there. So I'm just trying to understand this. So phase 1 and 2 has been completed on the environmental assessment on the Fruitland Road bypass. And we saw earlier in one of the maps where it in essence, it was coming out from, help me out, Councillor Pearson, Grand Olympia area, and then coming down. That is a dramatic change from what I'm looking at now. So if we were, that preferred option was a part of the phase 2 EA, how did we go from that option, which has been on the books for a number of years, to the option that is here now as we move forward to a third phase of the environmental assessment? I'm having a difficulty connecting the dots.
Margaret, can you explain that, please?
Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Clark, I will try. The original plans were created at the time that the EA, the most recent EA, was being conducted. So until Council approved the final recommendation from staff, and that was the result of that EA process in September 2010, the planning staff could not propose another location for it. We had various concepts that we were looking at during the EA process, and it was concurrent with the secondary planning process. They were going on at the same time, but the secondary plan could not honestly draw a new line on the map until Council approved phases 1 and 2.
Which we did in
which you did in September 2010.
And that particular concept for the Fruitland bypass is different than what's before us on the map today. So I'm trying to understand how we jumped from an approved concept or preferred option by council in 2010 to this new plan that's before us, which is dramatically different. I don't recall that coming before council. I don't recall any deviation there.
Who would like to tackle that one? You need a couple of minutes. Councillor Pearson, would you like to comment? Microphone, please.
Could I ask what map you're looking at?
I'm looking at that there, but in a bigger format. That's the one that's on the screen.
The current one.
And that's not showing the previous alignment of...
No, it's not.
Correct. Okay.
And so I'm trying to understand how that happened. Why did we go from an approved second phase EA, approved by council, so it's not a draft, it's not a proposal, it's approved. Now we're going into the third phase of the EA process, which historically takes that corridor, and now we refine it directly to the actual route, right down to the inch. So we haven't gone there yet. We're waiting for that phase to occur, and now I see here something that's completely different than what was approved in 2010.
Yeah. So Margaret, have you got the answer to that, please? That's a very crucial question.
Through you, Madam, to Councillor Clark. It may, color-wise, it may be different, but it's actually the same alternative. If you'd like to take a look at I have a USB with the map that was presented in the EA process, if you'd like to take a look at that, and also in hard copy. The alignment is the same in that it's a straight or north-south oriented road, and it has it has a pronged approach, pronged alternatives where it would meet Highway 8. So that has not changed.
Councillor, can I suggest we get the map up on the screen so everyone can see?
That would be a wonderful idea, because I'm looking at a map right now, and I see Fruitland Road to the far left, and then I see this new collector road that is not even connecting to Fruitland Road, whereas the original plan, it was connected. And the original plan is the one that's already approved by council in 2010. It's already in the system, so you can just flip back. Councillor Pearson, help me out here.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to try. I think you're referring to the previous Fruitland Road realignment that was on the books of the regional days, the one that went through the EA process in 91, 92. I think that's what you're referring to, Mr. Chairman. That EA has expired. This has brought us to this point today where the alignment is a north-south extension from Barton right through to number 8 as opposed to a swing west to east.
So that EA did expire after 5 years because there was a 5-year limit on it. So that then brought us to this.
Trust me, I'm aware of the EA Act. I'm just trying to verify the facts.
I think what might be, if I could, with some indulgence of the chairman, all the maps are being pulled up. There may be some confusion as to the land.
There was a map on the screen earlier. It was shown that this was the plan for the conversion. It fell in behind Grand Olympia and went down to Highway 8.
Correct. And that's the one that has expired.
And so then I'm asking, when did the change happen from that plan to this newer plan, which is
Margaret will get it.
Dramatically different than the original bypass?
And Margaret will answer that. Thank you.
Okay.
Through
Alyssa?
the chair, or to the councillor, back when we developed the 3 concepts, which was C, where you saw that swing over alignment, that wasn't the preferred plan. That was one of the scenarios, and that was a staff scenario that was provided, which we had stated back that it was a third concept just for discussion purposes. And that is the one that also showed the higher density along Highway 8. We recognize that quote-unquote bypass because we were asked to include that in all of our concepts because the Fruitland Road EA had not been completed yet and a preferred alignment had not been developed. There is a note on those plans that do state that the Fruitland Road EA process will determine the recommended corridor for that road. But at that time, we were showing it because we had been asked to show it. It was still in the books in the Stoney Creek Urban OP and whatnot. And then once we had that information, when the preferred north-south collector road, which you see on the plan in front of you, was made available, that was then put into the June 2010 plan, which was presented to the public because we had that information.
Okay. So phase 2 has been completed on the EA?
Yes, that's correct.
And so this alignment that is being shown on, I'm looking at Schedule B4, but there's a number of maps that have this same alignment. We still have to go through phase 3?
Yes, that's correct.
And this corridor that is being proposed right now as a bypass, what's the width of the corridor?
The proposed width of that corridor will be 36 meters.
I'm sorry?
36 meters.
36 meters?
Of the road right of way.
And the road itself would be how much?
The width of the road?
Yes.
Sorry, that would be 36 meters.
Okay, well
right of way. Oh, sorry.
Normally when we're doing going from phase 2 to phase 3, the corridor is larger than the roadway because we don't know where the road's going. So it can't be 36 meters because then we would know where the road's going. So what's the corridor? How much room, and where is the flexibility on where that road is going within the corridor? Do we have that information?
Okay, who would like to tackle that? Margaret, go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, it's my recollection, I don't have it in front of me, but the roadway would be classified as a collector.
Yes.
So we would be maximizing its width in order to accommodate for paved, for 1 lane each, and in each direction, and a turning lane.
Yes.
As well as a separating, or a bit of a boulevard that would then allow a multi-use path, or at least that was the concept, a multi-use path on the east side and a sidewalk on the west side.
Okay. So, if I may, Madam Chair, just to drill down a little bit, I'm trying to grasp, because people are wanting to understand where the road's going, and that seems to be one of the big objections here. I'm trying to grasp the corridor would have to be large. We're Schedule 2, it's completed, we're waiting for Schedule 3, finalizing the road. So, we don't know where the road is going to go directly onto Highway 8. We don't know specifically where the road's going to go in the plan. Is that not correct? So then there must be a width of corridor that is been set aside in our minds that this roadway would be going in. It could be 300 meters, it could be 200, I don't know. But it can't be simply the width of the road, because if that's the case, then we know where the road is going to be.
So it would be a study area that we're looking at for the location.
That's generally what happens in phase 3.
Yeah. So Margaret, would you like to clarify that, please, or someone?
I can try, Madam Chair. The corridor that's indicated, the way that it's indicated, oh, actually that drawing is gone now, but the EA identified a corridor around there. It gave a bit of a buffer around it. So not on that plan, but the EA itself, it would have marked off the area that gave a bit of a buffer for possible consideration, but it's by no means to be taken literally. So in other words, you take a ruler and a scale and you measure that off and say, okay, we're going to fit it exactly within this space. The way that the alternatives were evaluated had to do with approximate functionality and approximate landmarks that would only be determined in phase 3. So for example, survey will have to be conducted, and at that point we will be marking off specific location for it.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor.
I'm not sure I'm really getting anywhere, but the map is showing a road now. We're talking about a corridor. I'm trying to understand, is this lining up exactly on the map? This is where it's going to connect to Highway 8, and this is where it's going to connect to the side street? Or is this just an open desert? I mean, if I look at, and I took my pen and I moved it 2 inches left on the map regarding, you know, legends and that, is that still a viable location for the roadway, or are we saying that where it's on this map, that's where it's going?
So what we're looking for is the boundaries of the study area. We just want the boundaries of that study area where the proposed corridor could be.
Some people think it's going through their house.
I understand.
So how much shifting is there? You know, there's a corridor. If it's, the house is in my way, I can move 50 meters to the left and the corridor is still a viable route. That's normally how, you see what I'm saying, Mr. Sergi?
Yeah, Tony, do you want to tackle this for me, please?
Let me give it a shot. That's really, Madam Chair, to the councillor. You're 100% correct about phases 3 and 4 are required as we proceed. We tied some of these issues, we tied all these issues, specifically as it relates to Road A, into the block servicing plan that has to come back as part of the comprehensive review and to meet the intent of Schedules 3 and 4 of the Class EA assessment. Because that final alignment, as it's been proposed to the Class EA option 3D that Margaret has indicated, hasn't finalized the actual connection as it relates to Highway 8. And that has to be addressed. So that would be part of the block servicing, and we've actually included that as part of the requirement as we move forward. So in terms of the width, it's identified as being a 36-meter right-of-way, basically,
roadway,
which is 120 feet, give or take, corridor. The pavement itself, I believe, is only a multi-lane, which could be around 15 meters of asphalt associated with that.
So it's 120 meters is the boundary area, the corridor that we're looking at. Does that answer your question?
No, I'd rather stay in meters because it just confuses the hell out of me going back.
All right.
So it's a 36-meter roadway.
Corridor, yes.
The 36-meter roadway includes 2 lanes. 2 lanes includes also the shoulder on the left and right, as well as a buffer. Is that correct?
The ultimate carriageway, yes, will be 2 lanes either way, center turning lanes, and maybe bike lanes as required.
So that's 36 meters for the entire roadway.
Sorry, Councillor, can you repeat that again?
That would be 36 meters for the entire right-of-way for the road.
The entire land mass, the right-of-way would be 36 meters. The actual pavement will be significantly less than that.
Okay, so we understand that there's houses on Highway 8. We still haven't confirmed the connection to the collector the collector road, which is coming, and that's all part of the block servicing. People want to understand, is there the latitude and the ability to shift this road so that it's not going to drive through homes? And historically, what you and I have done when we're dealing with corridors on roadways, and we've done a hell of a lot of them, we have that flexibility. So I need to understand, and the public needs to understand, that there's still flexibility because we have not completed the EA.
Through the chair to the council, you're 100% correct. Until we finalize the process and identify the path of least resistance that meets the intent of the overall traffic management plan, we have no plan.
Thank you very much. It's important that that be on the record. I'll take the chair back.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Okay, members of the committee, we're now at that point where it's the decision-making process. Just one more I'll use this latitude as the chair. Mr. McCabe, we heard a number of things that came up where there's specific technical issues. There's no reason to defer this for those technical items. There's 13.22, and there was a number of them that were brought forward. There were items that were being mailed in from different landowners on technical issues. So how would they be resolved on a go-forward basis if this committee moves this forward today? How do you deal with all that technical stuff?
Well, typically, Madam Chair, as the committee would give direction in terms of each of the requests. Staff would give you comments. I don't believe that we support all the things that have been asked today. You would have a list. Maybe the clerk could go through the 4 or 5 requests. Some of them we've already advised in our presentation we support the changes, so just be part of your motion.
So given that the public hearing is already closed and we're now at the decision-making stage, is there difficulty in taking a couple of weeks to get all of those things gathered together so that we're not missing anything?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have any problem with a couple of weeks, but I'd have a problem with 6 months, that's for sure.
I didn't suggest 6 months. Thank you. Councillor Partridge, Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for process, if I can ask, there were a number of questions that were asked by the residents today. How are we going to get back to them with answers? If you could just explain that process to me, and for the folks that are still here, please.
Yep. Historically, there's been a response back from our staff to us explaining some of the answers to some of the questions that were provided today. So I'm assuming that that can be done in that 2 or 4 week period, whatever the case is. We can get the answers to those questions.
Through you, Madam Chair, so we could do an addendum report and provide answers to some of the questions that were raised that weren't brought up later on by the committee members.
Yeah, I just want to make sure through you, Chair, that the questions that were asked, and some of them were very valuable questions, we haven't heard the answers to those. We're getting technical answers. I wanted to make sure that clerks was keeping track of those questions, or certainly staff were, so that we could give them the answers that they're looking for. Thank you.
Yeah. We have in the past done it through addendums.
Yeah, we have done it through addendums, sometimes a chart, but I'm not sure we can cover every question. Some of the questions are embedded already in the plan, but we'll certainly try.
And some were redundant.
Some were redundant.
Providing we provide the answers, it's okay. Councillor Johnson, then Councillor Pearson. Councillor Pearson, sorry.
Well, Mr. Chairman, could you just clarify? I'd like to know, are we going to be holding this over for 2 weeks, or is the suggestion that staff come back with all of this information before council? I mean, I think it's important that we move forward on this.
Yeah, I'm not making any suggestion. I'm simply making sure that you all have the information and we can deal with it accordingly.
Maybe I'm going to ask then through you, Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate then to deal with the recommendations in the report today, and whatever needs to be finalized or fine-tuned be addressed before council, and any addendum can be brought at that point? Would that be appropriate?
That is one option, and there may be some amendments that need to be dealt with. I think there are some, but I'm not sure. Councillor Johnson, you're next up.
Thank you. I've got 3 pages of amendments, so I don't know. It's 10 to 6. Are we really prepared to take care of this amendments, or can I send them around to everybody and then we finalize it at the next planning meeting?
I'm here.
That's what I'm looking for. Not only am I looking for turning everything into singles, towns, and street towns. Sorry. with a height restriction. I've got some amendments and wording in here. Utility properties, I don't want any waste management facilities, and I don't want any transportation yards, because when I read under the definition of utilities, so I want to insert the maple leaf, we call it the maple leaf clause, and that was well done up in the Red Hill Industrial Park.
So why don't you start moving them?
Well, all right, here we go.
Do the maple leaf one.
I got 3 pages.
Do some of the simple, easier ones first. Councillor Farr.
Just keep hearing from the ward councillor that it's 3 pages. I have this.
Yes, and I've got 2 more I've added since we've started.
You've added 2. Okay, so in addition to this 2-page, you have an, okay.
Okay, so let's start with the ones that you've added. You're dealing with something on maple leaf, or what we call the maple leaf clause.
Okay, are we going to deal with the one that everybody's had in their hot little hands all day today?
Whatever you wish.
Okay.
I'm in your hands. Someone has to move an amendment. Just the chair. Thank you, Vanessa.
Everybody's got, but for the folks at home.
Item 8.2.
This is 6.2.
Yep.
This is 6.2. The first G and H deal with the watershed study, and it's really to ask.
Okay, can I ask for a second,
Sorry?
please, with the greatest respect? Have the staff, do they have 6.2, this proposed amendment? Yes, thank you. So let's start working through it.
The first one is to deal with the watershed study. It is to be amended to add a new subsection, and it's to read as follows: that the findings and solutions identified in the individual drainage and flooding assessments be integrated into block servicing strategy and subsequent draft plan of subdivision. H, that Appendix A be amended, I'm not going to read all the numbers, be amended to, for the properties known municipally as 339 and 347 50 Road, Foothills of Winona, by adding the following special area policy. For lands located at 339 and 347 50 Road, and as shown as area-specific policy, Area 1 on Schedule A2-1, Fruitland Winona Secondary Plan, Land Use Plan, the following policy shall apply. In addition to Policy 313.2.4.2C, low-density residential, all forms of townhouses shall be permitted. And this is where I want to amend the maximum height of 2.5 story. Be permitted in accordance with the official plan amendment number 174.
Sorry, stop. So we're talking HA, and you're amending that to a story height?
Yes.
And can you say the height of the story?
Maximum height of 2.5 story, peak story. Okay. 2.5 story peaked.
Okay, so if we can just stop there, I just want to get some clarification in terms of the policy 13.2.42C. I need to make sure that we've got some congruency. So let staff comment before we proceed.
Mr. Chair, while they're talking about that, on G, if you're coming back to us, could you just add, we'd be happy, we don't have any problem with it, to the satisfaction of the Senior Director of Growth Management, after the end of G there.
To satisfaction
of the Senior Director of Growth Management.
Director Growth Management, thank you. Councillor Johnson, you have no issue with that?
And that's, yes, and just for clarification, that is to do with capacity issues, correct?
For Mr. McCabe, sorry?
Oh, I thought it was Senior Manager, so I'm going over to Tony Sergi, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, basically is that I make sure that I incorporate those things as part of the approved Brock servicing plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
So we're now dealing with item H. Mr. Mallard, you had a quizzical look.
Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, this is affecting the board's decision with respect to the foothills of Winona.
Right.
So effectively, they've approved the zoning for that.
Right.
So I'm not aware of any limitation in terms of now further reducing the height. So that would be contrary to the board's decision, to my knowledge.
Okay, then through you to Paul, what's the height now of what's been approved by the OMB?
Not sure if it specifies the number of stories or just in meters in terms of the zoning. And the zoning is in
meters. I believe it's 11 meters, is it not?
So then
so there's 2.5 peaks.
So the board would have approved the bylaw as part of that with the height in it.
Okay.
So I'm just
it's
saying
11
that
meters?
you just leave it. I mean, there's no need to add that to this because the zoning is approved by the board.
Okay. So I That apartment buildings be prohibited. Buildings to include are singles, towns, and street towns. Here's where my maximum height comes from, and that's 11 meters. Only in the Fruitland Winona secondary plan, official plan amendments, and Stoney Creek urban boundary expansion. Jay?
Okay. One second, please. I'm still writing here. So I'm trying to get clarification. Is the H necessary? Which part of H was covered off by the OMB?
Mr. Chair, all of H should stay as it's worded.
Can stay as it's worded?
Yes.
Thank you.
I believe she was adding, the councillor was proposing that I.
And it turns out
which is irrelevant.
the height restriction was okay.
Now we're on to I.
I. And I just read that off. J, that Collector Road A be allowed commercial zoning similar to the commercial zoning in the Winona proper.
Oh, sorry, on I. Want to read I again, please? It's prohibiting apartment buildings and just allowing singles, towns, and street towns in the Fruitland Winona secondary plan, official plan amendment. Comment.
Mr. Chair, so obviously staff would prefer the plan we're recommending. We feel a broad range of all forms of housing should be permitted. But if it's the committee's wish to delete apartments, that type of dwelling from the entire area, the one issue is that semis and duplexes are also permitted, so I'm not sure why you would exclude that. And the other issue, and I'll put it before you, if we're taking out all the apartments, then the policies related to the air drainage study in both the Appendix A and B should be deleted. There's no need for them.
Understood.
Thank you. And if we do, if somebody comes in with an amendment to raise the height of that for whatever reason, if it's for a senior's home, whatever it is, then that air drainage should apply. So why would we eliminate it if it's anything above 11 meters?
Because we don't do airshed studies if we're not proceeding with an appointment now.
And Mr. Chair, those studies would have already been done with the block servicing, so it'd be long gone.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay, so you wanted to add on I that semis were permitted, correct?
Semis and duplexes.
Thank you.
I'm good.
Councillor Collins.
Just wondering now that staff have prepared the report, Mr. Chairman. If the report changes to a certain extent with past applications and it's appealed to the board, do we still have representation internally for the amendments that have been put?
Good question.
Or are we hiring externally?
So, Mr. Chair, you would have to hire external consultants to defend that change, as we recommended the medium density.
Correct. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Farr.
Are we? If we're picking away at my questions do relate to I can wait, or I could ask them now.
You can ask it now.
Thank you. Basically, it says with this amendment that we would be just eliminating all medium density through you, Mr. Chair, then to, and this has been sitting before us throughout the day and the last couple of days, through you, Mr. Chair, to staff then, doing the math just on units, if you eliminate all the medium densities, we're in the neighborhood of about 2,100 units eliminated from 6,675 units. Has anyone done the math on the projected residential population as it relates to the preferred plan through you?
If I may, so we're going from MD3 to MD2, if I understand correctly? Which is generally what we're doing. So what would the population shift? Do you understand?
Through the chair, actually, effectively what we'd be doing is we'd be returning to either low density 2 or low density 3 throughout the entire plan.
I'm sorry, we didn't hear you at all.
Sorry, I apologize. Effectively what we would be doing is we'd be returning the plan to all low density 2 and low density 3. There would be effectively no medium density.
So it would be MD2?
There would not be.
No.
Medium density 2 permits apartments up to 4 stories or multiple units.
Okay.
And through you, Mr. Chair, if I still have the floor, there is no more 4-story. There's no more medium density, no MD2, no MD3. Just to confirm.
By this amendment, yes.
Through the chair, through this amendment, there would be no opportunity for multiple units, which are generally associated with, I believe,
okay. And so
other forms, all forms of townhouses and apartments.
towns and apartments, as we heard from Mr. McCabe. So I'm doing the math quickly just on the drafted preferred plan, page 30 of 155 Appendix F. It's 2,150 to take away from a total projected units of 6,675 through you, Mr. Chair. What sort of implications in terms of not only the projected residential population, as I asked with my original question, but in the overall secondary plan through you to the director or Michelle or whomever wishes to address it?
With the greatest respect, what he's asking is the variance in the actual, yep, and it does change. So instead of 73 people on jobs per hectare, it is going to be lower, and we don't have that calculation, I'm assuming.
Through the chair, it would be lower. We don't have the calculation. There would be implications for transit and for other facilities in the neighborhood as well.
Mr. Chair brings me to my other questions. You know, you go through this report, there's 3 schools, there's 6 parks. So just notwithstanding the population and the density targets, but I mean, we need to factor in all those other eventualities when we look at this amendment. I think it's a pretty significant amendment. At this time, I wouldn't be in favor of this amendment, given that it really extends out to many other aspects of this secondary plan. And we can't even get a breakdown on where we'd land. We're at 73% now in terms of the targets where we are with this amendment. It could be drastically reduced. And again, just me doing quick math on units alone, and we're near 25% in reductions of units alone in an entire secondary plan. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. I understand where it comes from. I think the great part of it would be that you don't have to worry about this wind drainage issue. But overall, I think it has a great impact, and not just with numbers, but also the parks and the schools and everything else. So that's where I'm at with that right now. It'd be great if staff could give me some ballpark. It's been before us for throughout the day at the least, and there's more amendments to come. So maybe between now and then I could appeal to someone to just give me a ballpark before we're through here today. Thank you.
Why don't we just continue on with the rest of them, and then we'll get back to actually debating and getting some numbers, because I have some questions also. Councillor Pearson, you had indicated.
Mr. Chairman, yes, thank you. And to the amendment that's being put forward, I'm just through you to staff. I mean, I know there were comments today in the public presentations. Number one, that and I'm going to target its apartment buildings. We're only recommending height of 6, but this, by removing all of that, we now remove a potential servicing for seniors, keeping seniors in our communities, which I'm getting a lot of development requests for, and meeting the provincial, what was it, the provincial policy statement. Is that not correct through you, Mr. Chairman? Could you
Michelle,
please clarify?
if you want to take a tackle on that one.
Through the chair, yes. There would not be the mix of housing that generally we're trying to achieve in communities to provide different housing opportunities for different people. So that is true, and yes, it would compromise our ability to comply with places to grow.
Thank you. Was there another one? We're still on the rest of them. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Are we debating I?
No, I'm still trying to get them all put forward, and then we'll deal with them. So Collector Road A, you were reading?
Collector Road A be allowed commercial zoning similar to this commercial zoning in Winona proper.
Thank you. Okay.
That city staff and the mayor be directed to correspond with GO Transit to expand buses to the large Winona commercial development. That the general manager of planning be directed to provide funding source for mail-outs in wards 11 and 10 to further inform the residents of the council's decision with respect to the Fruitland-Winona secondary plan, official plan amendments, and Stoney Creek urban boundary expansion. And given what some of the misinformation out there right now, it seems to be appropriate. M, that all references to the Fruitland-Winona secondary plan, official plan amendments, and Stoney Creek urban boundary expansion to waste management facilities and transportation yards be deleted. So that was part of that one.
Okay, so let's stop there. We'll deal with the yellow page first.
Right.
So as I understand it, at the present time, 6.2 G and H, there's no objections from staff. I'm looking for nodding heads, just correct. And I'm looking at as amended,
Not amended.
with the inclusion of on G to the satisfaction of the Senior Director
Right.
of Growth Management. So
Right.
can we please have a motion to amend 6.2 G and H? Okay, moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Thank you. Anyone opposed? Thank you. So now we're going to go on to some that may be slightly more complicated. Item I. This is that apartment buildings be prohibited buildings to include a single town, street town zoning. The Fruitland were known as secondary plan, official plan amendments, Stoney Creek urban boundary expansion. So we're now on that item. If you want to move it, Councillor Johnson, and we get it on the floor and we can have the discussion.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Partridge just for the discussion. And this also includes a maximum height of 11 meters. I just wanted to let people know, we've heard time and time again today when the landowners came forward and said, like heck, we're going to build these things. But you know what? I think the community deserves to have some comfort of knowing what is allowed there, not what could be there. So I think that in itself, the air drainage issue is another, for me, it's another issue for me. We've got a province that has spent billions of dollars to create a legislature to protect agricultural lands and green space. And we heard today that putting apartment buildings at this land could be in jeopardy. So, and I've heard a number of times that this is going to the OMB. So why are we not going to defend the one thing that the neighbors and the residents have the biggest concern about, and that is density? So why can't we use that resource? It's going anyways. We might as well go and defend what our residents have said loud and clear with the petitions, with the letters to say that density is a major issue. So why can't we do that? I wouldn't have a problem if any one of you in your own wards could wave a magic wand and create something that is going to be livable for everyone at the end of the day. I would never ever stand in your way for that. So this is something that my residents have said loud and clear, that the 4- and 6-story apartment buildings are an issue, a huge issue. Our farming committee, our community has come forward and said it will be an issue. So why can't we then grasp all those concerns and put it in a paragraph that actually meets all those concerns and addresses them?
Yes,
Sorry. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did second it to put it on the floor, but I guess the word that I'm having a problem with is prohibited. And so can I ask staff through you, sir, is there a way of restricting the height levels or the number of buildings?
Mallard? See, I know the situation that you're in. It's a question of...
Yeah, I'm just asking the question through you, Chair.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. If you look on page 18 of the staff report, and it sets out, there's a table there that sets out the various residential densities, the densities per hectare and the maximum height. If the issue here is height for the apartments, then that could be easily addressed by committee and council by reducing the height limitation for multiple dwellings. But as Mr. McCabe indicated, with the way this motion is worded, you've now precluded a number of other types of land uses because they're captured in that definition. So you've eliminated semis, you've eliminated duplexes, maisonettes, stacked townhouses, those types of forms of housing, which give you, I mean, especially the maisonettes and the stacked towns, which can give you a higher density ratio than normal towns or street towns. So if it's a question here, are you going after the height or are you going after the height and the form? And that's the issue we're having, because we want to provide the greatest variety of design opportunities for housing mix.
Okay, and thank you for that. And I guess the challenge I'm having with this, knowing all the growth that's been going on in Waterdown, and when I look at this secondary plan, it's like staring Waterdown in the face 5 years ago. Well, now we've got the building, we've got more townhouses than I know what to do with. We have 17,000 people moving in, but what we are desperately in need of is apartments. We do not have enough apartments. We have young people who want to move out of their parents' home, and they're in their 20s and 30s, and they want to stay in their community. They don't have an apartment to move into because we don't have any. And I absolutely agree with the farming community. We need to be cognizant of the height restriction. It doesn't make sense to put a 6-story buildings along there when it may interfere with the tender fruit crops. So I want to find a solution to this, and I'm looking to staff to try and resolve this. Even the seniors in our community, I have people in their 60s now who have been in the community for 40 years. There's nothing for them to go to that doesn't have stairs, and they can't climb stairs. So they're looking for some sort of housing so they can stay in their community they've lived in all their lives. We don't have it. They're going to Ancaster. So through you, Chair, I'm just, is there a way that we can try and work through this?
That's rhetorical, or you're asking a direct question to staff?
I'm asking a direct question. Is there some way? I just don't believe there's never solutions.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we feel we've already put height limits in terms of the policies. So, I mean, to us, we're not talking high density. We're talking it's medium density, so 4-story, 6-story. So the amount of land area that's designated will control the number of buildings, and good urban design will control spacing and that type of stuff. So I think the controls are in there already, and if this committee wants to reduce the 6 to 4, well, that's up to you.
Well, I would, thank you, because I would prefer to see it reduced. But we've heard from the community that they have an issue with apartment buildings, and you know what I'm sensing is that it would be multiple apartment buildings. But folks, you do need apartments in your community, because Waterdown is suffering like crazy because we don't have them. And I wish there was a way that I could get them in there. But those are my comments and questions. Thank you.
If you can take the chair, Councillor Partridge.
I will, Councillor. Go ahead.
Mr. McCabe, I've got the other speakers coming up. Yep. Or Michelle, through the chair. MD2, MD3, can you, on an MD2 scale, tell me what's permitted, MD3, what's permitted, just so we get an understanding? Speak nice and loud.
Did you want to tackle this?
Through the chair, if I could refer committee to page 18 of the staff report.
18 of 33, Michelle?
18 of 33, please.
Thank you, committee. Got that? Go ahead.
Okay. With respect to medium density 2, multiple dwellings, with the exception of street townhomes and institutional uses, are permitted. The density is 60 to 75 units per hectare, with a maximum height of 4 stories. With respect to medium density 3, multiple dwellings with the exception of street townhouses and institutional uses are permitted. The density ranges from 60 to 100 units per hectare with a maximum of 6 stories in height.
Thank you, and that's very helpful. So then the question I'm going to be asking the committee and colleagues, I understand very clearly what Councillor Johnston is dealing with in terms of a community in Winona that's really never had apartments except for probably 3 or 4 retirement homes, which are 3-level top. I don't think there's anything that's higher than that in the community. So this is a big jump going to 6 stories. The question becomes whether or not, and if I may, would staff, this is important in terms of potential OMB appeal, would staff support an MDR2 designation as opposed to MDR3? So instead of 6 stories along Barton Street or in that area, you're now talking a maximum of 4 stories. It would still permit the masonette use. It would still enable seniors' homes, retirement homes, things along that line. All of that is permissible. It's just 2 stories short. Mr. McCabe, if you could verbalize whether or not staff would support that change from MD3 to MD2.
Well, it's better than the other option being put forward because we're maintaining a diversity of housing types, and we heard comments today about no place for seniors to go or into long-term care. So a 4-story would provide that flexibility as well.
And I need to be clear, Madam Chair, earlier we heard that if there was an appeal, and actually we have to hire consultants on the outside. So am I to infer that an MDDR2 would be acceptable to staff, and so if there was an appeal, it would still be our staff that would be representing the city?
Well, we certainly wouldn't be having a strong opposition to it, Mr. Chair. It would fit the principle of what we're trying to achieve, and that is a full range of housing. But, again, we still feel 6 stories is not high density. It's
So when I'm looking at this, and I've sat down long and had many conversations with Councillor Johnson on this file, I've been working on it for a long time. I understand the concern from the residents. I understand the concerns from the agricultural community about the larger apartment buildings. The airshed study still has to be completed to verify whether or not there would be an impact on a 4-story basis. But when what I'm hearing from staff is when we're talking about the prohibition of the apartment buildings, it has that unintended consequence of capturing duplexes and a number of things that we didn't talk about. That was not something that we had considered. Whereas if you make the amendment to MDR2, it still allows those duplexes, it still allows that flexibility, and it drops down 2 stories. So that would be my suggestion as a plausible compromise, and I'll take the chair back at that point.
All right, and just to make sure you have Councillor Pearson, and I believe Councillor Johnson.
I have Councillor Farr, Johnson, and Pearson.
Sort of went where I was going to go there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. And I was going to see if anyone had done the math yet, but now it's a new math question, one that only speaks to a medium density 2 versus medium density 3, if the appetite of this committee is to at least focus on 4 stories. Ultimately, I would assume through you, Mr. Chair, then through staff, that it would mean a bigger footprint, and it would go where in this secondary plan, any medium densities, whether they be 2 or 3, are focused through you. So wherever we see medium density, Mr. Chair, in the current preferred plan, if we were to go with just medium density 2 at 1,025 units, we would do so wherever we see currently now medium density. So around the community park, mostly predominantly along Barton.
So to be clear, Michelle, Mr. Mallard, what Councillor Farr is asking, currently when we look through the plan, we see medium density. We're now specifically identifying it as medium density 2. So he wants to understand, if I'm looking at the report currently and medium density is there, does that mean if we make this change, all of those medium density is now medium density 2, that we have actually clarified it specifically?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, to the Councillor, that's my understanding of the direction that's being contemplated. Right now you have 2 designations, and if you go back to page 18 and you see the medium density residential 2 and the medium density residential 3, you'll see that there's actually an overlap in the densities. They both start at 60, one goes to 75, one goes to 100. Effectively, you're just taking out that medium density 3, making it all medium density 2. And just for your information, with the plan the way it is now, there's 17.9 hectares of medium density 3. You would just add that to the 28 hectares of medium density 2. So it would all be.
Thank you, Mr. Mallard. Mr. McCabe?
Just, Mr. Chair, an added feature that we don't want to lose is the medium density also allowed for ground floor commercial as a mixed use building. So if you take away the apartment type of use, you're not going to get that commercial as well. And there is a need for that type of commercial in that node area.
Thank you. Helpful point. Councillor Farr?
That was my next question. And if we could just get clarification, so no ground floor commercial with medium density 2.
No, that's not correct. If we prohibit the apartments, there's no ground floor. If we allow MD2, there is mixed use available on the ground floor.
Right. We don't know how much. We don't even know, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. McCabe or Mr. Mallard or Michelle, the footprint increase, because the taller you go, the less footprint you use, the less land space
correct
you use. We wouldn't be able to measure that at this point either, through you, Mr. Chair.
They're shaking their heads no.
But we can assume, Mr. Chairman, that there would be a much greater footprint if we only contemplated medium density 2.
Longer instead of up.
Right. Bigger wall, street wall likely, in the event folks want to invest in that capacity along those corridors.
And it's still market demand, Councillor Farr.
Absolutely.
Anything else, sir?
No, I'm interested to hear what the ward councillor has to say with respect to your medium density 2 idea.
Thank you. I have Councillor Pearson for the first time on this amendment, and then Councillor Johnson second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And as stated, I still have concerns because we are eliminating some potential uses that are definitely needed. And maybe I can reiterate, in my ward, there is a demand for senior housing. And there are rezonings that have come in, and we've approved them. 7-story going on highway number 8 that had actually commercial zoning on the first floor because it was high-rise. As I mentioned earlier through the presentations, it was in the proper corridor. It has all the uses around it. That's exactly what it's meant to do. And it was very supported by staff and by my colleagues here that I appreciated. As a matter of fact, that application came back and rezoned the first floor because there's such a demand for retirement units. These are condos. Now, when we say apartments, we have to be careful because we're not alluding to rentals. These could be owned condos.
Yes.
So we got to make sure that we understand that.
And again, it's through market
correct.
demand.
You're absolutely right, sir. But I'm just saying, so these particular units actually removed the commercial on the first floor because there was such a demand that seniors wanted the whole space. And that was also approved. So I get this question every day. I get the question from family members that now have their senior parents in their home, or they've moved in with their senior parents going, you know, I wish there was somewhere that I could have them close by. We just don't have them. So we really need to be sure that we leave the door open for this. We're not going to say it's going to be blanket throughout the whole community because they don't generally do that. They like to be contained in an area. They like to have the facilities and the amenities available to them. And as you've stated, it's by demand. Market demand will drive this. I'm just concerned, and I understand Winona doesn't have any of the high rises, and neither did Ward 10 at one time. 1992, I think Aldo DeSantis, no, it was Peter DeSantis, my apologies, was the first to build the Renaissance on highway number 8. And that, if I believe correctly, was 9 floors. Very, very prudent and smart development because he built his own townhouses in behind. So there was no impact on the neighbor. And I'm a block away. I don't even see the building, truthfully. Like it's not something that stands out. I know it's something that people are afraid of, that there's going to be this monstrosity in front of them. Across the street from McDonald's on highway number 8 at Millen Road, there's a 4-story senior complex of condos. And again, it doesn't stand out. So I don't want to change and have an effect on the numbers here and put ourselves in a position with the OMB. I think, as we'll keep saying, the market will drive the demand on these. And there may not ever be one that will come to fruition, but at least we need to leave the door open. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you. Through you to staff, if it was 11 meters, so that's now 3 floors, does that still preclude not having any commercial on the ground floor? I know in Bimbrook we have the bottom floor is commercial, the top 2 is residential. One of the comments made at that public meeting or the community meeting was we want it to look a lot like Bimbrook. So that's what the height limit is in Bimbrook, is 3-story, bottom floor can be commercial.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor. The effect is you're by having the ground floors commercial, you're reducing your overall density in terms of the residential portion if you limit it to 3 stories. Typically, your ground floor commercial will be at a higher height than your residential stories. So I'm not sure that you could, within 11 meters, get any more than 3 stories.
Then through you to Paul, how is it working then for the Windward and Highway 56? That's 3 stories, 2 above our condos, commercials on the bottom floor, and there's a height restriction in Glanbrook.
Well, I'm not quite sure what the height restriction was for those projects, but I mean the effect is you could still have it. Yes, there's examples of that, but you are doing it at the risk of further residential density. So by Doing it at 3 stories, you're eroding the density even further.
Okay, thank you. I still am maintain, and if I prohibit apartment buildings, at least if I say that buildings can't be any higher than 11 meters, this is something that my community is very adamant about. It's something that they really have concerns about. The farming community really has concerns about. My fear is that we put one apartment building up, that's not going to hurt the farming. 2, 3, 4, now we have a compromised area, just like we have a compromised air shed. So I'm not on for 4. I would bring it back down to the same heights that Glanbrook has. I believe we can still reach some the densities. We may be a little lower than originally pulled, but I still think we could get some densities. I have Villages of Glancaster, 20 Place and Garth Trails, high density, 1 floor, and then 1 3-story apartment in the back. So we've got for the seniors, and that's strictly for adult lifestyle living. So we can accomplish this. We can get what we need out of all of this. It's just a matter of thinking outside the box. So 3-story, 11 meters, either or. To me, that's a pretty good compromise considering all the things that can happen to our farming community and for the residents' needs. So I think that's a pretty good compromise. So I'd be willing to I would even eliminate where it says apartment buildings and say structures, buildings can't go any higher than 11 meters. So that would include your semis, your triplex, duplex, and street townhomes.
And I'm trying to work within planning language, so give me a second. So you're really talking about low density 3, which would allow 40 to 60 density per hectares and 3 stories maximum. That would allow semis, singles, duplex, triplex, all forms of townhouse dwellings, places of worship subject to zoning bylaw. It doesn't allow for institutional.
And is through you, is that including, but does that include commercial or does it not? Because I don't see any commercial on the other ones. The staff are just saying, but we can put them there. So I don't see it in medium density 1 or 2 as well.
Well, when you're in the lower density residential, I don't think it allows for mixed use because it's low density. Doesn't permit it. So in order to get the mixed use, which is what your neighbors talked about, commercial, you need to go to the next one up, which is medium density 2. In order to have the boutiques and the things that is walkable, you have to go 1 floor higher.
Then I guess I still have to come back to how does Glanbrook do it when they have commercial on the bottom floor, 2 floors of residential? How is it that they're allowed to do it? Oh, we can't do it out here. I don't understand. It's my ward. Why can't it be consistent across my ward?
I don't have an answer to that. I'm working within the planning law that is currently operational in Hamilton today. I can't go back and try and, there's things in my ward that happened 5 years ago. I can't repeat it. I can't fix it. I can't go back and do that same thing. The urban official plan is here. This is what we have. We have to work within those confines. And in order to successfully defend anything at the OMB with the greatest of candor, we have to use the language that is in our Planning Act, that is in our UHOP. And so really, I mean, we're dealing with either low density 3 or medium density 2, and the difference between the two is you will not have mixed use if you go to low density. So there will be no commercial on the first floor, not permitted. As of right today. I'm just the chair, don't shoot me. There's a motion move to shoot me. Okay. You're not armed, are you? Okay. So we're back to item I. We can either move ahead with your amendment and see what the yep. So we need to have the vote on it or change it. Your call.
I would like to. The intent of this was to restrict the height. That's what the intent with all this was. If we allow 4-story apartment buildings, then we're taking it away from everything that was discussed today as far as the farming community and my community's concerns. So I'm at this committee's mercy as to how to get around that. So we're not doing 4 stories, we're doing something less that the farming community is comfortable with.
So Michelle, I'm looking to you, I'm looking to Joanne, I don't even see Joanne now. MDR2, the question is, what's the height when you're dealing with 4 stories? Where is there a restriction that is permissible? Help us out, because 4 stories doesn't necessarily equate to an actual meter. So, is a 4-story the peak? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the height is defined individually in each of the municipal bylaws, but typically when you define stories versus meters, it would be the actual floors that you're permitted. So if you say 4 floors, then it's 4 floors. It may say in some situations it's 4 floors not to exceed a height of, for example, 12 or 14 meters. But it just depends on the parent bylaw and how they define height. Hamilton, I think, uses a mix of stories and or meters.
Yep.
Yeah. So okay, typically, you're looking for residential about 3 meters per floor. So 4 floors would equate to roughly 12 meters of building height.
And what was I saying?
Depending on, the exemptions for mechanical equipment, that
and
type
I was
of
saying
thing.
11 meters, right?
And you're saying 11, so yeah. So and a commercial floor, as indicated earlier, typically is 4 meters.
So 4 plus 7 plus 10, we're looking at 13 meters for a 4-story.
4 9, yeah.
And
with ground floor commercial.
Okay, and in Glanbrook it's 11 meters, so it's only 3 meters higher.
Yeah, I can't recall through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, when they did that particular project in Glanbrook, what the site-specific variances were for that project. Whether height was one of them or not, I'm not sure.
So if we take the MD2 and we put them just along Barton Street, for instance, right? That, and then take the MD2 that's around all the community parks and make that low-density residential, that's not what you're recommending.
No.
You're recommending to just color it all light brown.
We're saying collapse the MD2 and the MD3 into one MD2 with the 4-story height.
Okay, we have a motion, an amendment on the floor, Councillor. You're ready to proceed? Nessa?
If we can just restate it, I'm not quite sure we've gone.
The amendment would be that apartment buildings be prohibited, buildings to include are single towns and street town zoning in the Fruitland-Winona secondary official plan amendment and in Stoney Creek urban boundary expansion, and that also included semis and duplex would be permitted, is what you indicated in writing. Correct?
Yeah, maximum height 11 meters.
Maximum height 11 meters. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to clarify then, if we did go with that, we could, in my mind, I'm thinking we could then end up with townhouses along that entire length. Is that through you, Chair? Is that true? Is that accurate, I should say?
So you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, that's correct. That's probably what you'll get. You potentially get all townhouses.
So it would be townhouses. There would be no nodes, corridors, commercial of any kind. It would just be 3 kilometers of townhouses, potentially.
Mr. Mallard?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, potentially that's right. What happens here is by eliminating the apartment buildings and multiple dwellings and putting the 3-story height in, now you're opening it to potentially all townhouses or other forms of lower forms of residential development. You also, by taking out the multiple dwellings, as Mr. McCabe indicated, on the potential for mixed use with commercial on the ground floor, because it's only in the multiple dwellings, the apartment buildings, that it's permitted.
Okay, so I just wanted to confirm that But if we did stick with the MD2, then that would give us that ground floor commercial with the apartments, condos being above, so it would be a more walkable community within that 4 kilometer, 3 kilometer, whatever it is stretch. So we would have a mix of townhouses, some of these 3 stories, etc., 4 stories, sorry. Is that accurate?
Mr. Ballard, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, that's correct. It gives you the potential for that type of mix.
Yeah, I'm just trying to paint a picture here because I see when we go into Burlington and we go along Plains Road, it's a wonderful walkable community with that ground floor commercial and the condos and apartments above it and Shoppers Drug Marts and stores that are just kind of plopped down in there. So I just want to create that visual so that everyone sitting here understands that we could end up with 4 kilometers or 3 kilometers of rat-a-tat townhouses. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment? It was already moved and seconded. It was moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All those in favor? Councillor Pursuta, Councillor Johnson. All those opposed? Councillor Farr, Councillor Clark, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Collins, and Councillor Pearson. So that was defeated. I'm looking for a replacement motion. The MD2. Councillor Farr.
Okay,
If now is the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to do that.
You're asking for an amendment to it, and the amendment would be from what staff has recommended to MD2.
MDR2 throughout wherever on the existing preferred secondary plan we see on the map
MD.
Any MD.
And a seconder for that motion, Councillor Partridge. Comments, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you. So we're still dealing with just I. I just want to clarify that.
That is correct. I was defeated on the amendment, and now a replacement motion has been put forth as an amendment.
Fine, thank you. And can I just clarify, please, that are we going to, in the wording of it, is it that apartment buildings delete prohibited be zoned MD2?
No, I is completely gone.
I is completely gone.
And what the amendment was, as Councillor Farr indicated, is that wherever staff has indicated MD, it is going to be replaced with MDR2.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm looking for comments or questions. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I just want to limit even the MDR2 to 3 stories or 11 meters. That's where I would like to do it. I don't see any flavor here at the committee, but I want to be put on record that that's what I would like to do.
Okay, so are you moving an amendment to it, or are you just making that your statement for the record?
I'd like to make an amendment to this that it goes to 11 meters. MDR goes to 11 meters.
I don't think we can do that based on city policy. An MD2 is 4 stories, and we can't limit 4 stories to 11 meters. Objection forward?
Yes.
That's appropriate. You can vote against it also. Councillor Partridge?
Yeah, I just want to clarify one more time that if we, at the 11 meters, if we went to the 3-story, there is no ground floor commercial, there would be no apartment buildings. I've heard that, I think, several times.
So, Mr. Chair, you'd be actually going back on that amended motion, if that's what you're considering, to the low-density residential 3 that you just voted against.
Yes. So it'd be LDR3. Okay, thank you.
To be clear and concise, the amendment is very clear. MD is now replaced by MD2.
Everywhere you see MD is now MDR2. That's right. Medium density residential 2.
Mr. Mallard?
And I'd be happy to hear staff's comments. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, you're effectively, wherever you have MDR3, you're changing that to MDR2.
Thank you. That even clarifies it. So we're going MDR3 to MDR2. That's the amendment. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you to my colleagues for listening to the community for lowering the density. I still would like to see it down to 3 floors, but I appreciate the motion. I'll just have to vote against it, but I appreciate listening.
Councillor Pearson, please.
Just for the record, that restricts it to 4 stories maximum.
And MDR2 restricts it to 4 stories. The density is 60 to 75 units per hectare. It allows for multiple dwellings except street townhomes. It's institutional, subject to a bylaw amendment. So it gives a great deal of flexibility. Okay. The amendment has properly been moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All those in favor? I need an indication. Carried. Any opposed? So I have opposed as Councillor Johnson, Councillor Pisuta, and Councillor Pearson. So the item carries, Vanessa. So Councillor Farr was in favor, Councillor Clark was in favor, Councillor Partridge was in favor, and Councillor Collins. Thank you. Okay, item J is the Collector Road A be allowed commercial zoning similar to commercial zoning in Winona proper. You're still moving that, or that's not necessary now?
I think it's redundant now because we're allowing commercial to go in there.
Thank you. The next one is that the city staff and the mayor be directed to correspond with GO Transit to expand buses to the large Winona commercial development. I think that's pretty much a motherhood statement and very appropriate. All those in, I need a motion on that. Councillor Johnson. Yep, so Councillor, we're moving them each one individually. So Councillor Johnson and Councillor Pearson is seconding it. Councillor Farr, you wish to speak to it?
Somewhere among the 200 and some odd pages, there was reference to already connecting with GO with respect to a previous council, this term, previous council decision with
this is specifically
the 50
for buses
road.
In the interim.
This is specifically for buses, but what's the implication, if staff can just comment briefly through you with respect to that conversation on the all-day GO somewhere down the road at 50 and
is anyone willing to comment on that? I can just, from my own past experience, GO Transit historically puts buses first before the train. They've indicated they are putting the trains. They're not ready for them yet, especially in the 50 road area. So we can make the recommendation that they start with buses. Councillor Johnson, then Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, and just to be clear that this was during this council that we actually asked Metrolinx to make sure that the transit hub is on that property, and we also got an acre of that property through the settlement. So that's why it's very appropriate to have it here. And my next motion is going to be a new one that I'm bringing forward is about the HSR.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson, please.
And Mr. Chairman, what it does mean is that currently there is the GO buses that stop at Nash and Barton, and it would mean extending it to the Winona hub, which would be ideal.
Thank you. The item is properly put. All those in...
Just understanding that and much appreciated. For my own edification, it was helpful, but I'm just suggesting that if we put that in place, are we taking away space for the eventual and planned all-day GO? If nobody, through you, Mr. Chair, no disrespect. Is there nobody on staff that can address the question? Thank you.
If I may, the settlement was with Pinati. I was involved with Art Zunema to do the settlement with Pinati. We put aside the property for an interregional transit hub right in the 50 road area in the Walmart complex. So that was approved. This would actually mean that transit would be going there from the interregional, which is GO Transit, until the trains come. On the item, all those in favor? Any opposed? The item is carried. The next item, I understand it, Councillor Collins, if I can ask you a question, there was funds set aside for councillors who find themselves with challenging large planning things. Do you know what I'm talking about? Common cost budget, thank you. So it doesn't come out of your budget, Mr. McCabe. Mr. McCabe?
Yeah, so that would be good. It doesn't come out of my budget. But I just want to be sure here what the intent is, okay? Yep. So we have legislative requirements for notice. It goes out with the clerk. This is an official plan amendment, appealable to the Ontario Municipal Board. This committee makes lots of changes during its deliberations, and we don't necessarily send out or inform residents what happens after. The Act is set up that you can make any change you want at the public meeting, at the day of the public meeting without further notice. And the intent is that people should be here. So I just want to make sure that you're not intending to give notice. It's more of an information bulletin from the ward councillor.
It's from the
That's
ward
my only
councillors.
caution.
It's not from the city. It's not from the planning department.
Yeah, it's not from the city.
Outside of the appeal period.
Information bulletin, yeah, it's outside of the appeal period. Yeah.
Thank you. So we're all very clear. It's outside the appeal period. Okay, I need a motion. So Councillor Johnson, you're moving it, and we're adding, it's coming from the common cost budget, and it's outside the appeal period. And it was seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Thank you. The next one is that all references in the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan, Official Plan Amendments, and Stoney Creek Urban Plan to waste management facilities and transportation yards be deleted. So this intent from the councillor, I'm speaking for you, is that the utility area on that big map, the gray area, they don't want to have rendering plants and all that. It was an exclusion clause that we have used a number of times. Mr. McCabe.
So that exclusion clause is put into employment zones where manufacturing is permitted. Mm-hmm. So it's to be read as prohibited manufacturing uses. So it looks at the asphalt, the manufacturing, the chemicals, the as you said, the rendering of meat, animal byproducts,
so the
stamping of metal. So because manufacturing is not permitted in this, then you don't need the prohibited manufacturing uses. So we have no problem with the deletion of the waste management and transportation yards.
Okay.
But you don't need that.
The longer clause.
Yeah, you don't need it.
Understood. Okay. Councillor Johnson, understood. Thank you. So you moved the motion, and it was seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Carried. Carried. Now you had some additional motions that I don't have, so if you could please enlighten us.
Thank you. There are more wordsmithing. One of the things that was very, very unclear was the second dwelling wording. We'd like to tighten that up, please. That second dwelling means it can in the same building, not two separate buildings, because when we all read that, we read it differently. So I just want to have some more words in there that just add a little bit into there. You can't build a second building on your property to accommodate a nanny suite.
So we're talking about the provincial legislation that allows individual homes to have additional second dwelling within the same mainframe, granny flats, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, so that's correct. That's the intention. It's also part of council's approved keys to the home, where we're allowing additional, one additional dwelling units within existing dwellings, not a separate dwelling on the lot. Although our official plan does allow the temporary use granny flat type situation. So,
so is there a need for clarification?
I think it's clear. The official plan is clear. Michelle, we think it's clear that it's only within the existing
unit. Famous last words. It's clear.
I know. Yep. All right. I'll withdraw. The other one is amend Appendix A, page 27 out of 117.
Yes.
C, encourage/preferred inserted before the words, whenever possible, the city will negotiate with developers to construct neighborhood parks during construction of the subdivision. We really want to encourage it. We prefer it this way. I'd rather have a little more strong language in there. We're good.
Mr. McCabe says yes?
Yeah. I've got it written. We're good.
Okay, so we need to move that one and have it seconded.
By Councillor Pasuta.
Okay, and if you'd read it one more time so everyone knows what they're voting on.
That the words encouraged/preferred be inserted whenever possible, in front of this sentence, whenever possible, the city will negotiate with developers to construct neighborhood parks during construction of the subdivision. It's just stronger language.
Everyone understand? Comments, questions? Seeing none. On the motion, all those in favor?
Carried.
Any opposed? Item is carried. Any other amendments?
Next, yes, I have a total of 6 coming now.
Speed up.
Amend Appendix A, page 23 of 117, regarding this is regarding the commercial uses, and it's got a lot of wording in there about no direct driveways beside this, beside that. I'd like to include the words or abutting residential.
Again,
sorry, 23 of 117.
Thank you. And where are we? What's
again? It's just tightening it up, and it's not N.
It is N as in Norman.
Hang on a second. Let me get there, and I can do it. Yes.
N as in Norman.
You've got 23 of 117. This is Appendix A, and it's N. No parking, drive-throughs, or stacking lanes should be permitted between buildings and public sidewalk. I would like to also add to that or abutting residential properties.
Yeah, I've got it.
23 of,
Yep.
that's what it said.
Okay, and the seconder was who?
Councillor Pearson.
Councillor Pearson. Comment from staff? Simply adding no abutting residential property. No parking, drive-throughs, or stacking lanes should be permitted between buildings and the public sidewalk and adjacent homes.
So, you know, through you, Mr. Chair, so the parking's the issue, because you're going to force all the parking in the front yard.
Oh,
So you don't want to.
I thought this was just about drive-throughs.
Yeah, so you don't want to, like, parking adjacent to residential right now, in a lot of cases has an increased setback in the buffer strip, but certainly our regulations today prohibit the drive-through lanes, the speaker location, all that abutting the
Okay, I apologize. I thought this had to do with drive-throughs, so I'll withdraw that.
Next item.
Thank you. And we've already dealt with the utilities. Are to direct staff to explore extending services, direct HSR staff to explore extending services to the large Winona commercial development.
I need a seconder for that.
Councillor Pearson.
Councillor Pearson. That's just, that's standard. We can deal with that as a committee, and it goes to HSR. All those in favor? Carried. Any opposed?
Thank you. And the next one two are very property specific. One of them is the cashew tie. I'd like to put either a holding provision on that property to deem it commercial, to get someone to go in there and face to face, please, because it is an English as a second language is an issue there. It's been a long-standing restaurant there since the 1970s. I think I went there for my high school, right? But it's one property on number 8 highway, and there seems to be some confusion over which property. Memphis Grill came by at the open house and said, our property's missing here. Well, and I find out from staff, they think that it's already included. It's the cashew that's not. So I think we need to investigate that to make sure which one.
So is it possible that you would move a motion to have staff deal with it and come back at council to explain?
Yes, sorry?
If we could, Mr. Chairman, I think we could address it. There's 2 properties. You had the request for multi-area, and the one they're talking about is the parcel adjacent to the Memphis Grill. So we had no issue with extending their request for commercial, nor do we have any objection to applying a commercial designation to the cashew tie. So we could do it for both properties.
So we can just add it then?
Just add them.
Okay, thank you.
For both.
Okay, so we don't need to do that as an amendment then?
Yes.
Yes, we do. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. To add that. So the special policy, so commercial designation for the cashew tie. That's basically the property the cashew tie is situated.
And the multi-area, there's 2 of them.
And the multi-area?
And you can clean up the language prior to council. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Special policy area, please be designated for the Serbian Hall on Glover Road. They're still not knowing what it is that they want to be. Right now we're talking to MPAC to see whether or not they are going to be under cultural uses. So there's some sort of a designation that MPAC uses, or are they going to be commercial because they do rent out the banquet hall. So that's what I'm asking, is just if we can put that on hold so that we can include that in as soon as we can get them nailed down in the next 2 weeks.
I'm a little bit confused, so I'm trying to understand.
This is a long, ongoing saga that right now they're deemed as residential. Well, there's a banquet hall on there. They've been there since the 1950s, so I want to make sure we are clear with them what it is they want the use of their property. They had a beautiful sign they just erected out front, the Winona Vineyards. So that's not captured in this plan.
Thank you. So we're looking at how we capture Serbian Hall. 269 Glover Road. 269 Glover Road.
So can you come back at council with something for me, please? Then we can make sure we've included them.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, the discussion is it started off as a private club.
Oh.
They added a banquet club. They're in the rural area and may not even be legal to begin with, so we're going to have to get back to them.
Okay, so
will you get back, will you please direct us on how we want to proceed on 269?
We're going to deal with it as a separate item and come back to us.
Perfect, thank you.
Next.
And I think the last one, and we've heard this over and over and over and over and over again, and I don't know whether it needs to be in the language as far as the bylaws are concerned, but I'd really like to put something out there that applicants be encouraged to develop adult lifestyle living where appropriate.
That's a good question. It's not within the Planning Act or within our purview. You may want to actually bring a motion to GIC to talk about how we would go about that. It is an issue in almost every single ward, but the Planning Act doesn't allow us to specifically direct that.
Okay, so I'm seeing a nodding something there. Unless
Mr.
you're
Chair, it's a
agreeing
good
with me,
idea,
don't talk.
but
Unless you're agreeing with it, don't talk.
It's a good idea, but actually contradicts the Planning Act and about zoning for people and maybe even the human rights.
Then we'll have to figure out between the two of us how to work that out.
We can encourage it as we talk to developers, and if there's a market there, I think you're going to see the developers pick up on that.
Okay. Okay.
Any other items, Councillor?
No, that's everything. Thank you right now. I might come up with more at council.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Morning.
I have one.
Okay.
I need a seconder for it eventually, if anybody wants to step up. That staff report back on the total number of projected units with the preferred plan as amended for medium density units, along with the total number of units as a whole for the secondary plan as amended, and that staff including new total projected residential population and relate this information to our growth objectives. And I will let staff, Mr. Chairman, decide as to when they could bring this back to this committee.
I think we'd expect to have it prior to the decision at council because people will be asking the numbers. So seconded by Councillor Pearson. Okay.
And to deliver it prior to council then to this committee and maybe council as a whole.
Mr. Mallard.
One other, through you, Mr. Chair, one other item that came up in discussion.
Is that on this amendment?
No.
Okay,
sorry.
Be quiet for a second, please. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Mallard. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was the aspect of the vision statement and that the wording had been slightly changed in the actual amendment, not in the background reports. And we weren't opposed to reinstating that if committee.
So to reinstate the vision?
Yeah, as originally worded, if you wish. It's up to you. We did it for clarity in terms of the context of the document it was being amended into.
The question was that the CAC had originally had wording for the vision, and then when staff looked at that and brought forth their report, what they do is they translated that language into planning language. So the question is whether or not you wish to revert to colloquial language or allow it to stand as planning language.
My preference is to put it back the way that the CIC argued and not argued, but I mean discussed and belted this out word for word, and I really want to respect that.
And staff is completely comfortable with it, so
Thank
if you
you.
want to move that amendment, and it's seconded by Councillor Pearson.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions on it?
Oh, no,
All those in favor?
Thank you.
Any opposed? The item is carried. Councillor Johnson, any further amendments?
No, I just wanted to make a comment before we go.
Okay, no, I still need to approve the main resolution as amended. So if you want to make final comments, now would be the time to do it. I need a motion to put that before us. Moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Pearson, that the main staff recommendation as amended is now before us. Councillor Johnson, if you wish to speak, now would be the time.
Yeah, first of all, I want to apologize to all those who were told that the city or whoever will expropriate them, that it was, in my opinion, it was just extremely mean. And it only served a purpose to serve people's purpose to get the support of their cause, and that really, really irritates me. And I can't tell you how many people have been upset about this. They've gotten the wrong information, and that's why I'm so glad we're going to put a flyer out there to let people know, an information flyer, frequently asked questions, things like that. It's just to let people know what's happened and give them the bare facts. But I also want to thank those who spent a lot of volunteer hours on helping with this process long before I came along. Thank you to those who took the time to write, to call, and even to attend today. Good for you. It was a long day, and I really appreciate your input. And just to give some background again, this was started by the former city of Stoney Creek. It was again addressed by the city of Hamilton in 2003. It was endorsed by the province via the Greenbelt and the OMB in 2005 and 2006, provided that we come forward with a secondary plan. Having said that, now it's before us. The process, as I've been hearing along the line, the CAC was not consulted on the final draft. That's something that I really would not be happy with. It was brought forward to the public in 2002 in June, and that was after the fact. So we do have an Asian population who are leaving Winona to go to either Stoney Creek and Grimsby to downsize. Because we don't have the housing here to accommodate them, we need to encourage adult lifestyle living in this plan. And that's why I'm wondering how we can do that further on. We want a walkable community, but proper sidewalks can't be constructed beside ditches. Winona Elementary School has sidewalks ending at the property line. So how do we create sidewalks on roads that have ditches? And how do we create sidewalks to continue that one beside even the Winona Elementary? We can't do it without urbanizing the road, and we can't urbanize the road without development. We also need commercial and other amenities in place for our walkable community to walk to. In other words, I'm not on for putting on sidewalks and they have nowhere to go. The large commercial development is here. It's approved in 2009. I had a community meeting last Thursday, I believe. Wednesday, sorry. And I can't tell, another 300 and some odd people came out. We had to restructure the meeting so that half the people could hear the presentation and ask some questions and then trade them out with the people that were out in the atrium. Then you got to remember that for people, 300 people to come out to this was unbelievable. But I was really actually amazed by how many people didn't even know that it's already been approved. And they were arguing we should just stop it. So that's another reason that we need to do something with this flyer. I keep hearing comments from the developers that let the 4- and 6-story apartment buildings in, we won't build them. But with all due respect, the community needs comfort and reassurance, knowing that exactly what's going to happen next door, behind them, or in front of them. And that's why I kept pushing for the height restriction. I heard a number of times that this is going to the OMB, so let's defend the number one concern of the community, and that was the density. So I want to thank my colleagues for sitting through all this. This has been a big, thick file. I don't believe this file is going to go away. I will stay on top of it. I will work with staff. I will work with whoever wants to work with me. Give me a call. And we'll go together on this, because it's just something that, again, it started back in 1997 from what I understand. Yep. So this is a long time coming. The community will now know, after we send out all this stuff, to know exactly what's going to happen. No, we're not expropriating your land. You can stay there and live there and be happy there for as long as your little heart desires, because I know I will be. So anyways, thanks again to my colleagues, and thanks again to staff for sticking this out, and to Michelle Sergi, for somebody who's just gone through some major operation, has come back just to see this through on her sick time. Thank you very much. It means a lot to me. I know how much you care about this plan.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly thank you to Councillor Johnson for everything she's done on this, because she has done a tremendous, tremendous amount of work. To all the residents, and I'm not going to belabor going on and on and on, I think they all know from our hearts that we're all sincerely appreciative of everything that's been done by the CAC members, by all the residents that have taken the time to come out to all the meetings and submit your comments, stop and chat on the street, send emails, whatever. It all is important. Just for the record, this is my book just on SCUBE. I didn't bring my Fruit and Road issue, because that's about twice thicker than this. But anyways, Mr. Chairman, it has been a long, drawn-out process. I'm glad to see that we're almost there. We need to get there. And whether this gets appealed to the OMB, we'll see what happens now, but hopefully we can get some resolution sooner than later so that we can move on and residents can move on knowing what will be coming in their communities in the next while. And I guess on that note, I was going to make mention of a whole bunch of things, but I just want to mention that I moved to Stoney Creek myself in 1984, Mr. Chairman. When I moved to Stoney Creek, development was just starting on McIntosh Drive. That's one block east of me. McIntosh, DeWitt, all in that area. That's all brand new since I moved into Stoney Creek 29 years ago. You know what, if I had to say that there's any area in that whole surrounding around me that I'm not happy with, I have to admit that everything has balanced out very well. You know, you get you have all the rezoning applications, because a lot of them were rezoned, come forward, and people were not happy. But once it was all said and done, and I said to people, just sit back and wait and see. You'll be happy. There won't be the problems that you're perceiving. So I'm hoping that this will be the case going forward on these developments as well. And at the end of the day, I think one of the final cautions I'm going to offer is that, and being around this table a lot of years, is just keep this plan handy, keep the final plan that's approved at the Ontario Municipal Board, and watch the changes that will occur after that, because it's not carved in stone. We all know that. It's supply and demand, it's needs and wants, and things will change, but hopefully it will all balance out in the end. And I think the perfect example of that, Mr. Chairman, I said a few times, is Trillium neighborhood, north side of the QEW. I chaired that secondary plan process. Councillor Johnson is well aware that's nothing. What is built down there from Jones Road to the city limits, north side of the QEW, is nothing to what Stoney Creek approved as a secondary plan. So just a caution, it's only a guideline, and I'm glad that we're at least getting the guideline off the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farr?
There are, Mr. Chairman, some wonderfully engaged and passionate people in Ward 2 here in downtown Hamilton, no doubt about it. Always community meetings are jam-packed, whatever the issue. The activism is extraordinary and the engagement is unbelievable, and quite clearly that is not limited to just Ward 2. What we witnessed here today, notwithstanding the lengthy drive and the time away from families and work, was very impressive. And I thank all those who came and engaged with us to the center of governance here in the heart of our beautiful city. And I just particularly appreciate the good work of the ward councillors as it relates to this most difficult but also most important file. And that is, of course, this secondary plan that's been before us for many hours anyway today. And thank you to staff and yourself. And anytime you want me to take the chair back, let me know.
I was just thinking that, sir. On the main motion as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? The item is carried. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Committee members, there is 12.1, 12.2, 12.3. That was closed session. I don't know whether or not our lawyers are still here. Mr. McCabe, if you can enlighten me.
They are, and I'll pass on the news from the general manager.
Thank you. I was going to pass on you. I need to understand from the committee members, those that are allowed, that can stay, because I need to understand quorum. I have a 7:30 meeting, so I'm in a box at 7. So there's 2 of us gone, and I'm just doing a quorum call. Okay, so Councillor Johnson cannot, I cannot. Okay, so we are losing quorum. We're going to refer these items to GIC tomorrow, and that can be done then. Just smile. Motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Thank you. Moved by Pearson, seconded by Johnson. Sorry. We just lost quorum.